Hello and welcome, gamers. Welcome back to McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. Again, this year, McDonald's is championing HBCUs with a Fortnite tournament for HBCU students to compete for $15,000 worth. And this week, we're going to continue to get even hotter. Cap, how are you doing? Are you excited? Because last week we had some good gameplay. And this week, I'm feeling some more really exciting gameplay coming on.
I think excited is an understatement. I'm over the moon right now because not only do we have a brand new week to see these amazing students come out and compete in some Fortnite, but we also got more students here this time around. So again, the competition is going to be heating up. I mean, we already got some qualified from last time that we were here. So this time we should be able to see even more action as more and more students are coming to compete to try and earn their spot in that final placement.
Heating up like the Jonas Brothers said, burn it up. And that's just not me in this room. I promise you guys, November has been hot this time of year. And hopefully these gamer sticks are also hot as well, as we try to break down what's going to be happening in the future. Because as a reminder, these students are competing for $15,000 worth of college money. In particular, $15,000 worth of money from the Thurgood Marshall College Fund Scholarship. So they'll have an opportunity to win a spot with to the McDonald's Esports Fortnite League. But before we get into that, let's break down a little bit of the format for today as well. And today, we are going to be having 3 qualifiers, and the top 10 of those qualifiers will be going on. Of course, you know that overall there are about 400 gamers, 100 per qualifier, and there are 5 matches per heat. Today, we are going to be having 3 qualifiers, 5 heats, so that's a total of 15 matches, and the top 10 from qualifier 1 are going to be the ones that advance on. First place gets $250, I apologize. Second place gets $100, and third place gets $50. Now, as we move on, we could talk a little bit about the schedule as well, because again, these students are participating in a leaderboard format. And as you see right here, last week we started off, a couple weeks ago, we started it off and had qualifier 1. This week we have qualifier 2, but there are more qualifiers on the way as well, qualifier 2 and 3, and 4 as well. But the grand finale is coming up soon, November 20th. That's when the finals are happening, and the top 10 students from each qualifier will move on to our finale on November 20th in hopes of taking away the grand prize. Now, that was a mouthful, Captain Atsoko, but I promise you, just because all of that was happening, we need to give you a little bit of intro before we get into this hot start. 15 matches. Can you believe the intensity that we're going to be seeing here with all of that going on?
Oh, absolutely. I can definitely anticipate how intense these couple of matches are fitting to be. Couple of matches, that's an understatement. 15 Fortnite matches, and they're all competing, of course, to go to that grand finale. And keep in mind, the top 3 finalists from that grand finale will win a spot on the McDonald's Esports Fortnite League, a trip to Atlanta for the Celebration Bowl on December 17th. My birthday's on the 18th, holla. And then a trophy and a $15,000 Thurgood Marshall College Fund Scholarship. So again, all of these players here are competing for a lot on the line. And again, keep that in mind that, we want to spread the love as much as we can for those watching at home as well. So keep an eye out during the stream because we'll have a couple of prizes to give away to you as well.
Yes. Players will be getting prizes, $15,000 in total. Well, not in total, I'm sorry. The top 3 will be getting $15,000. And mind you too, if you're also a viewer watching at home, you also have an opportunity at getting prizes as well. Make sure that you're going ahead in the chat doing exclamation point events giveaway to make sure that you're getting the money. And also too, as well, you don't want to miss out on all the other action that you might have to. Be sure to follow at We Are Golden on Instagram for all things McDonald's, Black and Positively Golden, and to stay in loop with Golden Gamers. Also to be sure to download the McDonald's app so you can earn points towards free items at participating McDonald's. There's prizes all over the place, Cap. Seems like everybody is winning here, including me and you seeing these excellent gamers compete.
Oh, absolutely. And again, because there is just so much on the line here, we're really starting to see an increase in the turnout here. And that's just for qualifier number 1.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we still got qualifiers 2, 3, and 4 going on today. And then by the end of it, we will be seeing how the grand finale will be shaping out. And with that being said, we're getting ready to go into our first match of the day, our first qualifier. Keep in mind, there are 5 matches per qualifier for a total of 15 today. So as we get ready to head into our first heat, there will be a total of 5 games. And again, be sure to participate in those giveaways as well. For those watching at home, it's going to be a long day. So remember to get in on those giveaways by typing !raffle. Again, there's going to be Coca-Cola branded power banks, McDonald's branded Herschel backpack, McDonald's Arch cards worth $25, McDonald's branded t-shirts, and more.
Oh my gosh, I love free t-shirts. All right. This is a perfect time. It's kind of warm right now because where I am, and I know you're also in a warm location too, but it gets cold. The holidays are coming up. So branded t-shirts is always good to get some Arch cards for some money on the way. And it's also good to see what our sponsors are like. We'll be throwing it to break, but pretty soon we're going to be seeing excellent action from these HBCU gamers. Fortnite action is on the way shortly. Qualifier 1 coming up soon. See you on the other side.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
coming. They're ready to play. They're ready to game. They're ready to compete in our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Texas Loyalty Cup. Now is what we've all been waiting for. We have our gamers in the championship final here, and they are ready. They're rearing to go. Oh, and Betty picks up the first stock. Chat, the gamers.
You guys are the best, man. We love you.
Yeah. You just won the Texas Loyalty Cup. $1,000 Arch card. Special code for you to use. You can see it in the chat. Oh, it's right there. What are you doing
Here.
there? Thank you all for showing up to this UTD Esports Tailgate, the first of its kind. A little round of applause for that.
Hello, UTD! UTD in the house! You guys are awesome! Today is made possible because of you!
We're going straight to gameplay. We're going straight to gameplay, right? And we are jumping right into it again, guys. If you're just joining us, welcome back to the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamer Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. Last week, we saw one person dominate both the victory crown and the eliminations. Do you think we'll probably see more of the same, Cat?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we got a fresh new batch of faces here and a fresh lobby. You know, all of these players are going to be going at it head to head. So I really don't know what to expect going into this one. I mean, I really don't think that we're going to see such a dominating presence because, quite frankly, we got more players this time around. So chances are we're going to have even more top tier talent as we get this game number 1 all underway already. And we can already see it's going to be King Sun God going to be dropping in at Lustrous Lagoon.
Yeah, Lustrous Lagoon, a lot of good loot there. Again, because this Fortnite map is pretty big, you might see a lot of gamers be doing a lot of things. I think because it's not a lot of hotspots going, although there is some action starting off already. Both players landed in chonkers, and right now we're already getting our first elimination. Platinum is gone.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think that was a questionable move to try and bring in the grapple hook to bring your opponent towards you.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It definitely can work out. I get it, you know, channeling your inner scorpion. Get over here. Well, little did you know that they were very well and ready, and they came over there and they put you down quick, fast, and in a hurry. And already we got our first elimination of the day.
You know, I love that get over here because I was in band. That was my catchphrase in band. And I did love that get over here right now. The only thing that was getting got was platinum. They are out. We already have one elimination, but so far it seems a lot of these other gamers have spread out across the map. Right now, Call Me Chris has to worry about that NPC, but other than that, it's looking like everybody's a little bit all over the place, so that's good. Of course, we'll see them get closer as the storm gets on them.
And one thing, though, is that you can see that it was a little spread out, you know, everybody with their own individual POIs, but there were 2 over there at Herald Sanctum, so you're going to have to watch. That will lead up into a fight eventually. There are 2 people at the same POI, and I know what a lot of these Battle Royale game modes that, you know, we like to make our claim on our own POI. We like to stick to our respective drops so that way we can all have a fair fight, but when it comes to playing for $15,000 in scholarships on the line, I think all bets are off, and you're going to want to go for the dub and get your best starting point and your best POI.
And also, too, it's not to say, like, there are a ton of hot drops anymore because of a player pool and the size of the map. It's not to say, like, you're going to land right and twisted and just have a lot of people just on you, right? You're not just going to land a speedway. You get a lot of people on you, greasy. You're not going to get a lot of people on you like we normally would in a public open lobby match. So it only makes sense for you to go to the place with the best loot, as we saw last week, right? We saw one player always go to greasy, get hopefully get a key, was able to get some unlockables and able to get a golden weapon, a golden hammer, and from there they dominated. So the best loot that you have, the better. So I think it only makes sense with the pool that we have to just make sure that you're getting the best with what you got, and that means landing somewhere and getting something good.
Yeah, I mean, Greasy Grove was definitely the main POI last time around, and again, we even heard the explanation. It's because there had so many vaults around that area. You can get a lot of keys, and you can get a lot of great equipment early. And then not only that, but they use their skin to blend in with the balloons, so that way they can constantly jump from place to place and take to the skies and deal a lot of damage and come out of nowhere, and they did exactly that. So already, we were able to see a lot of big brain strategy coming out from Qualifier number 1. So let's see what strategies these players are going to be bringing into game number 2.
Well, it seems right now all of them have taken on the strategy, like you said, of getting loot. Now we're seeing players get closer together. As you see right here, this is a spot that usually a lot of things are popping off in the main game. Right now, it's not so much where you see that lagoon right there going on. Well, not a luscious lagoon, but a nice little spot over there. This is always a very hot area by the lake. And Young and Boo, all right, you see right here. Some nice weapons on them. Seems like for the most part, everybody's stuck to getting greens. You do have a purple suppress, but for the most part, not a lot of high caliber, mythic level weapons so far from these gamers that we've seen.
I mean, they got a lightsaber. I mean, if that's not mythic level, I don't know what is. Not to mention, it's the green lightsaber. It's my personal. Actually, you know what? I'm capping. It's the purple. Purple is my personal favorite, and then green. But it looks as though Young and Abu may find themselves some competition here. And here we go. It is on. As you can see, they are going to be exchanging as that purple suppress does come out in a major way, and they're able to get their first elimination on the board already. Young and Abu gets themselves on the scoreboard.
Of course we know that the lightsabers, they're going to be mythic, but really when it comes down to it, it's like, what are the things that you're using? What are the weapons that you're using? And you see that right there, able to use that suppressed. Usually too, when you're in close quarters, it's good to have an SMG or it's good to have a shotgun. That case, the suppressed came in handy. And we have another elimination on board as we go across the map, kind of sort of, to Torchmaster right now. OG Torchmaster. Right now, OG Torchmaster also has a good set of purple weapons on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, don't get me wrong, subs get dubs. This is true. It's true in a lot of games, especially Fortnite. But when it comes to Fortnite, I gotta say, I'm more of a hottie with the shotty, if I can be completely frank with you. Again, a lot of new shotgun editions, of course, seeing the pumps come out, and who can forget the double pump? You gotta go double pump. And not to mention the addition of the lever pump action shotgun as well. Just goes absolutely litty. So again, as good as the subs are, and we know subs get dubs, with all due respect, I lean more towards the shotties myself, and so does Torchmaster.
I have to say, in the last season, I was more of an SMG with a shotty. I would always carry SMG on me. Not as much so far. The submachine guns haven't been hitting, in my personal opinion, but it doesn't matter what's happening in my personal opinion. If these gamers are getting the kills, that's all that matters. So the sub did end up getting them a little bit ahead, but will it get them the dub? That's something that we're yet to see, and we have a mythic prime shotty right here going on, so that is good. Always nice to be golden, not just a positively golden gamer, but also to make sure that you get a golden weapon right now. So they're doing good, getting closer to the circle. Rave Cave also has a lot of good loot, so it's always nice to make sure that you have a lot of chuggies on you too. In fact, chuggies are probably one of my favorite ones to do, because if you're in the middle of a gun battle, hey, you can always throw it on you. You don't have to wait like you do with having a medkit.
Yeah, and you can see Becklin right now doing a little bit of the same strategy that we saw from the first qualifier with our top fragger, who was able to stick to the skies and go from balloon to balloon and just really stick to the high ground. And that's what we're seeing from Becklin. But with that being said, though, they're not going with the camouflaged yellow dummy skin, though. They're going to go and stick with their own flow and not rely on the camouflage. They're going to go all out with it.
Oh, yes, as we see some damage taken from finessing. That was probably some fall damage, but these gamers are getting all full close as the time is going on. We have two players in the corner that are very close to each other. We'll see if they end up meeting each other as we go back to Torch right now. Torch getting some things going on. It seems like they're still looting, but this circle is closing in. It's going to be interesting to see how these gamers play.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at that mythic lightsaber and the mythic sniper rifle. Look, you see, look, they're swapping out. They don't know if they want the blue or the green. But right now, it's going to be an elimination. You were worried too much about what color your lightsaber was. Meanwhile, Becklin was worried about getting the elimination and getting the dub. Again, like we saw from our top fragger and qualifier number 1, literally coming out of nowhere to get that elimination. Like, they take to the skies, they zone, they make sure they get a good lay of the land, and as soon as they find an unsuspecting player, they come in in with an assassination and get an easy EP point on the board.
The bird's eye view always comes into handy, and right now Swag Girl Platinum and Y2K Krypton are looking on the outside, but right now there is still plenty more eliminations to go. As we see right here, Gamers getting into a situation. You're going to have to fight against both the Storm and potentially another player. It seems right now they're just trying to get out the Storm, get a high position probably to skirt away and probably use that ability to leave with the Rift ability. I'm not sure what they're doing. Finessing.
I don't
Finessing
even think
is
they
taking
know
a
what they're
lot of
doing.
damage here. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
I thought they were going to go and rift out and something like that and use that ability to get shot up in the air. Instead, they get killed. And right now, Sketcher has a chance to not only replenish their shield, but also to get some heals to go and make sure that they're closer to the circle. But they're going to have to hurry, though, as you see that the circle is heating up. Bambi here, seeing somebody.
Yeah, now you see, this is Bambi, but I'm gonna call him the Chief. Gotta pay respect to the Chief right here, and already trying to lay down those sniper shots, but cannot land them. Now that you see, that looks like me on the sticks right now. If y'all want to know what my sniper game looks like,
dang.
it looks like a bit of that, but even worse.
I will say I've been better with the sniper. You gave me the heavy from last year. Oh no, it was a wrap. I am better with the sniper this year, but geez, you really could have had an opportunity to get a kill. But I do like repositioning, getting higher ground, and making sure that you're on top. But mind you, other gamers are probably going to have that strategy. You have to watch out, or else you will end up eliminated from behind, as we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, you know who else just got eliminated from behind? That poor chicken. What did that chicken do to anybody?
Oh,
they're not even in contention. They're not even trying to get the 15K in scholarships. Why you got to eliminate the chicken? Regardless, that was a cheeky flank coming from Chief there. But regardless, now look at this. Look at Zyk. Zyk on Twitch doing some, I guess some fancy maneuvering with the vehicle. But okay, hey, that was fun to see. I'll give them that. But I don't know how it's going to get them the dub.
Do a barrel roll, but in this case, do it in a car as well. Hey, I love to see it, all right? Fortnite doesn't have, flying machines or anything like that. I guess a Rift, but that's about it. So, hey, if you could do a barrel roll in a car, I am impressed. It seems like they are hunkering down, trying to say, you remember back in the day, COD camping is a legitimate strategy. Seems like they're trying to get in that, trying to hide into a corner and wait out as these gamers get closer to each other. It might end up being a smart strategy because as we talked about last week, the longer that you're in this matchup, the more points that you get, Cap.
Absolutely. Now you see, once again, we're seeing Becklin take to the skies here and doing fantastic. They already got 2 eliminations to their name, so that's already 2 elimination points on the board. And not only that, but they are within the top group here. As you can see, we do not have too many players remaining, so the further you go in placement, the more points you're going to get. And now Becklin already has a read on not 1, but 2 players trying to make their way into the circle, and now things are about to get a little intense.
And it's unfortunate because Becklin, although has the high ground, they don't have a high ground weapon. Unlike King Sun God, definitely has that sniper. That might come into handy, but they also don't have the best positioning. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top because the person at the top doesn't have quite the advantage that they would want because they don't have the firepower they would probably want with that. As you see Zyk probably traveling his way on up the mountain as he comes.
Yeah, this is where you're going to want to go because we already know who's there and lurking. We have a lot of players trying to stick to the high ground, but I got to tell you, I'm kind of impressed by the driving ability of Zyk because, again, they managed to stay in this car after receiving a lot of fire. And not only that, they're doing all this with a wheel blown out. So, again, this is a pretty good person behind the wheel right here.
Crazy taxi, probably translated into Fortnite. I'm not sure, but I do know this. King Sun God doesn't like the driving skills, ended up eliminating that. And now King Sun God probably trying to do a 2-on-1 situation right there, as it seems that the player on top is also a little bit distracted fighting their own battle. So it seems that these gamers are getting quite intense right here as you see King Sun God probably trying to reposition and wait out whatever may happen in those battles up top.
And that's where it's going to go down. You know it's going to go right to the very tippy top, the highest elevation. That's where you're going to get all the advantage. And it's going to be a real contest to see who can hold on. Somewhat of a king of the hill scenario, as you can see. Zykai was able to get away in that vehicle and now has a read, looking to get a 1v1 scenario, but can't pinpoint exactly where the other player is.
That's my kill. That's my elimination. I don't know you, okay? As you see right here, Zykai getting into a heated battle. Not sure who the gamer is, but right now they're going at each other. Zykai, can they survive? Lightsaber doesn't come through. It's Young getting killed by Zykai, eliminated by Zykai. I apologize, as Zykai survives another day, has the hairspray, aka the med mist, in order to make sure they can replenish most of the HP lost.
And now we're making our way back over to iBambi, who is yet to get on the board, but again, has some player in their sight here, looking to get their first elimination, but once again, just like me, just cannot land their shots.
It's been a tough day in the office when it comes to iBambi's. Shots from a sniper. Let's see how good they are in close range as they're in a heated battle, and they are much better with the shotty than they are the snipe game. Getting another elim right here. iBambi redeeming themselves from the earlier woes with the sniper.
I mean, you see, I told you, you got to get hottie with the shotty every now and again. I mean, the subs do get dubs with. But when I'm in a situation like that and someone just sneaks up on me unsuspectedly, that's when I want to have a shotty in my back pocket, because you can turn that around so quickly. And literally, iBambi turned on their opponent, was able to get the shots and the crouch. The crouch, high risk, high reward maneuver, because it does make a smaller hitbox for you to get shot on. However, if they do land those shots, chances are they're going to get a headshot as well. As you can see, Sketcher Thief now trying to get a read on a player that does have the high ground.
You have to make sure that your aim is true to make it do what it do. And it seems that right now both these players are making sure that they can get all the shots that they can. But it's a bit of a 2-on-1 situation, because you do have that NPC that it seems that player hired right there, or at least the NPC that they're around. As Sketcher's just trying to get a good read on it. It looks like Torch as they're going against each other.
And once again,
Zyke's actually going against Torch.
Man, somebody got knocked there. I'm not sure who it was. It could have been the NPC. I don't know. But regardless, Zyke definitely getting those shots in. They have 2 eliminations on the board, and they're looking to get another. And that seems to be the average right now between these remaining players, is that they each got 2 eliminations, and each player looking to get ahead, because now that they're up in the placement points, everybody's going to get a nice reward here. It's going to come down to who's getting the most eliminations.
Everybody is going to get a nice little bit of points due to placement, but these kills do matter. These eliminations, I apologize, do matter. You see iBambi right here get somebody eliminated. They didn't get somebody eliminated. It looked like Zyke was the one that landed that final shot. As they see, Zyke is in a scrap of their own right now. Only 2 weapons with their name, getting some items to make sure that they have enough resources, and will go ahead and use that kegs and make sure they can replenish their shields, because right now they don't have any.
Oh, yeah, and this is a 1v1 right now. This is really coming down between Zyke and iBambi, and Zyke stole that elimination. They stole it from iBambi, so iBambi is going to want some revenge, so that way they can get themselves 2 eliminations. Meanwhile, Zyke is sitting on 3, and you can see iBambi again trying to land those shots with the sniper. They currently have the advantage because they're closer towards the circle, and they can play the distance a lot better. They can play with that sniper rifle and deal out a lot of damage. All it will take is 1 clean shot with the sniper, and iBambi could take a victory royale.
Theoretically, they're in better position, but can they land the shots? We've seen them struggle all day, and even though it seems that Zyke does not have the range that you need with the weapon output, at least they have that aim that seems to be truer. As you see, iBambi leap across the circle in the bushes, trying to get good position. This is intense, Cap.
Oh, this is about as intense as it gets. A good old-fashioned 1v1. This is where all things are settled here. And I gotta say, I definitely like Chief jumping from rock to bush to hill. Again, Chief jumped far.
And Chief Jump Far, it's called iBambi for a reason, okay? Using those boosty boosts to make sure that they could get across the way. I love using that log to make sure that they have coverage. Zyke using their resources quite well. My goodness, these gamers are as close together as they could possibly get, using whatever coverage that they get as they get micro steps closer. Who's gonna go in for the kill? iBambi does have the shotty. I would go for it, but can't get it done. The first victory of this qualifiers of this heat is Zyke doing an excellent job, as I said, using that hammer to their advantage, even though iBambi did have the full weapon set that you want. You want a long range, you want a close range, you want something that's an assault rifle that should get you in medium range. At the end of the day, aim overcomes all.
And not just that, but iBambi was lacking in the colors. They were only having about some green and blue weaponry at best. Where on the side of, Zyke, they were coming in with that mythic hammer, and that deals so much damage and is so versatile, especially from that mid to long range. And when that circle started to creep even closer and closer, that sniper was nearly off the table. So it was all about who had the better weapon within that mid to close range, and that was Zyke.
Yeah, it is important to make sure that you have the best weapons possible. You have the best aim possible, and also too, a good strategy going. I really liked using that log as coverage when you had nothing else to you, all right? Because, hey, if you have something to hold it back, then you're good. That's exactly what Zyke did, and that's exactly why we're going to go through these highlights to see all the wonderful things all these gamers did, including Zyke did with the 4 eliminations, because my goodness, it was great play overall.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that last matchup, because it wasn't all about Zyke. They definitely had a couple of other players in the mix as well. But of course, Zyke coming through, being able to once again go 1v1 against the lightsaber. How many people could say they could do that? As iBambi once again getting absolutely litty with the shotty, being able to get that elimination for themselves, and then just could not get the job done with the sniper rifle. We saw they were struggling all day trying to land those shots, and ultimately that's kind of what led to their overall defeat against Zyke at the bitter end.
Yes, although they were true with the shotty, and also too, we saw some highlights with the lightsaber. At the end of the day, the weapon skills move on, and that's exactly why Zyke did a great job going forward. We will see what will be happening with these excellent gamers going forward as we throw it to intermission, so you can get some more information about what Braghouse is doing, what McDonald's is doing with the Black and Positively Golden Gamers unit, and also too, hey, so we can take some breaks and rest our vocal cords. I'll see you soon on the other side. Bordy and Kapasoka. We'll see you soon.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did it.
All right, gamers, it's time to jump into Heat 2 of the action. As you see, Y2 Cryptic go into Grim Gables to see what they might have. Grim Gables, I wouldn't say is the best place for loot, but they do end up finding at least a blue weapon there. So a good job getting something from a spot that you wouldn't think is the most plentiful, as we see where these gamers end up panning out here.
Absolutely. This is going to be heat number 2 on the day of the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Fortnite tournament. Once again, as always, it's Captain Ahsoka and Boardy Board. And we already got to see one fantastic game go down there in heat number 1. And currently our top 5 is going to be Becklin with 18 points, OG Torchmaster with 20, Sketch Thief with 22, iBambi with 23, and reigning supreme on top is Zyke with 29 points. Let's see if the leaderboards will start to turn here as players are getting even more and more warmed up here in heat number 2.
Players are getting warmed up. Heat number 2. We'll see just how on fire they will. Last week, we did see one gamer go on top. We'll see if we see the same trend or if things change, because I really did like a lot of things that were going on with iBambi's game. They just didn't have the right aim with them, too. We'll see if somebody else becomes a dark horse as well, because, hey, the one thing about these games is that something crazy always happens. We'll see what happens here. So we see Platinum Hits landing out in essentially is the Fortnite boonies out in the islands. I'm not sure if that's the best place for them to get loot, but hopefully, I guess if they find a key, they end up lucking into a vault and getting something nice. They do end up getting into a mythic crate and getting a purple prime. So that's something good. And also a Cobra as well. Also very useful.
Yeah, we already said that anything can happen, and sometimes you get lucky, and I got to tell you, Platinum definitely got lucky with that drop. Again, literally in the middle of nowhere, but still was able to get themselves a purple weapon, and if they're even more lucky, they'll get that key, as we had mentioned. And I got to tell you, earlier on, I couldn't help but notice Cryptic's skin, that xenomorph, probably the most terrifying thing I think I've seen in Fortnite. And honestly, where was that energy for Qualifier number 1?
Yes,
it was spooky season.
I was going to say.
It was the perfect opportunity to bring out the Xenomorph skin, because honestly, if I'm playing Fortnite and there's a Xenomorph just making their way into my fortification, I'm gonna lose it. So again, now that it's after spooky season, it's we're in November and spooky season's over. It just would have been perfect for the first qual.
Oh, gamers, why are you disappointing my boy Cap here? We wanted the spooks during spook season. Unfortunately, we're a little too late for the spoofs. But hey, maybe a little bit, belated spookiversary. I'm not sure like that. It's a long while till we get to Thanksgiving, till we get to Christmas. So I guess you're in the holiday mood. Hey, maybe we can have a nightmare before Christmas. Something like that going on, right, Cap?
There you go. There you go. I like that. Yes, absolutely, 100% agree. But another terrifying thing for these players is that Zyke is still out there. So you're going to have to watch your back, as we've already seen Zyke come through with 4 eliminations there in Qualifier number 1. And if they keep up that pace, they could be an even bigger threat here in heat number 2, as already you can see Zyke taking some shots on net, literally, as they try to make their rounds here. And so far, they're not poorly equipped, but it's not the best either. They do have one purple AR to them. Yeah. That's good. But again, they're still holding on to some great weaponry there. So hopefully for them, they should be able to find some better loot.
Yes, that is the goal. That's what drove them to victory the last time. We'll see if this time it also is beneficial as well. They did such a great job of making sure they got the best loot, but all these gamers, again, are so spaced out. There's still plenty of time to loot, plenty of time to make sure that you have the best weapons available to you, as we see TX Riz right here. find something going along. They don't have a key to open up. Actually, they do have a key and end up getting a purple ranger right there. So excellent job by them, making sure that they got the loot. And as you see right here, it looked like that was not a gamer. It looked like that's an NPC. I think they were on alert now too to make sure they're not running into anybody. Good strategy right here, because they're going towards reality and things can get strange in reality.
And that they can. You don't want to fall for the good old-fashioned bait and switch, but with that being said, I would still keep a hold of that sniper rifle. I'll be completely honest. You have a green sub.
Yes.
Why do you need a green sub when you got the green shotty? Put the sniper rifle in there and call it a day. But regardless, that's why I'm in the booth and they're on the field. They know better than I, so let's see if Riz here is going to be able to use that gamer knowledge to get some points on the board. Currently still with 0 eliminations, but we're still within that first storm, so still plenty of time left to go.
You know what? Maybe Riz is like, you know what? I'm not going to have an iBambi situation. Hey, my aim is not true. And I know it's not right here. You know how you were saying how Cap, like, I get the sniper and it's not hood. They probably know, hey, I can have that sniper and it will be in my inventory, but that doesn't mean I'll use it well. So, hey, work with what you got. Work what works for you. And right now, it seems like they're not going to work with that sniper. Instead, they're going to go with the SMG as we see somebody, like their, a legendary, mythic, lever shotgun. That's very good. You see iBambi having good positioning and also 2 good weapons so far.
Yeah, but they're not landing their shots again. You got to lead your target, mate. You got to land your shots there. They're not being able to really land, even with the burst rifle. So honestly, for the best case scenario for them, they go in with the lever pump and deal the damage. That's where we have seen iBambi really pop off. But look, they're not leading their target at all. They're shooting behind Riz instead of in front, and that's why they're missing the majority of their shots.
And T-Riz was in such a precarious situation. Not only did they have a weapons disadvantage, but they also had a height disadvantage as well. But smart play using that shield bubble, making sure that they replenish all their health and making sure that they can run away from that situation, go into the Rave Cave, get some better equipment, and then come back, probably get iBambi on the other side and return the favor, get a limb on the other side as we're going across the map here to Young. They're going to Blecken to see what they're doing right now. Finessing having an exchange, and right now Blecken is getting the job done, eliminating their target and getting 1 elim on the board.
Absolutely, and keep in mind, Becklin currently in 5th place on the overall leaderboard, and it's not for a lack of trying. They were able to get a good, healthy amount of eliminations, I want to say around 2 or 3 in the first heat, but their placement was not on point. You know, they were able to frag out a little bit too early, and then they didn't get the top spot finish where Zyke ultimately did. So again, they are still very much in the conversation when we're talking about podium, those top 3 finishes.
And it's so interesting to see Rave Cave. You know, it's interesting to see that being on the edge of the circle because there are a lot of different places that these gamers can be in such a small amount of area. But there's also a lot of loot to be had. And if these gamers are both in the center with loot, that means that things are popping off as you see a potential exchange moment right here. Becklin, unfortunately, not seeing T-Riz, instead going into the cave via this way. They're going to end up skirting a potential foyer and battle scenario, which is probably good for TX Riz because they weren't in the best of positions.
No, they really weren't. And to be completely honest, they should have been eliminated already. But now you can see Becklin does get their eyes on Cryptics. It's a Xenomorph with a lightsaber, but it's not going to do any good against Becklin. They're able to get that dub with not even a scratch. Still 100 shields and 100 health. Becklin now has 2 eliminations on the board.
Audience, I want you to imagine something more terrifying than a Xenomorph with a lightsaber. Instead, Becklin looked at fear in the eye and said, I ain't never scared. Ended up getting the elimination despite the odds, despite the fear factor. And now TX Riz is trying to get a kill on their own on Becklin. Finally, the exchange that they were looking for. Instead, they are getting shot so much that shield coming in handy.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to do them any good. Becklin is on a rampage, and now they're going to get a good bit of keys. I don't know if you noticed there, but Trix dropped 2 keys on the way as well. So I'm not sure if Becklin did notice or even pick them up, but still, that is a huge elimination. And, you know, when it comes to Battle Royales, I have said it, and I'll continue to say it, the best loot is always coming from other players.
Like DJ Khaled said, they got the keys, the keys, the keys. We'll see if they hold the keys to victory with those keys. As you see, OG Torchmaster, unfortunately, didn't have the best output, but with that lever, it kind of changes things right there. As you see, they're in a close quarter situation with King. I wonder if they're skirting around it and instead playing the good positioning game instead of the elimination game. Again, we said before, we don't know what these gamers will do in terms of strategy. If you wait, you still get points. But is it better to just wait, or is it better to just go for the glory and go for the kills? Right now, they're waiting another day.
Yeah, but look at all these players all corralled in one spot. The eliminations are going to come whether they like it or not. Because, again, that's just 2 close quarters and too many players sitting in the same location. All the while, you can see Becklin not too worried because they did have a fantastic start. Look at this. 4 eliminations already on the board, and we haven't even made it to halftime yet. We still are on Storm 3 as it is closing on its way in. Still Becklin with a fantastic footing here in heat number 2.
And having all these eliminations, the circle hasn't even closed that much. It gives you an opportunity to loot more and loot with a little less fear because, hey, you've taken a lot of these gamers' loot. You already have a good output going out. Not as good as an output as you would probably like to see with somebody with 4 kills. But right now, I feel a little bit good if I'm Becklin because I've already destroyed most of the competition that I've seen before.
And again, you know, they were able to do fantastic there in heat number 1, but they weren't able to get a high placement. And now they're looking to pad the stats even further as they do get the read on King Sun God. But King Sun God going to rely on the bush tactics. And now Becklin is going to take off in the whip. They're going to try and get an auto elimination here as they come in with the shotty. And they will clean up as once again Becklin comes out with yet another elimination.
Becklin playing GTA in Fortnite, making sure that they spun the block in order to make sure that they could get the kill. And right now, they're trying to go for even more blood. As you see, 5 elims already getting into the trampoline to make sure they can get even closer. And also, too, that trampoline, what's lovely about it, you also get a good bird's eye view on everybody going around. Zyke, a quiet night for them. As you see, they're just waiting and camping it out, deciding instead, hey, I got a lot of elims the last time. Maybe I should just play it safe. Right near them is Youngin. Also around the corner, both of them in the same spot, so close, yet they're so oblivious to their awareness, to their closest.
Hey, ever since the very first installment of the Fortnite Battle Royale game, I have always been a supporter of Bush Tactics. Bush Tactics is the way you get games won in Fortnite. It's not about the forts. It's not about the big buildings. It comes down to Bush Tactics. And right now, especially in no build mode, you have got to find the best cover you can. And sometimes nothing is better than some good old class and foliage.
You got to get into solid snake's eye. You know what I mean? The snake eater mindset, you know, cover yourself in dirt, cover yourself in camo. Make sure that you're using whatever the environment has to your capability, to your advantage to make sure that you get a good position. Right now, Platinum in good position when it comes to the weapons output, has a nice ranger, has a nice prime, both purple, and also has a cobra as well. So has that medium game, that long range, and that short game that you would hope to have. Also has some mobility as well. Zyke instead having a suppress, no shoddy. So I'll be interesting to see what will happen with them when they get into close quarters.
Well, here we go. Platinum hits again. Have yet to find the board yet with any eliminations, but they're doing decent in terms of placement. They have survived a good bit here, still in the top 6. You can see Zyke on top of that hill, and now look at Young and Abu right down below. Platinum hit stuck in between 2 players right now, but I don't even know if they realize it yet. Once again, making their way into the bush. They do have a sniper on deck, but I'm not sure if that's the option they want to go with here, is now they're going to be aiming down. not being able to get that read. And now Becklin getting in on the mix too.
Ooh, they're all so close to each other, but I think that they're all, well, except for one, mostly oblivious to where they are. Becklin in an interesting spot because they're the only ones that's not in cover right now as they're running freely. We'll see if that goes to their advantage or not. Youngin decided to make a move across the map to get in the circle. Youngin down, only 1 or 2 shots left to go as iBammy is around the corner as well. Youngin trying to get anything that they can. They could not get anything much further than that. Becklin on a rampage. It's a killing spree.
Yep, that it is. That's why you got to watch out for that shotty, I'm telling you. And now they got a mythic hammer on their side as well. And that's going to be oh so dangerous. As now they're making their way back up to the high ground. And we already know how much that the influence of the high ground can have over the rest of the lobby. As you can see now, it's going to be a lot of blind fire. Not much doing here for Becklin. As you can see, Zyke does have a read on them from way on far.
I'm so interested to see that Zyke doesn't really go with at least like, even if you don't go with a sniper, maybe go with a Cobra because that does have longer range, but it is also an assault rifle feel. Very interesting that even though they have really good aim, they decide to go with just the ARs. As we see a skirmish right here, a third party Zyke stealing the kill. iBamby gets eliminated, but right now they should probably look on their side because Call Me Chris is trying to get their health back up, but hey, they're at an advantage. They can get a double elimination right there before they replenish their health, instead holding it all for the next time. We'll see if that's a good strategy or not.
Yeah, it seems as though 2 eliminations is worth 1 Zyke in the bush. As you can see, Call Me Chris still down low, and Zyke still trying to get that double elimination. They have the opportunity, but they also have the positioning. Not only do they have the high ground, but they are relying on those bush tactics. So now Chris doesn't even have a real good read on where Zyke is, and meanwhile Zyke still keeping their eyes on Becklin.
Yes, and I think that that's an interesting strategy. I know that Becklin does have the advantage when it comes to high ground, but who's more of a threat? The person that's immediately on your side. We'll see how that goes. As you see, Becklin right here has the ability to basically rift out of here if they would like, and will use that opportunity, going high up in the sky and going on the other side of the map, but there's a skirmish happening down below. We'll see if they end up landing in the middle of the foyer as you see Zyke getting some shots in on platinum hits. Will they hit their target? Right now, Call Me Chris camping out in the corner. They don't have all their shields to them, so that's smart. As you see right here, Becklin also trying to get on the other side. There could be a third-party opportunity right here. Zyke getting shot at. Becklin also getting shot. Ooh, good job using that shockwave to get away.
And honestly, that was insanely clutch because not only did they get away with the shockwave, but they also pushed Becklin into the storm, getting a whole lot of damage done on them. And Becklin was nearly eliminated by the storm. But Zyke, once again, in a tough spot as Call Me Chris will now pick up the elimination on Zyke. And now our first place finisher in heat number 1 is going to finish in 4th here in heat number 2.
And I think Zyke will end up living to regret that they saw Call Me Chris was down, instead chose to focus on Becklin, but Becklin was on the other side of the map effectively, instead of going to who was close and in better position, and also to in lower health circumstance with them. They waited on it, and because of that, they didn't pounce on the opportunity. They're eliminated, just like Becklin is getting another one, 7 elims. That is most of the players in this game. Becklin is on an absolute tear. It needs at least one more body in order to make sure that they can walk away with the victory crown. Will they get it? It's a question.
I don't even think they're worried about the victory crown at this point. Now, this is just about catching bodies. They're looking to get eliminations. Whether they finish in the top spot or not, I think it's irrelevant to them. They just want to pad the stats and get as many elims as possible because so far, they have guaranteed their spot in that number 1 spot, without a doubt. 7 eliminations in the top 2. Guaranteed number 1 spot here is once again Becklin does get the elimination on platinum, and now not only will they finish with 8 eliminations, but they will also get the victory royale.
in the mindset of Megan the Stallion, in the mindset of Franklin Saint, bodies, body yaddy yaddies, getting everybody, it seems like, in this game. They were on an absolute tear, Cap, getting elimination after elimination after elimination. We thought earlier on, hey, you know, starting off with 4, that's great, but there are a lot more gamers left to go. You could easily end up getting caught from behind, getting a precarious situation. Hey, that always happens in Fortnite, just like we saw from the person who ended up winning. They caught in a situation, third party. That's it. Game over. Instead, they overcame all of that. And because of that, they are on top. Beautiful job.
Absolutely. Backlund absolutely popped off. So let's take a look at some of those plays that were able to get them the win there in heat number 2. As once again, Backlund just had an absolute elimination frenzy, as again, starting off extremely early. These were all within the first 2 storms in rotation. And again, that xenomorph with the lightsaber, absolutely terrifying. And then this right here, the close up and personal shotty to the face to get Trix down. And then, of course, King Sun God fell victim to some Grand Theft Auto strategy as Backlund once again just leading the lobby here in heat number 2.
Leading the lobby, and it's unfortunate, right? We saw Zyk do an excellent job, ended up not eliminating Call Me Chris, and because of that, they ended up getting third party. Excellent job to make sure you use that shockwave, but at the end of the day, high ground rules all, and because of that, Backlund is on top. But we will see if the rest of these competitors can bend it like Backlund. As we throw it to intermission, we have plenty more action going on the way. Cap, this is only the second heat. There are at least 3 more of these bad boys to go in just this qualifying round together. We'll be back. Bordy McBoard, Captain Ahsoka here for more action coming up shortly.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did. I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Hello, everybody. After a really heated battle that we saw before, Bennett like Becklin. That's not their name. Their name is Becklin, but my goodness, they sure did bend the points battle to that. They're ending up on top with 51 points. Zyk with 48, I apologize. And iBambi with 40. Those are our top three. We'll see if they continue. You know, Zyk was interesting because Zyk was on top after our first heat. Ended up being in second, so not that far away, only 3 points behind, but decided to play safe. And because of that, they probably sat on some kills, in particular, a kill that they probably had on Call Me Chris. Do you think that they probably switched it up and are a little bit more aggressive going forward, Cap?
Honestly, I think aggression is going to be the key to the dub here because that the placement points aren't as big of a commodity as they would be under normal circumstances, that, you know, as long as you're able to survive, you're going to get a decent amount of placement points. So I think the big difference is going to be the elimination points, and I think that was proven in qualifier number 1. It's clearly being proven here in qualifier number 2. Again, look at the difference being made by Becklin. They were in number 5th place there in qualifier number 1. Now they're in the top spot. But you want to know what I think is a huge change in difference here? Look at this jump coming from OG Torchmaster. I'm sorry, not OG Torchmaster. Coming from Call Me Chris. Call Me Chris went from the number 7 spot to the number 4 spot. They took OG Torchmaster's number 4 spot in just one qualifier. They were able to jump up 3 placements.
And that's the difference between patience and aggression. I feel like Call Me Chris was patient, was able to make sure that they were in good position, as you saw at the end of the matchup, was able to basically eliminate, although they got one kill stolen from them. Zyk stole one of their kills. The iBambi was the elimination that they sold. They were able to come back and eliminate the person that eliminated the person they were going at initially. So that ended up working out for them, as you see King Sun God and Young and Abu going against each other. They both don't have the best weapon setup. This is a matchup to see between an SMG battle, and it looks like who's coming out on top, Young and Abu, with the suppressor coming through. The suppressor SMG coming through.
Yep, like we said earlier, subs do in fact get dubs. This is a fact. We know this. And with that being said, you know, when it comes to working the subs, I definitely like to fire from the hip. Again, we saw a couple of instances there. I don't know if it was the nerves, a little bit of panic, but it seems as though that a couple of those shots were in fact off target. But luckily for Young and Abu, they were able to get their shots on point. And now to the victor go the spoils. As you can see, they got a lot of loot to work with here now.
A lot of loot to work with, in fact, getting a mythic, Craig. So that's interesting to see what benefits that they get from it. I think it was a Cobra, but it doesn't seem like they like to play the long game. We'll see what loadout they have at the end of our time here, as T-Rex is just trying to make sure that they get their shield up, trying to loot in the beginning. Oh, nice little output already. Getting a blue hammer is something that's very nice as well. Goo gun, the explosive goo gun, really interesting and really powerful tool. I think it also helps you loot quickly. We'll see if they save that for a skirmish or if they just use that as a utility weapon, and also too getting another sub. So apparently they all are under the mentality of you, Cap. They're trying to get these dubs with all these subs that we're seeing. It's T-Rex trying to find something. Becklin on the other side, ooh, already getting a mythic hammer. That's definitely good. We're positively golden gamers here. We're trying to make sure that they have the most positively golden setup as they get everything that they need to, and they're going towards the Rave Cave. That's going to be a good spot for loot, isn't that, Cap?
Oh, it most certainly is. And again, this is where we've seen Becklin really dominate there. And this is where they got their start there in game number 2. They started at the Rave Cave immediately, getting a 2-piece, a double elimination, and they were able to use that momentum to build their victory all the way to that number 1 spot in that victory royale. But take a look at this. Call Me Chris. now taking to the tornado, trying to cover a little bit more ground here. And keep in mind, call me Chris, we're already able to jump up 3 placements in a single game. So they're going to look to continue that momentum. And already we can see this tactic, once again, trying to get that bird's eye view, trying to get the lay of the land and find some poor, unsuspecting players that they can drop in on.
These hurricanes, these air balloons, these trampolines, they're all going to be so important for you to not only rift out of precarious situations, but also just to get an eye on things. And right now, call me Chris, just riding that torpedo, hopefully riding it to victory. But right now, just getting a bird's eye view, also very nice to see. As they saw earlier, they had in the last matchup, they had a height disadvantage. And because of that, they were eliminated. So probably making sure that they don't get in the same position that they were last time. As we hop all over the place to find Kryptonite right here, trying to see what they are doing. They're on their way out of Rocky, near Shiny, near the gas station near Shiny. I'm probably also going to use that strategy of just hopping between places.
And again, you got to cover as much ground as possible because that's the best way you're going to get loot is simply just by going out and exploring. But at the same time, it is a double-edged sword because the more that you explore, the more vulnerable you become to attack, especially from players like Chris, like Becklin, who are constantly waiting to pounce on any suspecting player who are in the middle of looting. But look, now Cryptic trying to get up high as well.
Yeah, Cryptic trying to do what they do. Get that high ground. I do love that Cuphead, old school type, Betty Boop type skin. As you see, iBambi looking like they're around. Cryptic was. iBambi seeing them in the corner. They do have that sniper. Will their aim be truer than it was before? We will see. It looks like they like that snipe game. They just need to be accurate with it, as they're instead trying to get a little bit more loot to fight another day.
Yeah, and you got to give credit to iBambi. You know, they have been struggling with the sniper rifle, but they are consistent when it comes to placement, and they have been able to get at least 1 elimination per round. So they are currently still within the podium, that top 3 finish. So iBambi, nothing if not consistent.
Nothing if not consistent, and consistency usually spells 2 wins. We'll see if those consistency spells a victory, as OG Torchmaster has that car. It looks like they're just trying the quest to loot too. They do have that purple lever, so that's good, and that goo gun as well. But they could honestly stand to be a little bit better with their output and what they have so far on their table.
Oh, yeah, definitely not the worst setup, but definitely not the best either. We've already seen some purple hammers on the board, and right now, you know, the purple level action shotgun is going to be able to hold their own, at least for the time being. But look at Young and Abu. They got the purple sub and the purple AR in their favor. Now they just got to get their shields up. They're sitting at 50 right now with 3 slurps on the board, but take a look at this. Trix, or TX Riz, my apologies, now coming in to get the jump on Young and Abu.
You know what? It could be Tricks. That's one of those things where we're going to have to ask those gamers at the end of the day, because I thought that as well. But I do know that this is a fierce battle. And right now, T-Rex had the shield advantage. And because of that, they ended up coming away with the spoils. And we'll get all of not only that shield to replenish all the shield that they left, but we'll also get all of that elimination point. Good job on them.
Oh, absolutely, but I think I may have heard a third party coming in close there. I could be mistaken because Captain do in fact be capping, but I could have swore I heard some shots coming in from on high. So again, that's why we saw, you know, Riz got out of the way ASAP. They made sure to get some cover before they stopped popping those juices, again, going for the shields. So again, Riz definitely vulnerable here, and it may have been iBambi. We know they have the sniper, a mythic sniper at that. So one shot from that, and you're going to be in some trouble.
One shot, you're going to be in some trouble. But right now, getting the shot has been iBambi's situation, all right? Honestly, a very cute situation right there. They're trying to play juggle with that semi, and right now they're trying to get across the board away from T-Rex, so that's good for them as they can get an opportunity to make sure that they can sustain their shields and get into a better situation. But right now, Bambi just trying to find better loot. They have great loot, actually, a great loot outfit, about the best as we've seen so far today. A purple lever, a purple hammer, and also to a mythic sniper. Oh yeah, you're in good position right there.
Absolutely, and I'm kind of surprised they haven't gotten an elimination on the board. But with that being said, there has only been 3 so far here in Wave 3. So, again, still a good chance for any of these players to really take the lead as they have plenty of elimination potential. As once again, we are getting ready to head into the 3rd phase here of game number 3. And now a lot of these players are going to get pushed a lot closer together.
A lot closer together, and they're not all in this for together. They're all in this actually against each other. So we'll see if those close quarters make for heated situations. As we see right here, Becklin has their eyes on Call Me Chris. Call Me Chris getting that elimination on the first leader of our qualifiers, and that was Zyk. And right now, Becklin ended up getting in a precarious situation, thought that they had the jump on their prey. Instead, Call Me understood that they were being chased at and pounced at their predator. Good job.
Oh, absolutely. And now finally, Bambi does catch up to Riz, and now we have yet another 1v1 scenario. Bambi a little bit better equipped for the situation as they are going to throw down some fortifications and now have an upper hand over Riz, who's going to try and play the low ground here over on that hill, but quickly making their way up to the high ground. Bambi now trying to get the read on Riz, and they lost where they were.
Yeah, Bambi and Trix have been flirting with each other, it seems like, this whole game. And it seems right now, one of them's playing hard to get, and that's not T-Rex right now. They're going for it right now, going towards them, setting up that bunker. Not in good positioning as Bambi can't even get an eye on T-Rex, able to escape into the house, which is good. At least they can make sure they get visual. Replenish their health. Bambi, they're getting into the situation.
Yeah, that they are. They're up on top of the house now. And once again, trying to rely on that high ground. They do have the pump lever shoddy to try and deal that damage. But I got to tell you, Riz right now definitely playing a good game of cat and mouse right now, just avoiding Bambi at all costs. And now look at Bambi trying to go for cover in the trees. Now here come the bush tactics.
Here come the bush tactics. Again, all of this flirting, my goodness. Am I watching a romantic comedy? There's a cabin, there's flirting, there's shooting, there's shot right now. Somebody has to shoot their shot and it has to land. We'll see who it is, but right now, they're both afraid to just come close. Guys, I know Valentine's Day is on the corner. You know, knowing our society, the way that our world works, hey, who cares about Christmas? It's Valentine's Day today. Go ahead, shoot that shot. Make sure it lands. As you see, Zyk is right here on OG Torchmaster as they run away.
Oh, yeah, Torchmaster, they're going to get out of dodge here. No problem there. Got the vehicle, was able to get away from Zyk. And if we learned anything from heat number 1 is that you don't want to take that 1v1. Zyk, oh so dangerous there. And now they are looking to reclaim their number 1 spot here. As keep in mind, Zyk did fall to number 2. Thanks to Becklin. Becklin already out, so this could be the big opportunity Zyk could need to take their number 1 spot back.
Or it could be an opportunity for someone like Bambi to get into the place that they are, but they are going to have to watch out because T-Rex has been on their tail the entire time here. But it looks like T-Rex has found possibly a new victim as we see Call Me Chris and Zyk also in the same area, just below each other. I think Call Me Chris knows that Zyk is around the corner, just doesn't have the best positioning on them. One thing about this new update in Fortnite is that there's more of a vertical game than a horizontal game, and that makes it interesting when you're trying to figure out where your opponents might be. Call Me Chris, a little lost here, trying to find out where the cheese is.
You know, I'm pretty sure they have a pretty good inkling on where their opponent is. Now it's just about the approach. You don't want to jump in willy-nilly and then give up a whole mess of damage, as already you can see. They do have a read on Zyk. They're going to go up high, and now once again, taken to the torpedo, trying to get a read of the land so that way they can find their next victim.
Trying to find their next victim. This mouse is trying to find a cheese, but will they go ahead and find it or get trapped? We'll see. iBambi has a visual on one of the hired guns for a player. Just can't find out where that player is. Good positioning though, especially to having that sniper. Always good to have a golden sniper. Call Me Chris is at top though too, so they're gonna have to keep a visual on them. Oh my goodness, able to see just in time is always good to make sure that you have those chugs, because guess what? It lets you heal on the run. They definitely needed that, and they need to escape. Good job also finding that trampoline. I think it will end up saving them in this situation.
Oh, absolutely. A great heads-up play coming from the side of iBambi, being able to get the read on Chris, and now aiming down sight with the sniper from up on low here, trying to get the read on Chris, but once again, just cannot land their shots. And again, that's not on the fault of iBambi that time around. That one was just because Call Me Chris just simply did not stay still. They were jumping, they were moving, they were duck, diving, dipping, dodging, and diving away from every single shot that was coming from iBambi.
Call Me Chris has been listening to old school Destiny's Child, jumping. And because of that, they're able to live another day. But look at this better positioning right now that I like for iBambi, trying to get back at Call Me Chris. But still, those targets, it will not land, unfortunately. But there's a closer skirmish that iBambi has let themselves into right now. I don't think they saw it, but I think Zyke is also trying to land some shots as well. It's getting heated right here, certainly.
Yep, that it is. And now look, it's none other than Zyke who has the read on iBambi. Keep in mind, these two in heat number one did have that final 1v1, and it was Zyke to come out on top. And now once again, Zyke trying to take it to iBambi, who is, of course, going to be jumping, trying to avoid the danger here. Meanwhile, you can see all the remaining players trying to make their way in, as we are only 30 seconds away from storm number 5 beginning to close.
And so far, even with the eliminations, except for now, everybody had one, but iBambi now having two, with a little bit of rubbing in your face as well, taunting with the emote afterwards. iBambi finally getting a shot to go down with the sniper. I know that has to feel so good. They dance and feel so good. Zyke trying to make sure that they can get an elimination, because they are the only ones left on the map that has none so far in this heat.
Yeah, and you can see they know iBambi has the sniper, so they're going to try and close the gap quickly, as now you can see Riz will be eliminated. Call Me Chris up on high. Still has an inclination of where iBambi is, so they're going to avoid that danger. But remember, Zyke was on the trail of iBambi. iBambi nearly being eliminated here, and it will be Call Me Chris to finally put iBambi down after hunting them for so long.
After Zyke has gotten so many, had stolen so many steals, now they get their steal stolen as well. And right now it's a 2v2 situation. Call Me Chris and Zyke. Zyke at a disadvantage when it comes to height, and also too when it comes to weapons. Having that legendary, that mythic, I apologize, hammer. That's definitely something that you want to see. We'll see how effective they are at using it. No long range weapons, just a long standoff. We'll see who comes out on top of this Cold War right here at the top of this icy slope. As we see shots going, shots at cover. Very smart to do, especially with so much ammo that they've acquired. That's one cover down. Zyke moving up for the kill. Will they get it? Call Me Chris in dire straits. All they need is a little bit more, and then they got it. Zyke, only one elimination, but that's the one that they needed in order to make sure that they came out on top. Excellent strategy, getting rid of that cover that they had, because after that cover, it was nothing left to really stand in their way. All they needed to do was pounce on the kill, and that's exactly what they did. Zyke getting another victory crown.
Absolutely, and that might have been enough to take the number one spot, because you have to remember Becklin, who was currently in the first place position, got eliminated extraordinarily early before they can amount a real mass of elimination points. So with that being said, being able to get at least that one elimination and the victory royale might have been enough to put Zyke back on top.
Yes, Zyke, only was down, 3 points for like a second, but then came back on top. Probably, as he said, we're going to calculate the points after this break. We're probably going to end up assuming that top spot. We'll see who ends up coming on second, because iBambi actually did an excellent job getting kills and also to better positioning as well. We will calculate and tally all those scores after we get to our break, but right now it's time to go to our highlights because we saw a lot of good ones during this matchup.
Yeah, and look at this turn right here from Call Me Chris. This was a fantastic round for Call Me Chris.
Yes.
You know, we're talking about
Yes.
iBambi and, you know, we're talking about Zyke, but Call Me Chris stepped up in a major way there. Again, they were hunting iBambi for so long, and finally, Call Me Chris were able to get that elimination, and it looks as though they would be able to finish with at least 3 with that second place finish as well. So again, Call Me Chris had a breakout game there in Heat 3.
And you know what? Call Me Chris was towards the bottom of our leaderboard, tied for 7 after our first heat. But eventually they came up, they overcame their ranking, and it looks like they actually might be top 5 coming up pretty soon. So we'll see after we calculate all of this. But it was a great matchup, great heat. We have 2 more of these left to go down, and you're not going to want to miss this, gamers. Remember, go ahead, make sure you're using exclamation point raffle in the chat to make sure that you could get one of our lists of various prizes that we have here. We will be back with more action. You don't want to mix these next 2 heats coming up after the break.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
All right. Well, hello and welcome back once again to a McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Fortnite Tournament. Once again, brought to you and presented by Coca-Cola. As always, I am Captain Etsuka, joined by none other than Bordy McBoard. Bordy, we have already seen 3 games down, and now we are getting ready to head into game number 4.
Game number 4, there was a lot of movement so far on the standings. I'm excited to see where those standings pan out. We're still calculating that in the background, but I do know this for sure, that Becklin is probably back on top after blicking everybody that we've seen. He's done an excellent job so far, just making sure that you're always towards the end. And if you're always towards the end, you're always going to amass a lot of points. Now, have they gotten as many eliminations as they had before? No. The first game, I believe they had 7, and then after that, it's been 0. It's been 1. But, 1 and 1, I believe. But they've still done an excellent job of just making sure you're one of the top 3, top 5 individuals left on the board. And when you do that, you're going to acquire a lot of points, and that's going to bode you well going forward in this competition.
Now, you see, one thing that I couldn't help but notice here, Bordy McBoard, is that we haven't seen a centralized POI. In qualifier number 1, it was all about Greasy Grove. That's where the top spot was. That's where a lot of the victory royales came from. But this time around, we're seeing a real spread of the map here. We're getting a good bit of everything. And we've really got to see a couple of POIs being used to come through and get a couple of eliminations and also some first place victory royales as well. So again, it's really interesting to see how these players are adapting as these games continue to go on.
Yes, you choose well in the beginning. You usually are going to be choosing who you're going against towards the end. And Zyk has been so consistent so far in this competition, but also, too, Becklin as well. We'll see how both of these gamers are going so far in the future. And it seems to me like we already kind of know what their output is going to be. Interesting that we're not seeing them get the full assortment of weapons. Instead, Becklin, no, even though their aim is true, which is something I'd like to see them do in the future, probably use more long-range weapons because their aim has been true so far, but they've been doing it all with assault rifles. And I think that they could probably do better with something like a Cobra where it has that long range, so it kind of has the utility of a sniper while also to having that ability to get off several shots like an AR.
Yeah, and once again, we can see iBambi here trying to get some early loot in, but they're having a little difficulty. Finally, they're able to get the weapon inside the chest, and it was a good one. They were able to get that mythic sub early here, and we already know just how dangerous iBambi can be within close proximity, nearly as dangerous as they are from a distance. We got to see iBambi struggle there in the first 2 quals with the sniper rifle, but it came through for them in Game 3.
iBambi doing what they need to do to make sure that they are good. And right now, I really do like that output. It seems that iBambi doesn't go to the sub all the time, but I wonder if they keep it just because that sub does have that higher level, that being golden, and make sure that it does more damage, is more stable, and could put in more work. And that's something that you definitely want to make sure that you're doing when you're in a competition as fierce as this one, as we're getting some of the new points coming on through. Zyk on top again with 74 points. Becklin right now farther behind with 66 points. That's an 8-point difference. iBambi with 62, 4-point difference right there. And also tied for third as well as Call Me Chris. As I said, Call Me Chris doing an excellent job to make sure that they could come up in the rankings, getting into the top 5. That's something that's beautiful to see.
Oh, absolutely. And you want to talk about something that's beautiful to see. How about these leaderboards after game number 3? Zyk now officially back on top, able to take the lead again from Becklin, who is close behind in second place. Of course, you got Zyk with 74, Becklin with 66. And check this out. The rivalry of the day, I think, is going to be between iBambi and Call Me Chris, currently tied for third with 62 points. And rounding up the 5th place is King Sun God with 54.
King Sun God, you always pray to King Ra, as you see right there, doing a good job. But unfortunately, not doing so hot in the standings right now. We're hoping to see that they do a little bit better on the standings if Platinum Hits decided to forego that lightsaber and instead go with that Cobra. I really do like the Cobra, the versatility to go between sniping and between an AR utility. They seem like they like it too. And also having that lever, and we talked about how much we both like that lever, Cap, because it feels like one of the best shotties in the game when it comes to ability to fire off, when it comes to damage. It has a trifecta going on there, and it's really nice weapon to use.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I don't blame them for opting out from the lightsaber. I love the lightsaber. It definitely comes in clutch. But again, I just feel like the shotty is more viable when it comes to, really ducking and dodging, getting in between cover. And, honestly, all it takes is really one solid shot from the shotty to get an elimination. Whereas the lightsaber, you're going to have to get into a couple of exchanges. You're going to take damage, even though you will get the elimination. But it is a lot more in and out in a quick elimination when you're able to land headshots with the shotty. So again, I don't blame them for leaving that lightsaber behind.
One solid shot from the shotty. Say that 5 times fast. That's going to be a mouthful. See, impressive tongue-twisting skills right there from Cap, as you see. Impressive looting going so far from Zyke and everybody just doing a good job loading up on the things that they need to in order to advance. Zyke just testing out some of the weapons, probably trying to bait people, as you see right here. Becklin trying to make sure that they can land on somebody. We did see that not work out for them. King Chris, call me Chris, I apologize. Found out that they were lurking in the background. They able to counter them, but it doesn't seem like they have a visual on Young and Naboo. So good job by Young and Naboo. Seems like Young and Naboo has been camping at that exact spot for it seems like every single game, and it's honestly kind of worked out in the standings. They have been hovering around 6, around 7 the entire time. And again, like we talked about it, some gamers are going to camp, some are going to go for it. And so far it hasn't been giving them spectacular play, and they haven't had a top 5 spot, but at least they've been hovering around the top of the qualifiers. And that's something that you want to do in order to make sure that you advance.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, camping, can definitely pay off. But the thing about camping is that you want to camp in a place where you can actually look to see you get a lay of the land. Like we've seen, some of these top players, you could say they have been camping, towards the high ground there. And even though you didn't see my finger quotations, I'm sure you could hear it in my voice. Camping, in the top, in the high ground. But at the same time, they're using it to get a lay of the land. And like we saw earlier from Becklin, once they get a read on a player, they jump in. And now Platinum Hits has a read on Young and Naboo.
Look at that. It seems like you have the premonition ability because you figured out that Young and Naboo would be caught in a corner. But Young and Naboo's aim has got them into a good situation, couldn't get them to actually save themselves from their situation. Better positioning might have saved them overall, but instead they end up getting eliminated by Platinum Hits, who knew that they were there camping in that spot the entire time.
Yeah, well, there you have it. And now you can see Becklin and Riz getting ready to find themselves in a little bit of an altercation here. And the last time these two met, if I'm not mistaken, Riz was on the receiving end of damage. So it's going to be a tough fight, but Riz already does have the read on Becklin, and already they're going to take up on high on the top of the balloon now. Should give them a little bit of an advantage, but already they're losing Becklin, and now Becklin is about to take the fight to Riz.
I like that on the receiving end, and Becklin all the way around that area just hasn't been landing in the spot, and I think that's a smart idea too, because Riz would have been right there gun hot in order to get them. I think they're trying to make sure that they're in a good spot. Right now they're landing on him though, unafraid of the positioning that Riz had, and going forward, Becklin able to win that duel and end up with the elimination. Nice to see there.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, the big mistake there coming from Riz is that they took out the sniper. Don't get me wrong, the sniper is great, especially when you have the range, but that time the range was not in your favor. Becklin was bringing the fight to you. That's the time you want to break out the shotty and really just try and shoot down low while they're coming up, because they're literally coming right up into your crosshairs. If they're shooting up the balloon and you're sitting on top, start laying fire down in there. And you saw they were beginning to look that way, but they didn't pull the trigger. They waited a little bit too long, and then Becklin was able to take advantage.
Waited a little bit too long, or also confused. Some nifty, I guess, like trying to figure out positioning or something like that from Becklin. It ended up working out in their favor because I think that they confused their opponent, T-Riz, there. And because of that, they were able to make sure that they couldn't really get their crosshairs where they needed to go and were able to get the kill. But as you see right here, Call Me Chris trying to pounce on Becklin, like Becklin trying to pounce on Call Me Chris before. Call Me Chris ended up the victor, though, right now. Good job right there, rifting out. Good job, because Becklin was right on their tail. And now they're just playing a game of cat and mouse to figure out who is going to end up shooting at what.
And again, Call Me Chris trying to get away, and is able to avoid the danger, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, King Sun God is going to try and make their way in here, but again, not pushing up too far, as Call Me Chris still trying to get away, and Becklin still dealing out the damage, and now they're going for the full sin. They're chasing Call Me Chris. They are not going to allow them to escape. They're going to go and try and hunt them down.
And that's so smart because they're so low, and Call Me Chris knows that they're in a bad position. All they can do is fight for their life. But right now, they pull it off. A miracle. Becklin going for the goal. Call Me Chris ends up getting eliminated back. I don't even know who hit them. It was Zyk coming out of nowhere. Chaotic match right there. Chaotic sequence. As you see, that one person was trying to go for it all, was able to turn the tables. But eventually, the tables was all the way flipped upside down. Able to get a kill off that third party, and my goodness, that's 2 eliminations in a crazy way. Cap, I don't even know what was that. That was just great play.
No, absolutely. And again, Call Me Chris was able to absolutely turn on Becklin to get that elimination. But shortly thereafter, Zyk was there and waiting to finish the job on Call Me Chris. Again, that's an easy pick. They already went through an intense battle. They were extremely low, literally one shot. And then Zyk was able to take advantage of that, get the elimination, and also put themselves even further in the placement points, because keep in mind, Zyk still currently in that top spot.
We'll see where this leaves Call Me Chris, because they were doing well towards the top of the leaderboards. But with that placement getting eliminated so early on, we'll see. That might push them all the way down to out the top 5 after doing such a good job to climb back up. They ended up not being able to come back on top, as you see Cryptite trying to do what they do on the outside again. That lovely skin, Halloween-esque theme. And King Sun God, too. With some junk riffs. You know, you don't see people carry junk riffs a lot, I would say, in 1v1 solo opportunities. We'll see how they use it to their advantage, because it could be an interesting distraction in a solo fight. But I see it more in squad play or trios, duo play than I do in solo.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to figure out what King Sun God's plan is with this big rig, and finally they do take it off the platform, and now they are underway here, trying to get back within the good graces of the safety that is the inner circle as that storm continues to move in. But I got to tell you, this makes them a gigantic mobile target right now. Like, if I saw this going on, I'm going to be trying to blow this truck up, and whoever is in who is ever in the driver's seat is now, they are slowly but surely making their way back in as that ring continues to push ever so closely. And now, keep in mind that we are just about at halfway here, but they're going to go for this loadout drop here. They're going to go for the supply crate.
Yeah, supply crate is good. It's a very dangerous situation. And as I say that, they're getting shot at. They have nothing else to go to but to go back into their big rig. iBambi, in good positioning, sees them from the top, probably realizes they don't have the firepower to take out the big rig in time. So instead, we'll let that fly away. As you see, also passing Y2 Cryptid right there. As Cryptid gets away to iBambi, unable to get any but kill off of those good positioning that they were in, but at least has those chuggers to help that damage that they acquired in the storm.
Yeah, and they got a lot of them, too. Look at this. It looks like they're sitting on at least 20 remaining of those. And now, once again, never too late in the game to try and loot. As once again, iBambi still holding on to their current positioning in the leaderboard. As right now, once again, iBambi tied in the third with Call Me Chris at 62 points, but Call Me Chris already eliminated, so I think it's safe to say that iBambi will be taking that spot over Call Me Chris.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very safe to say. They will probably be walking away with it. And you know who else will be rising up is King Sun God. Really doing an excellent job of staying alive in this matchup, utilizing cards, which can be interesting because they do give away your positioning with sound cues, but is able to get away and switch the cards when they needed to. As we see the circle closing up to such a small area. It's about to get claustrophobic up in here as Platinum hits another player who's always seeming to be at the end, trying to find somebody.
And look at this. Once again, we make our way back over to iBambi, and King Sun God does have the read on them from afar with the sniper rifle. Now, if that's not ironic, I don't know what is. iBambi, time and time again, having players in their sights with the sniper, and now they are on the receiving end of that sniper scope. As you can see, King Sun God now turning their attention back over towards that gas station where Platinum Hits was only moments ago.
Platinum hits skirting away. Good positioning right now. Talk about King Sun God really at the top of the place that they could be, kind of in a new situation. As you see a player behind them though, so watch out. They might end up being snuck behind as iBambi is in that corner. I'm not sure if they know that iBambi is right there. I think they do though. It looks like they're peeking in that position every once in a while. Yeah, they know that iBambi's there. They're waiting.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of danger there for King Sun God. Again, they're stuck between three different players at the moment, and iBambi, of course, the closest in proximity, looking to get that elimination on King Sun God. And now Platinum Hits, who took a lot of damage from the ring. It looked like, no, it's Zyk coming up from behind. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of this one. This is going to be extraordinarily tough, and when that shield goes down, there will be pain to pay here. As you can see, Platinum just trying to get out of dodge. It's not going to go their way here. They're literally just one hit, and there you have it. Zyk picking up the elimination, getting their second on the day for Game 4.
This is why we always keep some type of heals on us and mobility as well. As you see Zyk get to the across the map right here. iBleach is right behind them. iBambi, I apologize. It's right behind them. They have that sniper that they're so good with, or at least they always make sure that they have on it. Let's see if they can get their shots on them right here. As you also see somebody else too, Sun God, also in the corner. It's quite contentious right now, as everybody is aware of where everyone is. They just need to get good positioning on them.
Yeah, I don't think this was the best positioning coming from iBambi here, and I don't know how they're not eliminated yet, but it should be coming through soon as Zyk has the read on iBambi, and that will do it. Zyk now getting the third elimination here in Game 4. And now all well within the lead.
I apologize for that. I apologize, but I'm laughing at Sun God trying to get a junk rip off in that situation too. Very funny.
Yeah, well, now you can see Zyk now find themselves in a 1v1 with the King Sun God. As again, the sniper rifle shots just aren't landing, and now they're out of ammo. So this is going to be a battle of the headshots here. Who can get the head clicks and who can get the win? King Sun God, now with their back against the ring as well, are going to have to make a move soon, but not soon enough. As you can see, Zyk will once again come out on top with 4 eliminations and the victory royale.
Did we have any doubt about it when it was that 1v1 situation? Even though Zyk didn't have the high ground, Zyk's skill has been on fire this entire time. Really just a good job at aiming. They don't need to make sure that they have a Cobra or sniper or anything long range. All they just need is just a couple one-hit fire shots, 1, 2, 3 at a time with a hammer, with a ranger, with whatever. And they could get the job done, and that's exactly what we've seen for them. A good job, though. I will want to give a shout out to King Sun God Rod. They were on 5th. They were looking on the outside in. They are going to move up because of that, especially too because Call Me Chris ended up being eliminated. But what did you see from that game? Because I really enjoyed everything that we saw, Cap.
Honestly, I just saw a lot of back and forth here. And what feels bad is that, we did see a lot of early eliminations, but they were from people who honestly did not make it to the end like Zy-K did. Once again, Becklin, we saw trying to be that aggressor, trying to get those early eliminations, but Zy-K playing the long game was able to get the dub all the way into the final moments here. And that's what really made the difference, being able to play out the storm as long as they could and pick people off one at a time, taking their battles very slowly and yet methodically. And at the end of the day, it was Zy-K once again getting that victory royale. And honestly, if the rest of the lobby can take out Becklin early, then it's more often than not going to end with a Zy-K dub. But if Becklin can stay on their feet throughout the entire time, then they could be a real challenge to Zy-K there in that top spot.
Becklin with the blicky is quite tricky, but actually who's the most mean is Zy-King coming out on top. Victory again, 3 victories right now. Did not get in the second heat, but so far has gotten 3 out of the last 4 games. Can they get a 4th one? Well, we'll see. Coming up shortly. Thank you guys so much. Again, this is Black and Positively Golden Gamers. I am Board McBoard. That is Captain Atsoka. And this is a break coming up right now.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
Have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. in the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around in your right foot, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the action and welcome back, most importantly, to the last heat of our first qualifying matchup. It's been a time, hasn't it, Cap?
Oh, it most certainly has. Again, all the way from qualifier number 1 to now.
Cap,
Again, here in
terribly can't
qualifier
hear
number
you for
2.
the moment, buddy.
Now, you see, that is interesting. I'm not sure what would cause
Technical
that.
difficulties are afoot. We'll make sure that Cap's audio is on fire. But right now, we've been seeing one particular player on fire, and that has been Zyk doing an excellent job of getting up all of these victories that they could. And because of that, they've been doing an excellent job of getting the most amount of points. Right now, we are still calculating in the back what those numbers would look like after that last game 4 heat. But so far, excellent job by Zyk. Becklin also doing an excellent job, but they might end up being surmounted by iBambi, who lasted a lot longer in that last match 4 action. As we see, checking into King Sun God right now, in the middle of that lake, in the middle of quite a precarious spot normally in the main game with all those gamers, but right now in a smaller lobby, it's been smooth sailing in the middle of that lake so far. Becklin. All right. Doing an excellent job. And can we hear you now, Cap? Or can I hear you now?
I think.
I apologize.
Yeah,
That might have been mine.
I mean, I think. Can you? You tell me. Can you hear me now?
Good. It's like those Verizon commercials, you know?
Right. I'm just making sure.
Apologize.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You know, the thing about technology is that sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. And mine was not working for a moment. I apologize.
No, that's fine. I was about to say, I'm looking at my end, and I'm like, hang on a second. I'm pretty sure they can hear me, but, hey, it happens. It do be like that sometimes, but now we are well on the way here in a game 5 of qualifier number 2. And already we have been off to a fantastic start. We've had a lot of great games, but keep in mind of what's on the line for qualifier number 1. First place gets $250, second place gets $100, and third place gets 50 bones. So that is a nice chunk of change on the line. And not only that, but they will also qualify to go on into the grand finale. So still a lot on the line for a lot of these players, and this could be their last and final attempt to put themselves in the money and put themselves within the prize pool.
Especially for college students, as a reminder to the audience, this is an all HBCU cast of students here going on. And I know that any amount of money, talked about the 50, the 250, the $100. Hey, you give me one bone, I'm going to be good all day. All right. Especially in college, any dollar count. You know what you can buy for $1? Some ramen. All right. So these gamers trying to make sure that they pick up as many bones as they can, on also points too, points via eliminations, points via staying in the game as long as they can. And so far, it seems that Krypton is the only person that has been eliminated of our 10-player lobby at the moment, but there's plenty more eliminations to come in the meantime.
Yeah, and that's a feels bad because Cryptic was definitely working their way up to trying to crack that top 5. But meanwhile, it is Zyk leading the pack here in first place with 103 points. And now iBambi in second, coming all the way up to second place here with 83 points. Becklin falling close behind with 81. Call Me Chris in the 4th place spot with 78. And then King Sun God in the 5th spot with 76.
So it seems that Zyk has done a good job at building a greatly 20-point lead on everybody. They're going to be sitting comfortably as long as they make sure that they just stay in the game long. They don't even really need to get eliminations as much anymore. You stay in the game for a long time, you're going to guarantee that you get not only an opportunity to get advanced in this qualifier, but also to get some money as well. That's something that you'd love to see, again, as college students, as kind of got themselves into an interesting situation, removing their ability to get up there for a moment, was able to get the loot that they want.
Yeah, but keep in mind, there's still another player here lurking in Tilted Towers, so we can see an early fight going down between Zyk and whoever that one player may be. But for the time being, they're going to be trying to find themselves some better loot here, as unfortunately they are not off to the greatest start. But take a look at Greasy Grove. We do have some players over there as well. Remember, that was one of our hot spots from qualifier number 1. And now, as the ring continues to move in, we can see the centralized focus in this POI, at least in terms of the Game 4, has been Tilted Towers.
Tilted Towers, usually one of the sweatiest places that you could be in the main game. And right now, we're sweating a little trying to figure out what is going down at the end of these heats. Again, game 5 of these heats, the person with the most amount of points gets money and cash prizes. Top 10 get to move on, as you see iBambi, who's always been at the end of that list when it comes to winning and staying in the game and staying alive. They're getting some loot right there in that crater. See somebody else right there on a loot crate, so doing a good job right there. Zyk, Justin Tilton, building up that equipment, and if they come outside, they are going to be into a rude awakening. So best to load up in as much health and weapons as possible, because they're going to end up jumping right into a fight.
Yep, that they are. And remember, once again, we are seeing players take to the high ground now, and things are getting a lot more intense because this is their last chance. So you thought we saw a little bit of a slow-paced game before. Get ready. Things are about to come to a screeching halt because no one wants to get eliminated early here in the last heat of qualifier number 1, as already you can see that first storm is making its way in.
First storm is coming. And honestly, this isn't the worst thing for Zyk. They're going to need transportation in order to make sure that they don't take on too much damage. But at least they don't have King Sun God on them, because King Sun God was going to be in position to basically get that elimination. And it looks like they haven't given up. They know where they're coming from, and they're going for the glory. They're trying to make sure that they get an early elimination. We might have the leader out already.
Well, let's see how they play this one. As you can see, it will be Zyke trying to make their way into the storm. They do pop the bubble, and now King Sun God has to back off a little bit, making sure they don't give away any free damage, as Zyke does get in the vehicle and is now making their way, closing their way in on Sun God. And it looks as though they're just going to drive right on by and right into a tree.
Driving skills could be a little bit better. You know, not everybody has those crazy taxi skills like we saw before, but we are seeing a crazy matchup right now. T-Rex getting into it with Becklin, and there you go. T-Rex is not for kids, silly rabbit. Becklin doing a good job of making sure that they come out on top. That shoddy game, doing everything that they need to in order to make sure that they are staying alive.
Yep, that they are, and now Backlund finds themselves a little bit of transportation themselves, but not before hitting an innocent pedestrian. Whoops-a-daisy. Is now they find themselves inside the Chrome-nado, as I like to call it, and they are going all the way up, trying to get to the high ground and get a read on their opponents here. No one wanting to give up position just yet, and none other than Call Me Chris is going to be meeting them at the top, and both are just eyeing each other down.
And I like that. You know what? It's just surfing on the wave, it feels like, just looking at each other. They can't end up, actually shooting at each other. So why not just, go ahead and just say, hey, guy, you liking the waves? Everything's going good? All right, we're just chilling. We're just sitting there, twirling on top. I appreciate that. A little bit of fun that we're seeing. iBambi, though, no time for games, trying to get another elimination. Instead, going away from the fight. Very interesting. I wonder if they saw that they were in a disadvantage. Leaving Zyke for their own as they go and closer towards that circle that's closing on in.
And now somebody has their eyes set on iBambi. As you did see that shots did start to rain in, but thankfully, for the good old-fashioned bush tactics, iBambi was able to avoid the danger. And now look at Zyke now getting a read on iBambi. Trying to make their way around, but also at the same time trying to avoid the damage of that ring. It's still just storm number 2, so they can eat a good bit of that damage, but still, you would prefer not to.
Zyke trying to hunt Bambi on down. Didn't get a lot of damage, but is instead trying to play for the circle game, which is smart because you don't want to get into fights in the circle, at least without making sure you have a lot of health on you. And Zyke finally able to secure that health that they needed, because 2 chugs are not going to do it. Does have at least that shield in their back pocket. This is a nice setup so far. They have their signature SMG. They have their AR. So that's definitely good for Zyke, but I'm sure that they want more because Green probably isn't going to do it in the end game.
Yeah, well, as we get closer and closer towards that end game, you can see they are going to be making their way out of the danger here and over to Lustrous Lagoon, which very well could be the ending spot here. But no, you can see that circle now moving into more of an open field here. This is where things are going to get interesting. A lot less cover and a lot less obstacles in your way when it comes to taking these fights. And you can see right here, Torchmaster, again, trying to make their way up. They're currently in the 6th spot, but now they have an opportunity to really boost themselves in the overall scoreboard and hopefully put themselves in contention for getting that prize pool.
Becklin doing a job, just camping out, just waiting for things to happen. Little do they know, Call Me Chris is also doing the same thing, trying to play safe as this circle is closing on in. Not quite so claustrophobic, close quarters territory, but it is getting spicy as all of these players are trying to make sure that they don't get iced out of this competition.
And now you can see, as we are looking at a lot of players begin to corral around Lustrous Lagoon, it's only a matter of time before this powder keg explodes and we start to see all of this crossfire go underway. Meanwhile, you can see iBambi still trying to work their way in, picking up some loot along the way. All the while, Call Me Chris is sitting pretty comfortably indoors, just waiting for an opportunity to get some easy elimination points.
Easy elimination points are always good. That's what you need to acquire because every point counts, especially when we're not only talking about the ability to move on past these qualifiers, but also to get some cash-ola in your hand right now. Gift cards are being given away. And right now, the gift of patience has been doing a good job for Becklin. Not as aggressive as they have before because players like Call Me Chris have packed them out before. Instead, they're all just trying to wait and see what will happen. My goodness, not as much action as we've seen before, but maybe because it's game 5, all of these gamers are being a little bit safer than they were earlier.
Yeah, again, this is game number 5. They know what's on the line. This could be their last opportunity to really make a difference in the standings. So, yes, they are going to play a lot more conservative, a lot more cautious, and they're showing a lot of respect for one another as they are not going to risk any head clicks. They're not going to peek out. They're not going to risk taking that damage, as you can see. Now that the storm has officially moved right on in, we can see that now a lot of these players are going to have to make a move. They cannot sit here forever.
No, they can't sit here forever. They are right on the edge of the circle. iBambi making their way to push closer to where that circle will probably be. Becklin and Call Me Chris staying pat. Becklin doesn't have that long range that they do, but at least they have a purple. At least they have a gold. That's a good output so far. And they have a couple movement weapons along with health as well. You want to make sure that you have health, particularly fast health. As you see right there, Becklin getting an eye on iBambi. They have that hammer, but the hammer is not long range. They haven't been as accurate from it with long range as we've seen from Zyke. I apologize, but they've done some damage. Can they do it all is the question.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Becklin knows where Call Me Chris is. That's why they're currently sitting literally right on top of that building, not leaving either. They know iBambi is down, and we already know Becklin is the one to push the issue. They are not afraid to jump in there and be overly aggressive, but this time they're not moving. Why? Because they're waiting for Call Me Chris to come out of that house. Meanwhile, iBambi still trying to get a read onto Becklin and try and get those sniper shots out. Meanwhile, they are still aware of the present danger coming from inside of the circle.
And you know what? That's a smart idea because if there's anybody who's had Becklin's number, it's been Call Me Chris. Call Me Chris has been so-so with everybody, had their ups and downs, but when it comes to Becklin, they always make sure that they have their trump card, the kryptonite, whatever it is. Call Me Chris just knows how to attack Becklin. Smart move, being patient. As you see, OG Torchmaster, one of the deepest push that we've seen from them in this matchup, in these sets of matches, I apologize. Zyke is going against King Sun God, and King Sun God is going to meet its sunset with one more shot. Can he survive? He does not. That's an elimination. Zyke getting the first one of potentially many.
Yeah, but now you can see iBambi also making their way around, and look who it is. OG hiding in the bush there. Torchmaster has a fantastic read on iBambi, but iBambi not staying still long enough for them to take advantage, and now the jig is up. They know exactly where they are, and we have ourselves a good old-fashioned 1v1. As you can see, iBambi trying to get out of dodge.
And iBambi does have the weapons advantage, but they don't know that, all right? Torch does, I believe, still had green from what we saw before. So instead of getting better positioning, trying to use that sniper to their advantage, I do like the loadout that they have. I wish iBambi had more health. But right now, they're in a good spot, making sure that they're away from Torchmaster. As we see Zyke on the other side. In between basically everyone, smart as to use, as you said, that bush play, because they're in the circle, but everybody is surrounding them, so they have to play it smart, Cap.
Now that they do. Again, they have to put some method to the madness. They got to be slow and yet methodical. As you can see, Becklin is forced to take cover behind the tree, and now getting the read on Call Me Chris, and finally, Becklin will be able to get that elimination and showing off some moves in the process.
And playing some little Lizzo right now is a victory. Getting the person who's got you several times in this matchup, it has to feel good. It has to feel a little bit personal. And because of that, you saw those excellent dance moves, a little bit of taunt action. We love to see the talking that we're seeing from here. As you see, OG with that purple hammer, not as bad a loadout as I initially thought, but still not the best. As you see, Zyke also not the best with only a green ranger.
And now here comes Becklin trying to get this huge third party coming up behind iBambi, missing not one but two shots, and now being able to follow up with the head clicks to get that elimination. And now they're going to pad the stats even further as they have 3 eliminations here in Game 5 and will now look to try and take the elimination on to Torchmaster.
Oh dear, hunted from behind, and because of that, Becklin gets the bounty and gets a nice little head mount right there, using those shields to their advantage to get into a good position because their opponent is in that bunker. Torchmaster doesn't even notice that Becklin is there, taking out an accomplice. Oh, the explosive blue. Oh my goodness, Torchmaster getting got. Oh my goodness, by who else? But I don't even know who won. Who got that? Was it
Zyke ended up winning.
Zyke
ended up winning that, but what happened was that Torchmaster came in with the goo gun, and if we know anything about the goo gun, it goes boom, it explodes. So it was a kind of kamikaze attack where they took out Becklin, but also took themselves out in return. And you know who ends up winning at the end of the day? It was Zyke.
That's a crazy sequence to end. Torchmaster, I feel like it was the deepest, I believe, that we ever seen Torchmaster, I believe, in these matchups, right, Cap? So, for you to lose in that regard, in that way, oh my goodness, it's got to hurt, especially to Zyke. We've seen him earn those victories before. This time, easy like Sunday morning, no effort, no skill. Just let your opponents outdo themselves as we go over these highlights.
Yeah, and again, Becklin definitely laying down the elimination points here, and Zyke being able to squeeze away with yet another victory. You see, that time Zyke was able to survive the goo gun there, so good on them to avoid the danger, but all the while, Becklin was just padding the stats, getting this huge flank on iBambi with their third elimination, and then getting that final one as well onto Torchmaster. I think they still get credit for this, but look, you can see the goo gun not only takes them out, but also takes themselves, and Becklin was credited with that elimination as well.
Becklin credited with that elimination, and you know what? That'll go good in the future because Becklin and iBambi are going to be the ones who are going to be fighting between the $100 spot and the $50 spot when it comes to these gift cards. Because after Game 4, iBambi was at 83. Becklin with 81. That might flip at the end of this, but we will see after these eliminations, and we will see after the break how these leaderboard matches out, because there's been a lot of action. The one thing we know for sure, Zyke is on top, but where does everybody else land? Well, we'll figure out after this.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did.
looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we love what is throwing up our barriers? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp.
Ooh, Kelsey got negative drip there.
Oh,
Kelsey got a
no.
little
Never said it.
Hey, everybody make fun of him.
That's tough. That's embarrassing.
Hey Braggers, welcome back to Brag House. I'm Kelsey, or Kelsey Plays, and not too long ago we played a community game night with the infamous Pummel Party, the multiplayer board game that definitely ruined some friendships. So there's going to be a lot of laughs, smashes, and murder. Let's get to it.
I was giving you as much time as possible. Survive for us. Survive!
Oh. Different.
SD, right? Oh wait, Brian gets first? Wait!
I was the lightning rod.
I didn't know you got first, though!
Wait, I won. I'm crushing
What you mean?
I wouldn't have jumped off if I knew you were gonna get the first place.
You didn't have a choice.
Literally just got hit by a bus. All right.
I missed that.
Hey, when do you let me move?
I missed
When
that
do you click the
immediately.
button?
Oh wait, I missed it! Wait! Oh shit, son of a
Oh my
bitch.
god, y'all are so bad.
Mine didn't even let
I
me
missed
move.
it entirely.
Brian was not even
God,
paying
y'all
attention.
are so bad.
I literally
Rigged.
can't focus for that long.
Rigged. It's all about the timing.
Wow.
It's all about the timing, right, Gobi?
First off,
Oh,
it
he's
is
coming
foul.
for you. He's coming.
It is foul that you can get a 0 in this game. Why is that a feature, bro? What? Did?
No.
Oh my god,
it's
that was
real.
a real
Look,
one.
the score.
Oh,
I wasn't looking. Guys.
Oh, this thing is
Oh my
this
god,
thing
it's
is
so
moving.
fast.
Yo, these. Oh my gosh, I'm getting torn up right now.
Oh my god, how did Kobe get so far ahead?
What can I say, bro? Built different.
I'm
Come on.
literally just
Going the wrong
holding
way, gotta
down the D keys.
my
I'm not
God.
even pressing.
Kelsey.
Oh no.
Damn, Ryan, you stuck, dude.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Let's go.
That's whack, dude.
Absolute
I was
goat.
so far ahead, I couldn't see anything for the longest time.
I think I'm gonna do a little bit of this.
Whoa, what is this?
How do I do that?
Whoa.
I see.
Alright. I'm giving you treasure. Don't worry about it. I'm helping you out, really.
Well, here's the best part for real. Is that I also have
Okay, Ryan,
reverse.
you're a clever guy. Hey, I'll give you that. You're a clever
yeah.
man.
What's in it for me if I don't use it?
It skips your turn if you do it. So. It's all right.
Dang.
I'll take that.
Running like,
What is it? R? Okay.
Yeah.
yo, big, chill out.
How's
Wait,
everybody feeling in here?
everyone's
Oh, look
gonna
at
swap
Kelsey.
with Ryan.
Look at Kelsey hanging out there.
Oh,
Bro,
look at-
I don't want to be
So
anywhere near you.
swappable.
Yeah, but not as efficient as Ryan's position, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
exactly.
And this here's where you're
By the time,
mistaken.
because you'll be at the chest before I can get to it. So.
But that's the wrong chest, so it doesn't even.
Well, Ryan has two
Are you
in his
sure?
path.
Mm.
Ryan has 2 chests in his path.
Wait, did that?
Let's go.
Wait. No.
Oh my
Oh
god,
my gosh, man.
It's all right,
Struggling.
big bro. You struggling.
Kelsey got a whole shotgun.
What's that?
I need some
Yeah,
help.
good. I know exactly who I'm gonna use it on too.
Hey, yo, chill. Oh, what is?
Oh, I hate this one.
What is this crab game? Look at-
Oh no.
Let's go.
This one's actually the worst.
No pushing.
Hey, yo, chill.
Hey, relax. Oh.
Speed demon.
They're sprinting? No?
Ryan. Oh.
I'm zooming.
No!
Oh my god.
So hard.
Oh my god. Hey, see y'all at the finish line,
Bro,
boys.
I'm so
Give me
mad
that.
at this one.
Give me that.
And I don't know how you got so far ahead of me at some point.
Because I found a secret platform or something, and it like
I am
boosted me ahead of
hoping
the
Wait, are you
Xbox
being
sounds
for real?
So hard.
Yeah, it was like,
Let's go.
yeah, there was like a platform that like spawned, and I jumped on the platform that spawned, and it just went.
Oh my god.
I'm always last on that one. I hate that one.
It's okay. It's all right, Kelsey. You're only last.
Wait,
He's coming, Kelsey. He's coming. He's coming.
Oh, he stopped right there.
Yo, he's posted up.
Oh, what the?
Hey, yo, hold up.
Okay, wait.
Oh, we gotta stay like this.
Oh, you start all the way
Oh,
back.
what?
Oh, bro. We might not ever finish this.
I did like the Squid Game move where I just followed Ryan for a minute until he fell off.
Yeah, that was super lame.
Oh, you got the. Oh, you
The bop.
fisticuffs?
Box and
Piece.
Oh.
One shot.
I'm so focused right now. Shoot! Bop.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Damn.
What? I missed. What?
Oh, no! What I gotta do for excellent, man?
Oh.
Dang,
Oh, I
Ryan with
won?
the
I thought I was doing
win.
so bad. Word.
Ugh.
Got that trigger finger.
Kelsey, you know what you could do? You could swap places.
Shut the fuck up.
I was not gonna say anything, but I was like,
I don't know what this does, but.
Oh. Man's 8 health.
Oops.
Oh, I
Right, you know
I
who's
deserve.
sitting
I
right
deserve
next to me?
that. I deserve that.
You know who's sitting right next to me? I could just destroy Ryan right now.
Oh, actually, if you.
Hello, everyone. We're back with another game of qualifiers here, the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola. And today we've seen a lot of different action, so much action. In fact, it's going to be time pretty soon to get to the leaderboards. But before we do that, Cap, I really enjoyed the play for these players. But there was one player who was dominant on top, and that has to be Zyke. Be pretty surprised if I see anybody else on the top of the leaderboard other than them, because their game has been almost flawless.
Yeah, that it has, and now you can get a good look at the leaderboards here. Of course, it is going to be Zyke on top with a total of 129 points. In second, following them, is Becklin with 105, and then iBambi closing things out in the podium in the top 3 with 102. In number 4, we got Call Me Chris there with 95 points, and finally in the 5th place spot, it's King Sun God with 92 points. But with that being said, the prizes are going to be within those top 3. Of course, it will be Zyke, Becklin, and iBambi to be getting a cash prize for their placements there in the top 3.
And now Becklin did have a good game with the Blickies, and the sniper game was on fleek with iBambi. Had a nice eye for it, but at the end of the day, Zyke was the king of this situation, king of the hill, like you just referred to earlier, really making a good job making sure that they are on high ground, which also leads to victory, having the good weapons that they needed earlier on, getting a lot of kills early on, and either way, regardless of any situation, whether they had 1 or 2 kills or they had 7, they always made sure that they were the ones who were there at the end. And that's the strategy that will honestly propel you towards the top, right? That consistency. Isn't that right, Cap?
Oh, 100%, and that's what we saw from Zyke. They weren't always the top frag. Keep in mind, Becklin was trying their best to get that trophy for sure as being the top fragger of that first qualifier, well, second qualifier technically. But Zyke, oh so consistent, because where Becklin would have some fantastic games, the next game they would fall off. They would get eliminated very early, put themselves out of the placement points, where Zyke found a nice, comfortable balance there between elimination points and placement points. And there at the very end, they only had 1 elimination, but was able to take the victory royale after a kamikaze goo gun incident coming from the side of course, OG Torchmaster. But with that being said, that is going to wrap things up for our second qualifier of the day. But now we're heading into qualifier number 2, and you know what that means. 5 more games to play.
5 more games to play. Again, we're doing 3 qualifiers today. This is the 3rd one total. We had the first one in October. The second one was earlier in the day. Now in this afternoon slot, we're having a total of 21 gamers so far in this one. A lot of different places for these gamers to take place in. Remember, the top moves on and the bottom crumbles to, well, I guess the bottom, right? As we see, Cost Timmy landing on a gun in Rocky Reels. Rocky Reels is normally such a sweat fest, and right now 3 gamers also in Rocky as well, although it seems like one is flying away from it. Smart move by them.
Hey, I'm still waiting to see what pops off over there at Greasy Grove. We saw there in qualifier number 1 that was the hot spot. They had so many vaults around, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one player that tries to take advantage. And now you can see there are, in fact, 2 over there towards Greasy. But let's give a friendly reminder to the folks at home what these players are playing for today. Not only are they looking to qualify for the grand finals, but if they take out today in the number 1 spot, they will take home $250. Second place gets $100, and third place gets $50. So still a lot on the line for these players just here in the third qualifier of the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Fortnite tournament.
A lot of things on the line, a lot more players in this third qualifying round. As you see, True doing what they need to do. Not a good loadout so far. Got that Ranger, decided to swap it out for something else. Didn't really like that. You see a blaster right there, E-Blaster. Nice, a much better, I guess, allure or pedigree than their actual aim. I'm not a fan of the E-Blaster, but it is a gun. You definitely do in the beginning. Can't be a beggar or chooser. You just need something that'll work. And so far, even though a lot of these players are all over the place, no action popping off. More players means more chances for situations and encounters, but it's been relatively quiet early on.
Oh yeah, right now I'm going to be keeping my eye on Slime Daddy here because they are rocking that Ambu Black Ops skin. That is a dangerous skin to have. If you're repping that skin, then you better be coming with the heat because you need to bring the eliminations. You have got to play in your best ninja way possible with all of this opportunity on the line here. So Slime Ya Daddy. Right now, looking pretty comfortable here. They got a decent loadout, but still can find some better loot along the way. Still no eliminations yet, and still one other player here on Greasy Grove, and it's True.
Yeah, Slime Ya Daddy, doing a good job of getting, what you talk about being a sneaky ninja, right? Blue Hammer, very nice, but you have that purple Cobra, like I said before, a good weapon, the versatility, great. You have the ability to up close, you have the ability to far away. That's something that you'll need, especially if you want to get to your ninja skills. As we see somebody else in the corner, can't quite see their name. This is a new set of players, but players starting with the U is also around that. I believe this Undefined Hybrid was around the corner. As you see, I'm Westbrook, possibly fall damage or something like that. Taking some hits, some shots, taking some hits right now is Undefined Hybrid. It looks like Slime Ya Daddy found him.
Oh, yeah, we already talked about this. It goes down in Greasy Grove, and right now it is going down. As you can see, there are at least 4 players there corralling around this POI, and now Undefined Hybrid is going to have to get out of Dodge as they are in full retreat here, trying to avoid the danger.
Although they are equipped with so much health, they're still in the danger zone. As you see right here, fire skin, but unfortunately under fire. Probably best to run away, save yourself for another day, because Slime Ya Daddy is going against True. What will it do with True? Well, it looks like they're on their last leg, and well, unfortunately, they couldn't stand on that much longer. Slime Ya Daddy ended up getting that elimination, getting the kill, and getting the benefits of their spoils.
Yeah, well, now here comes Sketcher Thief trying to get in on that third party, and we'll put it in to Slime Ya Daddy as they will come through with that elimination there. And now we'll have their first elimination of game number 1 here in qualifier number 3. And not only that, but they got a mythic drop too. Look at that.
Mythic drops will only do well. Hopefully their game could be mythical. As you see, Costimi going against I Am Westbrook. And just like how Westbrook was for last year on the Lakers, not the best play. Unfortunately, Costimi is the one who's going to get away with that, from that skirmish with the elimination. Costimi with 1 on the board. 15 players left out of 21. A lot of kills so far early on. So many players means so much more action.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I could have been mistaken, but I could have swore I saw a llama. I thought I saw the llama pinata, and I don't know if Cost Timmy saw it either, but it was right there on the ridge. It was oh so majestic, and yet it goes to live its best life.
And the llama is saved. You're gonna need to make sure that you have some good chops though if you're gonna avoid that land. As you see, there's some gunfire going on. Timmy, man, you got me flustered. Okay, I thought you were shooting at somebody. Instead, they were shooting at a pig. Good job getting some meat. And there you go. Here's the llama. It can't get away. Beans doing what they need to do to get all that llama, gold, and loot. It for what it's worth.
And again, this is a love-hate relationship I have with the llama. One, because it is so adorable, and I love the llama, and I hate to eliminate it. I hate to put it down, but it has such good loot, you know. And it's again just seeing it kind of flop and flip-flop all over the place. It gets dazed, it gets confused, and at the end of the day, it gets eliminated. So again, it's a love-hate relationship. You know, I love the loot it has, but I hate putting it down.
Is there a more joyful NPC besides maybe like Fish Sticks when he decides to do the floss? Like literally, I feel like it's those two who just bring so much joy to this game. And unfortunately, it's you know, at least you can team up with Fish Sticks. Unfortunately, you have to get rid of the llama if you want the loop. So RIP to my llama homie, but it's okay because your spoils will end up hopefully propelling someone to victory, as we see Killaboo right here get their loot. Not the best loadout so far, but I know that they hear that chest. They're probably just waiting it out because they see somebody around the corner at the crossroads.
Hey, yo, that blaster's actually not that bad. I just used it not that long ago. That blaster can get a lot of work done whenever you need it. So, again, not exactly the best loadout, but enough to hold their own, as you can see over here at Chrome Crossroads. There are some competition here. Not much, but enough to cause a little bit of a stir, a little bit of caution now coming out from Killaboo. Is, again, they are playing rather conservative here, not pushing out too far, not giving away their position, but slowly but surely gathering up some more loot, getting some ammunition. But, you know, with that circle getting ready to move in, that storm getting ready to push into the next round, they're going to have to get out of there soon.
I'm glad somebody feels good with the blaster because I just feel like a stormtrooper when I use the blaster. It's just like aim, miss, 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 miss. Oh, hit one. I just feel so bad when I use the blaster. So, hey, Cap, I'm going to have to ask you for pointers as to how you make it work because I don't want to be on my stormtrooper game. I want to be in the victory crown lane. As you see, I hate OCX up there trying to get some loot, but Ikey Karis is also there as well, trying to make sure that they can probably sneak up besides them. I think they're waiting to see where they might land to make sure that they have a good play on their position.
Now, you see, I think this player's name is Key Carries. That's the way that I'm reading it out here. I think it's Key Carries, and now Key Carries trying to carry themselves to a victory here because there's no teammates. This is a solo, no-build tournament. You're not going to be able to carry anybody but yourself. So as they try and find their way to a victory royale, again, embracing their inner Jedi here. They're doing some fancy footwork with the lightsaber, but, I mean, that's just for us at the folks at home. That's just a little entertainment.
Hey, maybe the Force will carry them, right? Or maybe they can carry themselves on their own backpack, you know, something like that. Hey, the best person, as Whitney Houston says, the greatest love of all is yourself. Maybe the greatest carry of all is yourself as well. As you see, original Auburn man in the corner of that. Sketcher Thief is in the storm, losing some health. As you see a Jedi battle right here. Oh, we love to see it.
Let's go. No, get rid of the forts. 1v1, lightsaber battle.
Right.
This is what I've been waiting for. This is what, I would pay extra for this type of action right here. Let's go. Nobody better third party this. You have to honor the lightsaber duel. Them's the rules. Look, somebody coming in with the truck right now, and look at this. These two need to team up on the person in the truck right now. You do not break up the lightsaber battle.
They do. We're about to have a sacred epic showdown right here. There's no lava in the background, but it was going to be a battle between Darth Maul and Luke. But unfortunately, we're not going to get that. Instead, they're both going to go away because guess who? It's I ski too hard is also right there in their car trying to, I think, be a provocateur. As we see, it's lighting up. Matt is in the distance as well. We have so many players around this area trying to get at each other here, but it makes sense because we're on the edge of the storm.
Ended up running away, using the vehicle, a coward's tool, to disrupt a noble one-on-one lightsaber duel. But again, key carries, taking out the blaster, trying to land shots, but like you said, embracing their inner stormtrooper, not landing any. As you can see, it will be the Chrome NATO to be the escape avenue for some of these players, as once again, key carries going to be able to deflect some shots here. And again, it seems as though they have mastered this lightsaber. They are making it look so good.
The movement skills are anything but cool, as you see it right here, or anything but, they're just cool. They're just really cool, as you see right here. As you see, they're trying to get away from Matt. I think they know that they're in the corner. I would definitely utilize this tornado, fly away, get better positioning, and also, too, you can replenish some of that health that you seem to have lost. Not a lot of health, but enough to make sure they can last another day. As you see, I hate OCX right here. It looks like they were in the storm before. They managed to survive. Not the best loadout, is now getting attacked like Duck Hunt in the sky.
I love Duck Hunt. Like, I actually recently got to play it again after so many years, and it has not lost a beat. It's still as fun as it was in the 90s.
Oh my gosh, I still have yet to use an original Zapper, but you know, emulators, thank goodness. As you see right here, original Auburn man getting an elimination. I have yet to use the original Zapper, but one day when I do, I'm going to be so excited because I heard that actually, you know, a lot of technology, unfortunately, was kind of hit or miss back then. Zapper, still true to form.
Oh yeah, that piece of machinery was well ahead of its time, but getting back to the action now, it looks like Beams trying to be ahead of the rest of the lobby, as now we are in our final 12, and it's all corralling around Cloudy. As you can see now, all of these players are beginning to make their way in over towards the Cloudy condos, as Jay Suave just passed up Kimbrowski, and Kimbrowski not putting themselves in the danger. They're just going to rat their way to victory here, thanks to the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Rat Cam, brought to you by Coca-Cola.
Yes, we love to see it. The drone-free action, as we can see, all of these beautiful levels, all these players all over the place. I know Karis is using those Jedi skills as they're getting hit right here, able to dodge bullets like they have so many times before. Let's go on to them to see how they're faring this fight. And so far, again, they're just so slippery, like a dolphin. Just as soon as it seems like they just might be in a situation which they might end up losing their life, they end up dodging and making sure that they can last another day.
Well, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. 1v1 green versus blue lightsaber. And how dare you break out a weapon right now? How dare you break out the blaster, the auto weapon? How dare you? This is a noble fight here. As you can see, Key Carry still sticking with the lightsaber here, deflecting shot after shot. And now trying to find their way around, because if any Jedi knows, you have to be careful of the high ground.
I was promised a Jedi fight, and I've almost seen it twice, and I haven't seen it come to fruition. One time, for the one time, I'm going to need these gamers to actually scrap it out with the lightsabers. We're not going to get that yet, but we are going to see Karis again somehow live another day. So slippery, somehow able to dodge whatever obstacles are in their way, and now they finally bring out that lovely weapon, as we see right there, a Golden Ranger. Rangers, not as accurate as any gun as all the other assault rifles, but can still do some damage. Getting a lot of Auburn men here.
Yeah, that Ranger could do a lot of damage when you're shooting someone in the back, and you can see Original took a lot of that damage, so now they are getting out of dodge. As you can see, Key Carries still on the prowl with the lightsaber, and I'm just waiting with anticipation to finally see our first elimination from the lightsaber here. And qualifier number 3 is again Original trying to get out of the way here, and Key Carry still on the hunt. And this has just been a battle for the ages between these two players.
It's been a battle of the ages, using the lifesaver bullet dodge ability right now. Dodging all those bullets, trying to go for the god. There we go. Now we're getting it. That Jedi battle in real time. Third party out of nowhere. A fourth party, it seems like. Everybody's here, and everybody wants a piece of the action.
Now you see, that was a third party, but they have a little help there. They got an NPC that they hired to come along the way. And now Original will be dealt with thanks to the third party coming from Trouble. And now Key Carries will be the next to go. As you can see, Jedi will be ordered 66 right out of this lobby. And now Trouble, with a free elimination on the board, is looking to hold off yet another third party. Coming from Killaboo, as now Killaboo will be the next to get their first elimination here in game number 1 of qualifier number 3.
I knew trouble was trouble when they walked into that third-party situation, but it looked like they were in trouble themselves as Jay Swavy, I apologize, is trying to get into this action as well. It looked like the matchup before that they feeling good with the victory crown there. Unknown draw going against Jay. Back and forth are they in this one? Jay, unfortunately, on their last leg, they're going to need to use that med kit right now, but Unknown Draw has that advantage when it comes to shield. I would chase them down, and that's what they're doing. Jay has the height advantage, though. Will they use it? They will not. Lost the victory crown and is going to lose their life. That's another elimination as Cambroski chills in the background, waiting for all of this to pan out.
Yeah, like we said earlier and said many a times, and we're going to say it every time, subs get dubs, but hold the phone. Killaboo nearly getting eliminated there. And I'm not sure how they're holding on. They only had about a pixel left of health, and now here comes Unknown trying to get yet another elimination here. But they won't. They will get head-clicked by Beams with the shotty to get the elimination, and now we'll get the Victory Royale crown as now Kimbroski looks to try and take the crown for themselves as Beams, once again going in with the shotty, is able to take the shields off of Kimbroski. Now jumping up high, does get sent out into the storm. Will take a lot of damage here, but they should be able to recover.
Cambroski, excellent job living another day, trying to save their life just a little bit. Use that shockwave, but it didn't come into handy, and now it's Matt and Beans going against each other. Beans goes away, shoots up into the sky. Beam me up, Scotty. Matt swerving around down. Let's see who comes out on top. Shotgun action going. Will the shotty win it all? Victory crown snatched again. Matt getting away, but undefined hybrid and Matt seem to be our only two players left.
Yep, that they are. Here we go, 1v1, and right now Matt does have the upper hand because they have one elimination on the board. And you can see Undefined Hybrid trying to get this last elimination, and they will get it. And they have it. Undefined Hybrid will be getting the Victory Royale here in game number 1 of our qualifier number 3.
And they are dugging their way to Swaggy Land, to the victory crown. Listen, and it is unfortunate too. They couldn't pick up that crown right before they won, or else they would have been able to host up another win for their victory crown emote. But that's a-okay. So, cause who cares about the emotes? All that matters is getting closer to the qualifiers and also getting closer to that gift card cash prize. And that's exactly what we saw from them. An excellent job waiting it out until the end. Matt was getting some hits in, but at the end of the day, hey, you need to be the one who gets the final hit in. And that's exactly what they did.
Oh, 100%. And again, I think this is the first time that I cannot put my thumb on who the clear winner or the top dog is going to be, because we saw so many eliminations going down. I would have to believe that it would be the last player standing to get the Victory Royale. But again, so many eliminations spread out through all of these players. It really could be anybody's game as we see how many eliminations there truly were. And again, Unknown Draw could possibly have the top spot here, because not only did they have a decent finish, but I want to say they had the most elimination as well as Beams here were able to pick up that elimination onto Unknown Draw and still also have a good place finish. So for all we know, Beams could very well be in the top spot as well.
Beams really could be, and so could Matt, and so could a lot of these other players. But at the end of the day, when you have so many players and so many people in these lobbies, it becomes much harder to really gauge who is the clear winner, the clear person at the top. And that's a beautiful thing. 21 players were in that last lobby. This is, again, the third qualifier. There are 4 more games left to go of this heat. So I hope that you have something to cool down. Get some ice water if you need to. We'll be back with more action after this. Who will be the best out of 21? We will see shortly.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies.
Oh,
I got 1 Sprite and 1 high C.
thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Hello, guys, and we are back with the action here. Wonderful job by the excellent gamers that we've seen so far. And now it's time for more action in this next heat coming up shortly. I'm excited.
Oh, absolutely. We got to see a fantastic turnout in game number 1 there of qualifier number 3, and already plenty of eliminations to spread the board. So who the clear winner is going to be tough to tell as we get all of these points tallied up so far. But like we said, we already did get to see at least what looked to be a leader for the most part that ended with around 3 to 4 eliminations, finishing in the top 3 in placement. But of course, at the end of the day, you also have to take into consideration whoever got the victory royale. And again, because we have a lot more players than we did in in qualifier number 2, now things are going to get a little bit more difficult, not just for us trying to tally up all these points, but for the players as well. The competition could go either way as we continue on here in qualifier 3.
Competition could go either way. 21 players playing for their life. Oh my goodness. We're going to see a lot of action. Again, though, that last sequence, crazy things happen. Those gamers going against each other, one kill after another kill after another kill. What we'll see, I don't know, but going forward, we're going to see where these players will land. A lot of points of interest to go to, and again, the better the point of interest, the better the loot, but also, too, you might have another gamer land with you. That's going to be interesting to see what happens, again, with so many more players on this map.
Yeah, now you can see. This is why I love the launch. I like watching where these drops are going because you kind of get a lay of the land of where the POIs are leading. Again, you only really see 1 or 2 players over there towards Tilted. And again, I'm keeping my eye out for Greasy Grove because that's where a lot of the hot drops have been. But now you can see it's all alone, only 1 player heading towards Greasy. And it looks as though this is going to be a main focus going towards the southeastern part of the map here. And it begs the question, where is the circle going to go? Where are we going to see this final fight play out here in game 2?
Where are we going to see the final fight? I don't know, but I do know this, that we didn't see a lot of Risu last time, so this is our first time really seeing them into action. I don't know if they were early drop off or maybe we did not see them towards the last bit of play because that last little bit of action was so contentious. But right now, starting off nice, has the goo, has a suppressed a submachine, and also has that Cobra. Pretty nice loadout, especially too to have that blue Cobra as well. Deshano also with the blue Cobra and a Ranger from NBH Reaper.
And you can see Reaper here all alone, it looks like. I mean, they might be one other player there, but they are way off into the distance. And they have this house all to themselves, so should be plenty of loot in order to find themselves in the right place at the right time to take on a fight. As you can see now, they are going to be able to get themselves a little bit of a loot chest here, and they find a good old-fashioned lightsaber.
Good old-fashioned lightsaber. You know who I really want to say? We're talking about we don't know who is going to be the victor of these matchups. But I do know who's my favorite so far, and I feel like Key Karras was such a fun player because they were using that lightsaber to their advantage. As you see somebody using a junk rift, oh my goodness, MBH is in some trouble. Somebody right next to them in Green Gables. We're about to see a mashup early on.
Oh yeah, honestly, this is some great fortifications, being able to hold up inside of this mansion, but we can already see that coming from the outside in is another player trying to get rid of all these fortifications. Meanwhile, Reaper only going to build on top of it and try to make even more fortifications as they look down low to see who is causing all of this ruckus right outside.
Yeah, I think they know they feel like the about region where Ski Too Hard is, but they don't really know where exactly they are. And honestly, we've lost visual of them too. Good job putting those fortifications there. They are not quite sure where they are from Reaper's standpoint, but it looks like Ski is trying to make them jump down, because if Reaper has a good shot, especially with that Ranger, oh my goodness, that's most of their health. Good job utilizing that Ranger.
Yeah, and that was already a fantastic shot right off the rip with the shotty, and now they have an opportunity to finish them off as they do drop all the way down low, but can't seem to find where they went, and now they go down low, and they can hear the noises. A quick little reload here, and they get a good read on where their opponent might be, but still, another game here of cat and mouse.
And it looks like Ski Too Hard was able to get their health back, but not quite able to get into a comfortable position. I don't like this. Hiding in the basement. You have no escape plan, and you really don't have any mobility weapons in order to make sure that you could get out of a precarious situation. Right now, Ski Too Hard is trapped in the basement and is trying to find their way out. Might as well go ahead and use that health. Unfortunately, you do see it on your visualizer queue, but at the end of the day, you're probably going to end up scrapping with this player anyway, so might as well get as much health as you can. And right now, it seems that they know that they're around the corner.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, their opponent didn't have any shields to work with, so they will get the upper hand. Meanwhile, we're going to head over back towards, Chonkers Speedway, as we see Sketcher Thief now trying to get their first elimination on the board as well, as it appears to be they should be at least maybe one other player within proximity. And right now, their loadout not looking all too great. I mean, they do have the goo gun, so they're doing better than most right now.
I'm just saying, Sketcher Thief, like you can be like a Nike thief or like Adidas thief, like Skechers. Interesting thievery going on there. They're trying to thief their way to the best loot as possible. As you see Cause Timmy right here, just waiting it out. With so many players, the waiting out strategy seems more and more of a legitimate campaign, because you want to make sure that if you stay in the game, you get a better placement. That's more points for you. And if you can't get into a good position, it doesn't look like they have a lot of good weapons, then hey, maybe sitting on it and waiting for these players to eliminate themselves seems like the smartest move. As we see another elimination happen, 18 players left.
Yeah, Tipsy thinks, I'm not sure, maybe there's a player within proximity, and as a matter of fact, there is, but trying to locate him, that's the hard part, is again, you know, a lot of these players like to take to that high ground, and they love to take to the skies, constantly trying to get a lay of the land here, as Tipsy will now fall victim to a util dump as the cover has been blown, and now Tipsy trying to figure out where exactly this utility is coming from.
On the tip of their chinny chin, they can't seem to quite locate where they are, but at least are walking away with that purple sniper, which will help them if that person is in the far distance. They're gonna go ahead and use that ability to rift away and try to get a better positioning and figure out where that person that was shooting them is coming from. Smart play.
Yeah, they were able to get out of dodge and avoid the danger, and that's the most important thing. But you can see now, as that circle begins to move in, you still have some lurkers out there outside of the circle, and again, some over there at Chrome Crossroads trying to make their way in, as well as now we make our way back over to Cause Timmy, who seems to find themselves in a little bit of trouble here. There's somebody right there up on high, and it's Beams coming back again to get an elimination. And again, this was one of the top contending players there from game number one, and if they keep up this pace, they very well could find themselves in that number one spot.
Dang, Beams, you killed Timmy, and because of that, we're not going to see Timmy no more. It looks like they were playing the long game, but if you can't stay in it for a long time, then it doesn't matter, right? It is going back to Matt, who was in second place last time that we saw them in Qualifier. Well, Heat 1, I apologize. We're still in Qualifier 3 as a reminder to this audience. The killer is running out of the storm right now. They're not only taking storm health, but they're also taking health from Matt's Evo burst rifle as well. We'll see why Matt hasn't decided to go for the kill. There's a clear advantage, and now they're trying to chase after them.
Yeah, now you see, if they do get eliminated within the storm, or by the storm rather, I think that actually denies an elimination points to Matt, which I have seen in some battle royales. Players will deliberately go and dive off into the storm simply to deny a point to the opposition, but that was not the case just then and there. As we saw, the elimination did go the way, and that point will count.
How petty, right? If I can't win, no one can win, right? So I guess it's a legitimate strategy to make sure that you're denying your points. After all, the more points, the better. But my goodness, so petty against the sportsmanship, I suppose, of this game. As we see Sketcher Thief right here, all in Chonker Speedway. It seems like they are, again, right on the cusp of somebody else. But if you don't have a visual cue on them, you're basically in your own world. Will those worlds collide, though? You'll see shortly, as Skechers just trying to make sure that they build up enough of that loot and get some cover. I always like carrying around Chugs, because Chugs, you don't need a lot of time to replenish your health or your shield. Ooh, and this is an interesting method from Sketcher. I think he's trying to bait everybody away. I know he's trying to get that loot too, but that also might bait the person who's right on their tail.
As a matter of fact, it looks like it might be two people there in Chonkers Speedway trying to make their way into where they heard those gunshots. And you're right, it is going to be a bait and switch. And it's Trouble who manages to find Sketcher Thief as they are going to run out. And it's going to be yet another hired on hand NPC for the side of Trouble as they jump their way down, and it will be Sketcher Thief getting in the vehicle, trying to avoid the danger, and out comes the lightsaber, and Trouble trying to make their way in, trying to close the gap, and now will be eliminated by Sketcher Thief. I guess you could say the force was not strong with Trouble.
Not strong at all, and they tried to force the issue, trying to chase down an opponent and get an elimination. If you don't have the perfect visual on them, they could easily turn the tables on them like Michael Scott did to Dunder Mifflin, and you don't want that to happen. All right, you want to make sure that you have the most paper at the end of the day. Sketcher Thief getting another metaphorical paper with that kill and that elimination, I apologize, and hopefully chasing their way towards more paper and actual gift card cash prizes that these players will get if they end up in the top 3.
You can see Sketcher Thief now going to be pretty happy after getting their first elimination here in game number 2 of Qualifier number 3. Meanwhile, you have it's Matt, who we saw earlier on in the vehicle, is avoiding the danger, but thanks to the kill feed, we can see Unknown Draw will now be eliminated as well early on here, as there are only 12 more players left remaining here in game number 2, as they are playing really close to the edge. As a matter of fact, you can look from that map that we just saw that a lot of these players are going to be working from the outside in and are sticking to the edge of the storm here, but time will only tell when these players will begin to take one another out one at a time.
Looks like Synapse Station is going to be the final destination for this congregation of players, but we'll see which one of these players has no hesitation and gets the final shot, as we see Undefined Hybrid could use some shields with Jay Swaggy having full shields across the way. I think if Jay Swaggy gets sight lines first, they could come away with this, but Skeek Too Hard also on the other side, looking at all these players on the edge. Everybody on the edge of glory, and that wave of gas that is approaching their way. Only 3 players are in the circle right now. Everybody else seems to be right now at the barn getting it on, and it's going to be a crazy testy soon.
And now we make our way over to I'm V Westbrook, who does not have an elimination yet, but is looking to get there first. As now we make our way back to Undefined Hybrid, who has 2 eliminations already. Keep in mind, Undefined Hybrid, again, one of those players that we have been noticing time and time again, really popping off in a major way, and now they got themselves a crown.
Oh, it's always nice to wear that crown, but heavy do fall the spoils on the crown. You're going to have a target on your back, and you're going to know that people are around you. As we switch sides to A True rocking the John Wick with the gold on their back. Can they get the gold? That's what they want to know. They're not seeing anybody right now until now. Sniper lining up the shot. Will they get it from far away? Sketcher Thief sees them at the last minute. They won't let them get that. And now we're probably going to see a skirmish in long range time. Sketcher trying to hit that shot. So is A True. Who will get it though? Sketcher so close, and so is A True too. Third party situation. A True needs to watch their back.
Yep, that they do. As you can see, once again, A True still trying to win this sniper battle. Again, other than lightsaber battles, sniper battles are my favorite as well. So again, I'm always down to see a good snipe off, but for the time being, we're going to make our way back over to Undefined Hybrid, who is still sitting on 2 eliminations and are making their way away from the Flutter Barn, trying to make their way into Synapse Station. But lo and behold, there are some opposition in the way, coming from the east, coming from the west. It's going to be up to Undefined Hybrid to be the best, as once again, they are being fired upon, and is going to have to get out of dodge as they make their way into some cover here, running right into I'm V Westbrook.
You just want to make sure you're not caught in the middle. And right now, Undefined technically is, but at least they have the barn to cover themselves in to make sure that they can save themselves for another day. A-True looks like they are going at it with Sketcher Thief. Great job for Undefined to hide out in the corner. A-True lost your shield. Westbrook is right there though, getting the victory crown, getting the spoils. Now Karis is coming upstairs to see what it do. A-True got him, but Karis got himself. Sketcher Thief coming through, and right now that barn has no friends. I am Westbrook around the corner. Who's gonna end up being killed out of this situation? 6 gamers left, but in that barn, no one is seeming to come out alive. Will Westbrook come through in the clutch? I don't know. We will see.
Yeah, this is definitely getting tough here. And again, huge shot. I'm sorry. I have got to shout out key carries just because, once again, they are sticking to the lightsaber. You know, I have yet to see them really get an elimination with anything else, but still holding true to the ways of the Jedi. For better or worse, even though they were eliminated, is now Westbrook will be the next on the chopping block, as now Sketcher Thief finds themselves with 4 eliminations on the board.
And it seems like that barn was a sentence of death because everyone who entered never came out alive. Westbrook was alive, I guess, for a second, but that second did not count. And now I count 5 more players left in this map. As I said before, Synapse Station is the place in which we will see these competitors duke it out. Prime Shotgun is the gold weapon. You also have a nice submachine gun as well. That is purple, a SMG. But other than that, kind of not in a good position. ZMBG Beams also not in a good position. Didn't drive right. Luckily is able to escape away on a boat.
There you go. When one vehicle doesn't pan out, just hop right into another. As you can see, they're going to be making their way around over to the other side of a Synapse Station, but also finding the other end of that ring. And keep in mind, this is ring number 4. This one's going to hurt a lot more, so they have got to find themselves in the good and not give away any free damage. They do take a little bit, but not that much. They should still be okay.
Not too much, but for what they did, probably didn't want that to happen. And again, those chugs are so important to hold on to, especially while we're towards the end. You don't have time to heal up like you would when everybody's more spaced out. Matt, again, always dependable, always towards the end. Sketcher Thief, also around as well. Will that golden hammer come through? Well, we'll find out here. But so far, doing an excellent job of just staying alive. Auburn Man also hiding out in the corner as well. These gamers being patient with 4 more players left.
And you can see original Auburn Man once again breaking out the lightsaber, going with the green, trying to be mean. Nothing doing there, but now Beams does have a little bit of a high ground, as once again they're going to be working from the outside in of Synapse Station, as again the circle becomes closer and closer in the storm. Once again, moving in. You do have at least one player who is smack dab in the middle, and it's Matt trying to use that position to their advantage. Is now Sketcher Thief, who is having a fantastic game, is right there on the outside, and now Beams has them in their crosshairs.
Beams has them in their crosshairs, but can they beam their shot to their destination? Maybe a heady, maybe a body shot, regardless, just to make sure that they can get them. Using that thin tree as some type of shield, but you want to make sure that you're not standing in this circle, outside the circle too long. Matt is right there to make sure he could clean up. Beams will get eliminated. Yes, they will. Matt getting another kill.
And now here we are, the top 3 left here in a game number 2, as it's Matt will now be on the receiving end of a lot of damage, as original Auburn will be shooting from the outside in, again playing a little bit of that third-party player, as again Sketcher Thief having a fantastic game with 5 eliminations on the board, looking to get their 6th. Now Matt trying to recover, but original Auburn Man is making that oh so difficult, as they are going to get chased, and they are going to break out the lightsaber to try and secure this elimination. They can't get in close. They block the danger, and finally they will put an end to It's Matt.
And now I would suggest that they heal up because they're going against Sketcher Thief, who has most of their shields, at least half of it. And Sketcher Thief has been doing so well with that Cobra right now, barely getting any damage. You're going to have to hold on to all the HP possible. They cannot, and Sketcher Thief is walking away with a victory here in game 2 of this third qualifying action. My goodness, Cap. It was a lot of action. I love it when there are so many players in these qualifying rounds because guess what? We see more intensity. And right now, it seems to me, look, it's pretty hard to get a gauge, especially early on who might be the cream of the crop. But all I do know is Matt seems to be one of them, doing a good job last game, being second place, and now getting first place in this one.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, Beam's also putting up a good job, even though they did not finish, fantastic. They still managed to go podium. They still got the top 3. And then, of course, at the end of the day, we did see a player get 6 eliminations and as well as that victory royale. Without a doubt, they should be on the top spot as, again, Sketcher Thief had an amazing game there. And you can see, once again, Beams were trying to keep up as well as it's Matt. But at the end of the day, Sketcher Thief were able to take the dub here. And there they are again, going toe-to-toe with the lightsaber. Yeah. And you can see Sketcher Thief has seen that one too many times. They know how to win that battle 9 times out of 10.
Sketcher Thief had a chance of being eliminated early on when they ended up shooting for that loot that was in the ceiling. Good job on them to have the awareness that somebody was coming up besides them because there was an opportunity to get off who would be the would-be winner. Matt doing a good job getting in third place, getting in second place, but Sketcher Thief at the end of the day doing a great job of staying alive and sustaining their health. What you need to do when you're caught in those situations is you always need to aim towards cover because that cover is the only thing that can save you. It's not like Build where you can have a fence, you can have a fort, you can have something else to stop you. Instead, it's just you and that gunplay. And guess what? Sketcher Thief's gunplay ended up getting them the victory crown. We'll be throwing it to break to see who else will acquire these victory crowns. 3 more to go in this qualifier of Qualifier 3. Guys, hope you're having a good one. This is Board and Board. That's Cap and Atsoka, and we'll be seeing the break right about now.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did. I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies.
Oh,
I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me round and go right for it, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we love what is throwing up our balance? Try to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite.
I don't know if the shotgun kills though.
Bruh.
I think the shotgun
But
did
you
6
know what I'm
damage.
gonna do? I'm just gonna.
And she actually has enough keys now. That actually is dangerous.
But I lose my turn.
Oh.
And not only that, but I can hit her with something that makes her not have enough keys.
Relax.
No, you just teleported me away.
Relax.
No.
That's
Relax.
actually
No
true.
mercy. You
This
kidding?
game is brutal.
Wait, did you just?
Oh wait! Is that the wrecking ball? Oh my god!
Oh my gosh! I can't believe you've done this.
Yo, chill out! Hey, yo, chill out!
What? Where'd my game go? Bro, my game crashed.
That's
over
my
crying.
tree, homie.
Yeah, I know, I was about to give
Hey, what you doing?
Kelsey, bro, stop!
I think it was a finite number of presents.
Are you both stealing from me?
Kelsey,
Steal from each other, you
bro.
nerds!
Relax.
Kelsey, you're pissing me off.
I only got one.
You know what, bro? Ryan, I'm just sorry.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Alright, whatever. I made sure Kelsey didn't have none.
Victor, you come anywhere near me, I'm just gonna kill you.
Oh
Hey,
my
yo, I was
god.
about to say,
Hey, yo, chill.
Hey, relax! Relax, I'm kidding! I'm kidding!
Oh my god, she landed all the way by you, bro. I'll just put
My
myself
turn
in that
six?
position anyways.
I just might, Victor.
That's a
just-
lot
I'll
of
just
talk
come
coming
on
from
with it.
someone with 19
Come
health,
through.
Kelsey.
You know who has 5? Victor.
Yeah.
You know who's
You
gonna
know who
die?
has another wrecking ball? Me.
Victor.
Oh, that is
Well, yeah, because
facts.
it'll kill you.
That's
Whoa,
facts,
what
but-
the hell is
oh,
this?
That's how that works.
Get it out of there.
Oh, the eggplant.
Yep.
The classic.
Oh.
Oh my god!
A solid 14.
Oh, and it's put him all the way over there, so he's not even in the position where he can get it.
Here at this
Yes, Victor.
Victor again, bro. All right, I'm beating his.
Get out. Everyone catches his hand.
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope that you're having a lovely, wonderful Sunday afternoon as we are here for the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola. I am Borden McBoard. Joining alongside me is Captain Adsoka, and we've seen so much action. I enjoyed that. Look at that flourish right there. That's my boy. And we're going to see so many players do their thing in Fortnite. I'm seeing a good crop of players as we're calculating their scores in the background. We've seen a good crop of players like Matt, like Kat. We've been seeing a lot of them do a good job. Sketchers do a good job in making sure that they're always on top. And now we'll see if they continue their dominance because as we said before, Cap, as long as you are staying on the top, you're getting those points, you're accruing those points. It doesn't even matter if you get eliminations, although those certainly help. And you live to advance another day.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I want to say that Sketcher Thief currently is in that #1 spot. They had a fantastic game #2, getting 6 eliminations and the victory royale. And now we're about to see a melee throwdown. Unknown Draw now gets a sub here and will be going toe-to-toe with Timmy, but they're going to allow Timmy to, I guess, find a weapon. Maybe there's some honor among thieves here.
Honor among thieves, maybe. No Sketcher included. A very secluded space that both of them decided to drop into. Very surprised to see that. But hey, you know, sometimes great minds think alike, and maybe one of these great minds might be taken off the map. Let us see.
Yeah, it's really interesting, though, because these two definitely know that they're there. They made eye contact, so I'm curious as to why they have not started scrapping just yet. Are they waiting possibly, I don't know, for Timmy to find some weapon so that way they can have an honorable duel to the death? But for the time being, you know, cost Timmy, all they got is a lightsaber, which, as we've seen already, thanks to key carries, a lot can be done with just a lightsaber.
Hey, a lot can be done with that lightsaber. Key has carried themselves to formidable places. I don't think ever getting in the top 5, but making sure that in the top 10, of course. I'm really interested to see what will happen. You know, you talk about the honorable duel situation, right? Everyone knows that you have to make sure that you declare that you have your weapons. You stand behind each other. You take 10 paces and then you go at it. Maybe that's what they're doing here. Or maybe they're just waiting for weapons. Either way, they're not going for the glory quite yet. They're making sure that they acquire all their tools and then go for it. So I guess we'll go for a different set of players. Right now we're going to A True, who's in the Rave Cave, somebody else outside of the Rave Cave, just outside of it. But inside the Rave Cave, there are always good times because there's a good chance for loot.
Oh, yeah, and you can already tell that they managed to find at least a decent amount of loot. Not for the late game, but enough for the early game for sure to keep themselves alive and find themselves within those top 5, at least hoping that they can make it all the way and go the entire distances. Again, cost Timmy is going to be making their way all the way back down. As you can see, Unknown Draw right there on top of the hill, keeping their eyes on them, not letting them get too far.
A great man once said the hills have eyes, and right now there are eyes placed on those hills, but what will they see? We'll figure out what will happen after that and somebody gets into their line of sight. But we do see IMB Westbrook right here getting some equipment right here at the temples. You know, the temples does have quite a bit of loot. We'll see, though, what type of fruit bears from this tree, as we see players really all over the place. Besides being in that secluded area at the top, most of these players are basically in their own points of interest, at a major point of interest at that, and that'll hopefully get them plentiful tools and make this final stretch a really exciting one. Cap.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, we are back with Sketcher Thief. Sketcher Thief, who had an amazing game #2, should be in the top spot currently, looking to keep up that momentum alive here in game #3 of Qualifier #3, as now we are, in fact, getting some of these in here, and it looks as though we're going to see it's Matt leading the pack here with 47 points. Beams in the second place with 43. Undefined Hybrid with 41, and Sketcher Thief there in 4th with 39. Original Auburn Man in the 5th place spot with 36 as well. So again, we thought Sketcher Thief, well, I did. I thought Sketcher Thief should have the top spot after getting 6 eliminations, but still, it's Mats coming through with that consistency time and time again, finding themselves in the podium, in the top 3 finishes, and that there is enough to take them all the way into that number 1 spot with only 4 points ahead of Beams.
And it's because Sketcher Thief got taken out in the midsection early on, right? Matt got not only a 2nd place the first time, but a 3rd place. Never got the victory crown, but hey, guess what? It's place based off seeding. So hey, consistency is what matters the most. You don't need to snatch up crowns or even eliminations. You just need to be consistently good. And that's what not only Mats, but Beams has done too. Undefined Hybrid as well. Sketcher Thief, of course, with more eliminations, with more victories, can get themselves in a better place. But right now, we're looking at the 2nd place leader so far. After 2 heats in this 3rd qualifying round, it is Beams driving all over the place. Right now has a couple shields in his back pocket, which is always good. You always want to make sure that you have enough health to survive, but also to making sure that they have some type of mythic weapon with that blaster. Hopefully they have better aim than me and the stormtroopers with it though.
One can only hope, and again, we've seen the blaster come through a little bit, but not too much. Honestly, we've seen more of the lightsaber than the blaster, and honestly, I don't blame them. If we have learned anything from the lightsaber duels, it's that they do a little bit better than the blaster ever could, especially if you have aims like mine and, of course, Birdie Boards.
Hey, you give me a Cobra, my aim is true, a sniper even, and I can make it do what it do, but the blaster, it's just not going to happen. Slimy and Daddy ended up getting an elimination, and we're down to 15 out of 20 gamers in this game 3 of this heat 3 of this qualifying 3rd qualifying round. And right now we're seeing Sketcher Thief, who was the victor of last time, just take their time trying to figure out where original Auburn Man is. And right now they have a visual. They just need to make sure they can get a tactical advantage, a positioning advantage. Right now, that's exactly what they are trying to do to Auburn Man as they try to get that high ground. Sketcher Thief with that Cobra. Long range is afoot.
And you can see original Auburn Man once again trying to lay down damage from afar. Sketcher Thief trying to build on their momentum from game 2 to make their way up the leaderboard and put themselves within the prize pool. As now you can see they are going to be trading out shots here. And I got to say, that weapon right there, one of my favorites. I love having that scope semi-automatic assault rifle. Deals out a ton of damage, not as much as a sniper, but at the same time, it has that little extra layer of accuracy. If you're like me and you can't hit with the sniper, that semi-auto assault rifle is the best way to go.
It's the best way to go. If you don't have the snipe game on top of it, tracking could be whatever. It's A-okay because that gives you a lot of room for opportunity, a lot of room for error because you can come back and shoot some shots very quickly. It seems that Auburn Man might be making a play to just land on Sketcher Thief. No, in fact, they're trying to run away from the fight altogether, live to fight another day. And although Sketcher Thief looks like they're trying to get some more hits in, it doesn't look like they're going to be successful. Original Auburn Man still in this one.
Yeah, that they are. Right now you can do that. Tipsy CU is going to be holding on here over towards Tilted Towers. And again, this is normally where you see the sweat fest go down, but we haven't seen much over there towards Tilted. It's been all about Greasy Grove here at the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Fortnite tournament. As now we can see Cambroski. Cambroski, I love Cambroski, but I got to tell you, this is without a doubt the most sly, slick, cunning player I think we have seen so far. Every time I look at Cambroski, they're always in a cheeky spot. They're always out of sight, out of mind, and doing the absolute most when it comes to stealth. And right now, I got to tell you, I'm just waiting for it to pay off as now Undefined Hybrid does find Cambroski, and they will find the elimination. Cambroski could not hide for long.
Undefined hiding in plain sight, able to pounce on their opponent, and for that reason, they will be walking away with the elimination. Good job. Although Cambrowski has been in quite cheeky spots, I guess Undefined Hybrid has been quite cheekier. Again, Undefined Hybrid right now in third place with 41 points. They've been doing a good job getting eliminations. Trouble lining up the shot with the Cobra, but good job having that lightsaber, even though your head is poking through. NBH Reaper has been dodging those bullets. So good job being patient right now, trying to use the sniper to line up a shot. I would say that you go for it. If you go for it, you chase them, you make MPH make a decision. But right now, they're getting third party by Jay. And now, they're just going to end up running away from the situation. Good job by Trouble, knowing that you're going to be in a tough situation. Just live another day. Replenish your health. Right now, you don't have any health. Find some. And hopefully, you can get back to position to get some eliminations.
Well, now we make our way back over to Reaper. And for the rest of this lobby, should they fear the Reaper? That is the question. As you can see, Reaper now making their way on in. They do have some opposition there. Being able to use those chug-a-lug-lugs to get back in good standing. And now, once again, still trying to find who is laying down the damage on them. Now you can see from up on high, it will be Trouble. Trouble, again, one of those players that love having a companion, an NPC mercenary at their side to help them in any given fight. And now Reaper trying to find themselves on the high ground so that way they can go toe-to-toe with Trouble.
Two brains are better than one. Two players are better than one. And even if they're an NPC, sometimes they could do what it does. And right now, Trouble is engaging in activity, and I think that's interesting. I feel like if Reaper really was paying attention, maybe they think that Trouble has replenished their health. But right now would be an excellent time for Reaper to just kind of go for it. And that's what they do. Using that Ranger, you need to reload it. Trouble getting away just by the hair, their chinny chin. They walk away. It's very unfortunate for Reaper. They were on the cusp of getting an elimination. Instead, they're walking away with a whole lot of nothing.
That they are. And now you can see Reaper once again firing from afar with the shotty. Good luck with that. I mean, my shotgun, I can tell you, does not fire that far, but still, you can do it. Might as well try. As you can see, Touch Hope, who we have not seen much of, still with 0 eliminations here.
And Touch Hope getting touched with some ammo right there as you see somebody from above. It's Risu, who's somebody we also haven't seen a lot of in the battle of people that we haven't seen a lot of. Touch Hope losing their victory crown and losing their hope, unfortunately. Their E-Blaster and more Risu getting 3 kills so far in this third heat of this third qualifying round. And as we go back to Trouble, and Trouble seems to be a little bit out of trouble in the health standpoint, able to get some health, which is good for them. But they've been unable to get some shields, and that's something that they really should do. As we see right there, NBH has been eliminated, I think by Jay, as we see Jay has 1 kill.
Yeah, they do have 1 elimination, guaranteeing them at least 1 elimination point when this is all said and done. And now they're trying to get the flank on Trouble coming back from around the hill. I don't know if Trouble realizes that they are there, but slowly but surely they had a read. And now finally they're going to start taking shots, but they're on the NPC. And now they are taking damage from the storm. They had a perfect opportunity to get the drop, but now that might be a wasted opportunity as they try to use the goo gun to lay on some extra damage. But at the very least, they're going to avoid the danger and get out of dodge.
Avoiding the danger is important. Jay Swavi doing a good job. Just getting away from it all. But they might be headed towards more trouble as Matt is around the corner. That is the leader so far. The model of consistency. Right now, Jay isn't even looking their way as they're going against Undefined Hybrid against second place. As we see some of our leaders all around going after Jay. He is in trouble, and Jay is knocked out of this one by none other than Matt, our leader.
And look at Matt, not only with the crown, but with 4 eliminations to their name. A fantastic positioning here in game number 3 of qualifier number 3. As you can see, Risku now making their way back round. And I'm sorry, but that dog was rabid and had to be put down.
Oh, R.I.P. Fido. I miss you. I love you all the same, okay? As we see right here, Matt doing a good job just being a cover. Cover is so essential when you don't have a build opportunity. You don't have a build mode. So having that cover is important. That's what Matt is doing, is just kind of waiting it out, but they know that Raizu is also around the corner. So who's going to go after who is important. Raizu going away in the car. I think that's fine for both of them, all right? Even though Matt was probably pressed to get another kill, it's okay as long as Raizu doesn't spin the block and try to go after them. This is a good positioning for Matt, because even though you had those rocks, I still did like that slight height advantage and just positioning in general by the other player.
Absolutely, and it's Matt is in no rush right now. They have more eliminations than most here in game number 3, but look who it is, Sketcher Thief. Sketcher Thief, again, one of those players that love getting eliminations. They love getting those points in, and now they are trying to catch up to Matt. Matt, of course, is currently the leader, and Sketcher's currently in that 4th place spot, but not far behind. If they can have a good game and get this player out early, they might be able to make a comeback, but right now it's Matt doing fantastic. And hold the phone, did I just see a player with 7 eliminations?
Oh my goodness. They have been putting in work to get 7 eliminations out of 20. That is insane. Raizu is definitely going to rise up the boards when it comes to eliminations, and also too being in the final 4. 4 players in every corner of a circle. You didn't know a circle had corners? Well, yeah, trust me, today they do. As Raizu looks like they're going for blood, going towards the circle, and honestly going towards Sketcher. As you see Sketcher trying to make that shot, Sketcher doesn't, because they're getting third-partied by someone else. Raizu going for the kill from above. Will they get it? Knocked into the storm. Elimination. Raizu getting another elim.
This is the most eliminations that we have seen for a single player today. And keep in mind, we've already had an entire qualifier out of the way, and we are already halfway through this qualifier. So that says a lot. Getting 8 eliminations in one lobby when a lobby maxed out at 20. That is significant, and that is going to boost them insanely well in the overall standings. But is it going to be enough to catch up to It's Matt? It's Matt, keep in mind, currently in the 1st place spot with 47 points, and now with, when we last saw, at least 4 eliminations to their name, still holding on to that 4, and now we are in the top 3.
I don't feel like it's going to catch up with Matt. There's only a 3-point difference, and then you also have you also have the placement as well, and regardless about placement, they're both all in the top, and Matt has that many more points over Raizu. Trying to get in position right here to eliminate Tipsy. Gets 1 shot in, gets another shot in. Good night, Tipsy. There's 2 players left right now, Raizu. And it looks like Matt going against each other. Will Matt get packed out again? Matt, unfortunately, hasn't had a crown. Raizu, unfortunately, getting into the trees. Doesn't take the fall damage. That's good. Matt getting shot at. This is intense,
We've
Cap.
already seen one fantastic sniper shot. It is. We've already seen Risku being able to use that sniper to the utmost advantage. Again, already landed 1 shot on Matt, getting rid of their shields, and now it's just going to be about the finish. As you can see, we are still stuck in the 1v1, and Matt now relying on bush tactics. But who's going to have the advantage in the circle? As you can see, Risku is now making their way in, has the shots down on It's Matt, and It's Matt will get capped. That will be a round win and a victory royale for Risku.
Raizu rising to victory and rising up our rankings while getting that victory crown. But even though they are making movements and improvements, at the end of the day, you're only getting a 3-kill advantage plus a couple point advantage over Matt just in this round. When you total their points, Raizu isn't in the top 5. So that means that they have a lot more point gaps for Matt. I would believe Matt is still going to be on top, especially consider that Beams and Undefined Hybrid didn't have as many points going along. We're going to throw it to some highlights, but Cap, excellent job by Matt. Again, a model of consistency, but just can't get that victory crown.
I mean, they don't really need it at this point. They have a fantastic lead. They were able to get 5 eliminations in this game alone. And then on top of that, they finished second, still getting some hefty placement points as well. And you can see a lot of these players just trying to play keep up with some of our podium and top 5 players. As you can see, once again, Rixu definitely laying down the damage to Sketcher Thief, another one of our top contenders. But it's Matt just being oh so consistent time and time again, game after game, holding on to that first place finish.
And consistency is everything. Remember, friends, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And although these sprints in these heats, there's been several different players who have come out on top. Right now, Matt is the clear winner. Again, the top 3 winners get cash prizes, $50, $100, and $250. And right now, Matt is in prime lead for that $250 and a shot at grand finals. But we're not close to our grand finale yet. We have at least 2 matchups in these heats, and then we have another qualifier on the way. Bordy McBoard, Captain Matt Soka. We're going to throw it to break. I hope you're having a good, lovely Sunday, and we'll be back with more action.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you
Hello and welcome to more Fortnite action. I am Bordy McBoard. Joining alongside me is Cap at Soka, and we are just about halfway through our action. We've seen plenty of Fortnite action so far, and there's only more. And I can only imagine how many more sick plays that we're going to see, right? Because we saw a lot of them. We saw 3 elimination kills where we're like, I'm not sure who passed here. I'm not sure who died or who got the elim and who didn't. And we've also seen some clever, cheeky play as well. Cap, anything observations that you've seen so far for any of these gamers?
I mean, honestly, nothing too out of the ordinary. This seems to be textbook Fortnite to me. You have the players that are, of course, going to go for the over-aggression. They're going to play for the eliminations. And then you have those that are a little bit more reserved. And, you know, we got to see a little bit of that reserve play, just trying to make it into your top 3, making sure they get themselves in the placement points. But it's all about finding that balance. And, you know, we really also have not seen a big centralized POI, you know, for a lot of these competitions. You know, you see a lot of players try and make claim, try and come to a gentleman's agreement beforehand that they go for a specific POI. But with that being said, we really haven't seen that. You know, it's really been a no holds barred, and where we're used to seeing more claims on Greasy or more claims on Tilted, it really hasn't been that much of a case. It's been more of a scramble, more or less.
Yes, and remember, gamers, chatters, I apologize. If you would like to win prizes just like some of these gamers are winning as well, go ahead and enter !raffle in the chat. You have an opportunity at winning things such as Coca-Cola branded power banks, McDonald's branded Herschel backpacks, McDonald's Arch cards worth $25, and McDonald's branded t-shirts and basically so much more. Go ahead and make sure that you're doing that to make sure that you can win just alongside these gamers as well.
And you can get in on the action by hitting exclamation point raffles. Just a friendly reminder to get in on those giveaways, because why not? You're already here. You could be walking away with some free stuff, and who doesn't like free stuff? As now we are getting back into the action here as Lexical Worm does have someone aiming down sights on them right now, but they're going to try and get away here because they don't really have much to fight back with.
No, you need to make sure, especially see when you're in a hot drop and it looks like tilted, it's very hot right there if you saw in the mini map, that you have some weapons. And even if you're not at a hot drop, you never know if you might think that somebody isn't around, and then guess what? You turn around, boom, you find somebody else there. Always make sure you stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Touch Hope stayed ready right here, has some weapons, has full shield, is going at Tipsy, and Tipsy is the first one to go down earlier on. Touch Hope has that crown, and Touch Hope is very hopeful after getting the first elimination so far early on in this Heat 4.
Yeah, that rifle definitely goes hard. You know, I've been playing with it a good bit myself, and I love the way it works. Almost as good as those semi-automatic assault rifles with the scope, but, you know, it's that little extra scope that makes the difference. And again, after game number 3, let's get you updated on our current standing so far. It's Matt still leading the way with 74 points. Underfined Hybrid coming in second with 59, Sketcher Thief with 57, and tied for 4th, it's going to be Original Arbor Man and Jay Savvy tied with 44 points. Things are really starting to shape up here in qualifier number 3.
We got the hypes in the chat, and right now I am feeling hype because Touch Hope is just on the edge of encountering Timmy. Timmy has seen their fair share of battles, and we'll see that right now with Touch Hope. It's going after Timmy. Timmy is eliminated. Touch Hope, hopeful 2 kills, getting the first 2 kills earlier on. It seems like Touch Hope is on a mission, and right now the mission's going well.
Yep, that it is, and as you can see, it will be, once again, Touch Hope being able to come through to get yet another elimination, and we have not seen much of them so far, but it's good to see them come out now. It's never too late, and honestly, it's better to come out late than never.
It's better to come out late than never, okay? Because, hey, at the tortoise versus the hare, it's okay. Slow can still win the race, but you have to make sure you continue at a good pace, all right? Tipsy is out, Lexical Worm around, NBH Reaper also around right there. Going back to Lexical Worm, getting good guns right there. We like the loadout. Just a whole bunch of rifles, though. Probably want to diversify their weapon set to make sure they're not double dipping on their ammo, especially early. But I can understand getting whatever you get at this point.
Absolutely. Now we're back over to Lexical Worm and Beams. Beams, of course, has been one of those top contenders as well, but they have fallen out of the good graces of that top 5, and now looking to claw their way back in. Beams, definitely one of those players that knows how to get their eliminations. They are definitely more of a sly character, I would like to say. They do not go all out with the aggression. They like to plan their attacks methodically, and it has paid off for them, but maybe they're going to have to change their playstyle up in order to find themselves back within the good graces of the top 5 and maybe even the top 3.
Gotta flip it and reverse it sometimes if you need to in order to come out on top. Killer with the Chung-Li outfit. I really do appreciate that. Shout out to the Street Fighter skins. Rock Soccer and myself. Gotta pay homage to the classic Capcom games. As you see right here, good loadout right now. Blue weapons galore. Also with the SMG as well. Health pack and shield. That's a pretty good kit so far. Maybe get a shotty. No, that is an Evo shotty. Oh no, they have a great kit so far. Maybe a long range or 2 on top of that. They're sitting pretty, but right now they're doing well.
Now we make our way over to I'm v Westbrook. We have seen Westbrook a couple of times here so far, and they are very scrappy. Every time we switch over to I'm v Westbrook, it's usually in the midst of a firefight. But with that being said, they have not really been able to finish high in the placement point. So now, let's see if they're going to be able to try and rectify that here in Game 4 of Qualifier number 3. And now, I'm not exactly sure what to call this glider, but it's definitely one of the best ones I think I've seen so far.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, phenomenal, amazing, spectacular. The weight it has, the expertise it has, the loveliness it has. Every adjective you could say in the dictionary is amazing. As we go to Matt and we see where they're at. Again, a nice little output that they have there. Purple hammer, golden prime. And they have that fish for shield too, which they might dip into, but at least they're going towards the original Auburn man, who's also down on shields. Now they're getting shot at by there. Jay also down on shields. Jay getting some shots. There's no long range weapon there, so both of them might escape a battle, at least for the moment. Oh,
yeah, I think Max is not done with this one just yet. Yeah, they're going to go back and try and get this elimination. As a matter of fact, they're going to do a little bit of gatekeeping here, keeping Jay Swavy inside of the storm, taking that additional damage, and should pick up an easy elimination as it's Matt will continue to rage their warfare on the rest of this lobby, building themselves even higher in that leaderboard.
That's a little bit of cruelty right there. Jay just wanted to get towards the circle, but if you get in the circle first and deny that person their way and snatch up their victory, disrespectful. Matt has no regard for human life and hasn't. That's the reason why they're at the top with 74 points. That's 15 more points than everybody else. You don't get that lead for no reason.
Oh, absolutely not. But now we make our way back over to Reaper and Original Auburn Man. Keep in mind, Original Auburn Man still tied in 4th place with 44 points. So they are making their way up as well, trying to find themselves at least in the top 3, finding themselves within the money, within the prize pool. And they barely miss Reaper. Is now Reaper going to be making their way towards the edge of the storm and going back around, trying to find their way up this hill and maybe find themselves some better positioning here.
Climbing to the mountaintops to hopefully get the victory on the other side. We'll see what will happen. NBH Reaper just trying to get in good positioning right here. 16 out of 20 gamers left. So after our first couple eliminations, it's been relatively quiet for these gamers. Sometimes we're used to seeing action early, and sometimes it takes a little time for that pot to simmer on down. And right now, there's a lot of simmering happening.
Again, this is the point where we start to see players start to take things a little bit more slow, play a little bit more conservative and cautiously, because we are towards the latter half of our qualifier. Only this one and one other game to go, and that will be the end of it, as these players now not trying to give up any eliminations for free, as now you can see Original Auburn Man literally with only 11 health left on the bar, nearly being eliminated, and then hopefully for them, they'll be able to live to fight another day.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to. With good escapability, you always have a chance. And that's why a lot of these gamers make sure that they always keep a transportation. Shockwaves, we've seen, be very useful going forward, especially when you don't have a team to back you up. It's always nice to make sure you have your own back and have a counter to whoever is going towards you. And speaking of shockwaves, Touch Hope using that to get away from IMV Westbrook because they knew that they were on their trail. Touch Hope, I think, just trying to run away in general, or at least get better positioning. Nope, run away in general. It is indeed. They get into the car. They are out of here. And now Westbrook is just looking at their license plate longingly.
Yep, sometimes you just have to GTFO, and Touch Hope did just that. Hopped in the wheels and dipped clean out of the dangers. Now we make our way back over to Key Carries, our favorite Jedi lightsaber duelist, who unfortunately have not found themselves in the top 5 yet, but I can honestly tell you, hey, I'm rooting for you.
I'm rooting for you as well. They're the caster's favorite, and guess what? That's a winning prize in my opinion, okay? Right now, still holding on to their patented lifesaver, has at least a purple and an epic Enderchrome and an Enderchrome Shoddy as well. With that Cobra, that's a good loadout. They get some health. They're in a good position. Hopefully, they get into a good place to really get some limbs. As you see that ball rolling, that boulder rolling, that's from Trouble up there. They can't quite see where Trouble is, though.
Am I the only one who saw that what appeared to be a player there in the bottom right, like next to the boulder? Was I the only one that saw that? Because clearly, clearly key carries didn't see them either. They just walked literally right on by. That would have been an easy pick. That would have been an easy pick for key carries, but they're too focused right now on Hope there at the top. They're dialed in right now.
I mean, and I can't blame them for being focused on Hope, because that's all we need in the world, isn't it? Right now, Touch Hope, trying to get around that log did not spell well for them, and right now they're trying to go for blood right now. Karis trying to get inside the car, probably instead should have gone for around the car. If I were Karis, you know what? I would go ahead. There's some legendary weapons over there, some mythic legends. Go ahead and touch them. Go ahead, get those golden weapons and make sure that you can make this an easier kill for Touch Hope. But fortunately, they're in a good position right now as Touch Hope gets third party. Harrison pick off the result of that third party right there. Would have been easier with that gold Cobra. Instead, they're running away, and they're not even getting that loot that's behind them.
Yeah, you see, I told you I saw somebody over there. I knew I seen somebody just over there towards towards the left side of that hill, and finally we find out that it was in fact a Killaboo. As now, once again, I'm really surprised that key carries did not pick up any of those golden or mythic weapons. Definitely would have helped them here. I mean, relying solely on this green weapon, again, might have costed them an elimination or two so far. As you can see now, the storm is encroaching in as we get ready to head into round number 4 of Game 4.
Round 4, Game 4. Amazing play by a lot of these gamers. So far, eliminations, it took a while, but now they're heating up, and now they're about to heat up even more as the circle is getting even closer. These quarters are getting so much tighter as we see Matt, who has been on top this whole time, again finding themselves toward what could be the final circle closing. Beams, another personal favorite, is also around as well, but right now Matt probably not in good position as players are all around them.
Yeah, now you can see it's Matt still holding on to their first place spot, looking to continue to solidify that spot now, getting yet another elimination on I'm V Westbrook. It's Matt now with 4 eliminations here in Game 4, even furthering their lead in that number 1 spot.
Matt, that aim was great, even though they tried to jump all over the place. The jumping had no effect on Matt, and right now the bullets that Undefined are sending Matt's way have no effect. Matt doing a good job, like Neo in the Matrix, getting that bullet time, using that aim correctly, and dodging everything their way. It's an Undefined versus Matt situation, a face-off. Who does what first? First shot, Hybrid, down. Already most of their shield. Matt playing it cool. Hybrid trying to refill some of that. Does? Only 1 shot left for Undefined, but a killer is on its way. Killer around the corner. I don't think Matt can recover their health in time. It's going to take a miracle for Matt to go away. And Matt somehow slippery, able to get at least initially away, but Killer right there hot on their trail.
Yeah, but keep in mind, they're healing up very quickly over there for It's Matt. So by the time Killaboo makes their way up the hill, It's Matt is going to be back in fighting shape. But now they find themselves on the other side of the storm. They took even more damage as now the race is on to try and get back into the safety of the inner ring. Killaboo still laying down all those shots, but also falling victim to the ring themselves. And now It's Matt with the rebuttal, coming in with the turnaround. Killaboo, only 1 hit remaining until they are eliminated, trying to get out of dodge, and they will find cover behind the rocks.
How did Matt find their way out of this one? It looked like they were in a clear disadvantage state, and now they're in another clear disadvantage state. Coming from behind, Beams getting that sweet revenge, and now Beams is back on top, trying to kill Killer. Killer recovered their health, but right now, Beams with a Warthog, with shield, with that health. Oh, they decide to play it safe and get into good position, but they have an advantage that they didn't know that they had. Off of Killer, you're letting Killer get their health back.
Yeah, I didn't even know if Beams knew that Killa was there. Because now, once again, Beams just taking off, trying to avoid the danger here, but Killa's not going to let them go far as they are already applying that damage. And now with only 4 players left, we are in the final 4 of a game 4 here in qualifier number 3. And now you can see Key Carries managed to find themselves all the way in the top spot now. Still no eliminations, but still, our favorite Jedi is doing a lot better this time around.
Using the Force, I love to see it. We've been rooting for Karis, and finally, they're in the top 5. But will they get the crown? That's yet to be seen as we see Beams also doing a great job. This is their opportunity to get back into the top 5 when it comes to rankings. But right now, Kira's not allowing that to happen. Running away from the action is Beams, Lexical Worms. We haven't been seeing a lot of them. Not a lot of eliminations, but at least you're in a top spot.
Yeah, that's a lot of goo. They just shot out a lot of goo with the goo gun, trying to find any hit markers there or deal any damage, but I'm not sure if they were able to make any action happen there. And now taking out the blaster, trying to get Key Carries eliminated here. But these shots, once again, Stormtrooper vision not landing as Key Carries now with the rebuttal. Lays down a shot with the shotty, and things are not looking good. As you can see, Beams now working their way around the circle, trying to find a way to third party Key Carries.
Things not looking good for Lexical. A little pun right there. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. As we see right there, Beams, they've been playing good. That's the one thing I know, and it's been Beams and Killa looking at each other this entire time. Lexical Worms getting packed out by, guess what, our favorite. Now they're finally in the top 3, but it looks like they're in a precarious situation. Killa doing a good job getting most of their health. 51 shot remaining. The lightsaber can't save them, as it looks like from behind, Beams beaming their way. Their shot, their aim true, and it's Killa and Beams left.
Yep, once again, a 1v1 between Beams and Killa. Killa already, once again, making their way all the way to the top 2. Now trying to solidify their victory here, but they're taking a lot of damage. Beams, once again, on target time and time again, is going to be pushing the issue here. Coming from behind the tree, laying down even more damage and getting the final elimination and the victory royale in game number 4.
Beams spiking it, sitting it down like it's easy work, enjoying their lazy Sunday, but their game was anything but lazy, doing a good job of eliminating, and they took advantage. I really like that sequence where they took advantage of Matt, where it took advantage of Matt going around the corner. They had an opportunity to third party. They got that third party, and it was just them. The second place left. And guess what? They came out on top. Wonderful job coming out on top, especially too. It was contentious, going back and forth. Touch Hope getting the first kill, but at the end of the day, the final kill was what matters, and a great job getting done by that player.
Oh, absolutely. And again, it's Matt definitely showing out in a major way as well. They are in the top spot, and I'm pretty sure there has been no threat to their positioning just yet. Keep in mind, they have a fantastic lead, and even though they did not walk away with the victory royale, they still were able to lay on the elimination points. And here is the play. This is where you see where it's Matt does start to receive a lot of damage, and this is where things start to fall apart. Beams coming in with a vicious third party to put an end to Matt. And, of course, Killa putting themselves in that top 2 position, but unfortunately, they did not have what it took to overcome Beams in the end. And Beams getting your victory royale for Game 4.
Killa doing an excellent job staying alive, because there are several places where Killa should not have actually made it past the health that they had, right? They were 1 shot a couple of times. They were 2 shot a couple of times. They had no shield and win is a battle a couple of times, but were able to escape, able to maneuver away. At the end of the day, they couldn't get over Beams, but my goodness, this will help their ranking. They weren't in the top 5 yet, but I have a feeling they just might sneak their way in. Guys, only 1 more match of this qualifying round, and then we have another qualifying round to go down. It has been a lovely Sunday. I'm enjoying the time that we're having here, and hopefully you are too. Remember, exclamation point raffle in the chat, and remember to stay tuned because we have 1 more matchup of these qualifiers coming up shortly.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got one Sprite and one high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did.
They're coming, they're ready to play, they're ready to game, they're ready to compete in our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Texas Loyalty Cup. Now is what we've all been waiting for. We have our gamers in the championship final here, and they are ready, they're rearing to go. Oh, and Fetty picks up the first stock. Chat, the gamers.
You guys are the best, man. We love you.
Yeah. You just won the Texas Loyalty Cup. $1,000 Arch card. Special code for you to use. You can see it in the chat. Oh, it's right there. What are you doing
Here.
there?
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament. You see that guy? You see him? Oh, it's over here actually. You see him smiling? You see him waving? Yeah, that guy, there you go.
Oh,
We're boarding
yeah.
it forward. Cap Natsoka, that's my guy right there. And I like his swag in there. I like that. Look at that shiny head over there. I love to see it. And right here, I also got a shiny head right here going on here because it's hot in my room. But it's okay because it makes sense it's hot because we're at Heat 5 of our second qualifier of the day, but really qualifier 3. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. I was about to say, this is going to be qualifier number 3 because some people out there weren't as cool as you and I or a lot of other people, and they weren't there for the first one, way back when, like a week or so ago, only the cool kids remember that one. But regardless, we're here for qualifier number 3, and this is going to be game 5. This is the last of the heats for qualifier number 3. So whoever comes out on top here will be taking that cash home. And of course, a friendly reminder to the folks at home. First place will be walking away with $250. Second place with $100, and third place with $50. So a nice chunk of change on the line as we get ready to get game number 5 of qualifier number 3 underway.
Especially in college, that amount of money, a godsend. But we'll see where these players land. So far, they've been doing an okay job of not really landing in the same spot. I did see that Tilted was pretty hot the last time round, but this time not so much. It does seem, though, that Greasy is getting a little bit sweaty over there as you see Lexical Worms playing with a different skin, but still trying to get that win. Was in third place, or I believe fourth place last time around. Trying to get that victory crown. And speaking of somebody who hasn't gotten that victory crown, it's Matt. Has always been just around that, hovering around that. That's why they have 96 points. Again, 20 points better than everybody else. But they have not been able to acquire the victory crown. Right now, they're in a dangerous situation, though, because it looks like Sketcher Thief is hot on their trail.
Oh, absolutely. But Matt is honestly, I think they're good. I don't think they have anything to worry about because after that game number 4, it's Matt currently in first place with 96 points, followed by Undefined Hybrid with 76. So they have a 20-point lead. So I think they're going to be okay. But finishing out our standings currently is going to be Beams in third with 70 points, Sketcher Thief in fourth with 67, and Rixu in fifth place with 55. So still plenty of opportunity for a lot of these players to try and make a come up in the standings.
Yeah, doing a great job rising to the occasion, Rising there, but also to Sketcher Thief, kind of falling a little bit, but making sure that they're still at the top 5. Around the way is trouble, though, so we'll see how deep into the trouble they get so far.
Yeah, I also got to give a shout out to Trouble. Trouble. Yeah, I apologize. I just want to say, giving a shout out to Trouble, just because, this is one of our other Jedi-friendly players here. We don't show them enough love, but they have been going with the lightsaber time and time again, and, they try and engage in the lightsaber duel here and there. So you got to give a shout out to our Foxy friend there.
We do love our Foxy friend, Mr. Fox, Mr. Trouble. Not trouble in our hearts, always doing a good job of satisfying us by having that Jedi wielding action. Right now, though, it seems that this Jedi has just been excellent. Sketcher Thief, again, always hovering around top 5 throughout the matchup, throughout this qualifier. Sketcher Thief trying to see where the rest of these players might be, and I think Trouble just finally caught an eye on them, but Trouble seems to also be loading up some weapons as well, so probably not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going down there. It looks like it could be a lightsaber duel, but I'm not sure. No one eliminated yet. I think they were having trouble with a wild animal there. That is, it feels bad. Once again, you have those wild animals every now and again, and they got to be put down. Trouble, of course, with the fox skin, having to do the dastardly deed of putting down their fellow animal brethren.
Oh, and speaking of what, Sketcher and Matt are right on top of each other. Matt somehow surviving without any health, getting thrown their way, but Trouble's right around the way as well. Jedi action coming through, trying to get some of Matt's shield, and successfully does. Matt has that Chug-a-Lug set on the way. Trouble trying to get some more of that health. It's only one shot for Math. Thank goodness that they have that Chug-a-Lug. They're running away. They're using their health. They're using everything that they can in order to survive. Both of them on one, and both of them somehow make it out of that alive. I don't know how.
Yeah, Trouble just survived Order 66. They were able to get away, but now they are back in the vehicle with little to no health, literally only 4. And they're going to try and get out of dodge here. But again, I guess Trouble is better with the lightsaber than they are behind the wheel of this car.
It does seem like it, huh? Trying to get into a spot that they can just heal. I would have driven probably a little further away than my opponent, but I guess they wanted to make sure that they weren't too far away, that they end up driving to somewhere else. No. In fact, I was thinking that they would go ahead and replace their health. Instead, they're getting shot at. If the vehicle explodes, they're gone. If a hog runs into them and they don't have any of their overshield, they're gone. Like, this is a dangerous situation. They should have replenished their health before it. Trouble looks like they're in trouble. But we're going to go to Raizu here to see what they're about.
Yeah, well, it's game number 5. It's time to throw caution to the wind because we already know how this is shaping up. So if there's a time to try and get as many eliminations on the board as possible, it is now because you have quite a ways to catch up to that top 3. And right now we're looking at Rixu or Raizu, who is looking also to crack that top 5 and maybe even the top 3 as well, currently sitting within that 5th place with 55 points. Still a long way to go before they find themselves in that podium.
Right here has that shield fish on them and also has the chugsters. That's definitely something that you want to do, especially in solo queue. You can have a health pack, and you definitely do keep a health pack or bandages or whatever, smalls, wherever. But at the end of the day, you want something that has convenience in case you get in a gunfight, especially once you start getting in closer quarters. But hey, it's still early on. That's why you see Timmy, I guess, just trying to get the layout of the land, trying to figure out where they might want to go. I would loot a little bit more if I was Timmy, but maybe Timmy is looking out, waiting for somebody, or because they know unknown draw is literally right there underneath them.
And again, interesting way to see how this one plays out, but Cost Timmy is going to go ahead and just get out of dodge. They're going to leave the vault, and they're going to give it to an unknown draw and just let him have that, because I don't even think Timmy had keys to get the vault, so no love lost there. As you can see, we're back with Touch Hope, trying to drive up a mountain, but unfortunately, I don't think this vehicle was built for that.
No, you'll not be coming up the mountain when you come, because guess what? You don't have the nice tires to get upside that hill. You're probably going to need something with a little bit extra grip on it. Luckily, he's able to get around that. And now Touch Hope, not as nifty driving skills as we saw earlier on in the qualifiers and Qualifier 2, but still nifty enough to make us laugh.
Absolutely. And now, once again, we come to the Chrome NATO, where not 1, not 2, but 3 players are now having a fantastic time, going round and round again, finding themselves up top, just living their best life here, eyeing each other down and not making a move, but they know full and well where each other are. They're just enjoying the breeze.
It's a party up here at the top of the tornado, and everybody's gliding around. We love to see it. The excitement, the anticipation, the dance moves. Oh my. And plus, we got to give a shout out to Westbrook. Look at that. I love their glider so much. I don't know how to get that glider, but I'm going to go to the item shop and make sure I can get that, because that's just so cute.
Yeah, I don't even know what that creature is, but it looks like it's in immense pain. That poor creature, just again, is subject to being a glider. Is now we're going to make our way back over to Touch Hope, who is following all the speed laws here, taking their time. And now, once again, just trying to find some loot here, which I don't really think they need too much better loot. The only thing better than what they have would be some mythic. And right now they're decently stacked, and now it's just about finding the opposition and trying to get some eliminations on the board.
Just trying to get some elims somehow, some way, in some form. Beams is around the corner, but Touch Hope turned the other way from them. It's crazy how close you can be to some players in Fortnite and not even know that they were there.
Yep, absolutely. And again, Tilted Towers, one of the more sweatier fests here in Fortnite, but not today for some reason. Again, I'm guessing people are losing interest in Fortnite. It's not the most popular POI anymore, as now you can see Touch Hope is looking for at least one other person here to try and get one of their eliminations. Beam's already laying down that damage, but Touch Hope does get up on high and avoids the danger. And look at this. They found themselves an empty vault with some extra loot in there. Again, it looks like it has been picked clean of all the mythics and the gold weapons, but still should be able to find something, and it looks as though they are able to walk away with a purple shoddy. Now that is going to come in handy.
Yes, purple shoddy, very nice. All purple everything, it seems to be, which is very good for them. They have a nice set of equipment. Now, equipment doesn't mean anything. Of course, your aim has to be true as well, but you put yourself in a great position when you have the best equipment. Speaking about being in good position, Westbrook trying to make sure that they rotate onto another space. Killa right now losing a lot of health, and I'm not sure why. Let's go to it. Killa running away for their life. They're getting shot at. I wonder who's behind them. We have been seeing a lot of people. They flashed on our screen before. Didn't quite catch the name. Did you catch that name?
No, I didn't. The only name I'm looking at right now is Killaboo. As you can see, they nearly were eliminated, but looks as though they might have found some way to stay alive. And now Jay Swavy trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping here. As you can see, Beams does get in their car and is able to drive away. Was that a carjacking that we just saw?
That was a carjacking that we've seen. We've seen a lot of GTA-esque activities here, and so far they've led to great victories. Maybe Beams is on to something. As you see right now, Beams is trying to get away from something, and that's Ski right here. Ski too hard, trying to go towards them, but I don't think that you're going to catch up with a vehicle that's barreling at 15 miles per hour on foot. Luckily, the circle is stopping right there, so Ski can just chill and probably find out where Jay is, as they're just around the mountaintop.
Yeah, now everybody's starting to make their way over towards Tilted Towers. As you can see, Touch Hope is there as well, and we've already seen a lot of exchanges going through Tilted Towers, and you can see it will be too hard over there towards the boulder, taking their time, just trying to get a read on where Jay Swavy went, but it looks as though they're long gone. They have already gone inside.
Long gone. That doesn't mean they might not appear in the future. Ski, Touch Hope, Jay, all around. Ski trying to get off that boulder. Theoretically, they could. I don't think it would have the momentum to get into that little bodega that Jay is in. As you see, Beams also around the corner as well. All these gamers all in a tight space, but none of them making moves quite yet. As tension floats in the air, and now there are moves going on. Jay finally taking shots at Beams.
Yeah, that they are. And now here comes Jay Swavy making their way in on Beams. Beams trying to goo their way out of dodge, going back towards the truck. They do take some damage, but somehow, some way, they will escape.
And they escape, and they have that goop. That means that they heal, but Jay wants blood, and Jay wants it now. Jay is going towards Beams with all the intensity of white hot suns, and then they realize, oh, wait, hold on. Beams actually went outside of the circle. Let me reconfigure this plan, and let's do this differently.
Yeah, and now they realize that, that vehicle is not an all-terrain vehicle. Now they get their eyes on Too Hard, who is up top, laying down some damage, does manage to break the shield, but that storm ever so close up on their heels, as now they will be able to get out of dodge and use the launch pad to escape. But once again, Jay Swavy will be given chase.
Jay Swavy hot on Ski's tail. It doesn't look like Ski can go many places. Does pick up a weapon to try to make sure that they can do some type of damage, but it doesn't even matter. Jay getting the kill that they were looking for the entire time, but also getting shot at by NBH.
Yep, absolutely. Once again, you got to fear the Reaper as they are making their way in onto Jay Swavy. And that is going to be a close one on top of the mushroom caps again, trying to lay down the damage with the shoddy, making it happen, and they will be able to put out the Reaper.
And getting that Med missed at the right time because it did not look good for them. On the other side, we saw action. It was Lexical Worm going against Tipsy, and Tipsy again being the victim of Lexical Worm, being the victim of someone, and that is Lexical Worm. As you see so many players in such a tight space, we're going to see a lot of high intensity battles coming up now because all these gamers are literally right on top of each other. As we go to Matt right now, seeing the scope, seeing everybody, has somebody around the way, has a true below them. They are playing a little bit of a patient battle. Matt probably trying to figure out where A True might be. As you see Simi coming around the corner, pulling up. Beams also pulling up. Oh my goodness, it looks like everybody's coming to the cookout, but instead, these players are trying to cook each other.
Oh, absolutely. And keep in mind, it's Matt still in the number one spot with a at least bare minimum 20-point lead. And they are still very much in this matchup here in game number 5 as they have A True right underneath them in that second floor. And they, of course, are in the basement. But now it's going to be about this drop. Will they be able to come through successfully? As already they do get the read, they do get the shots, and now A True will be eliminated.
That was the long game played out so perfectly. Matt knew that A True was below him. I don't think they knew how many floors below him, but knew that they were there. Removed one layer, figured they have to be on the other one, shot at it instead of digging at it, so you didn't end up in a precarious situation. Instead, you got the advantage on them, and they took advantage of that advantage, and they're walking away with an elimination and potentially more as they're shooting at Beans.
Yeah, and you can see it's Matt already with 3 eliminations to their name, looking to get the 4th here as Beans continues to try to avoid the danger. And now being able to land those shots does get rid of the mount. And that is going to slow Beans down, but it looks as though there was some more danger present as it's Matt is going to try and rotate around.
And Matt did have those shockwaves, decided not to use it. Timmy is gone right there. A touch of hope, making sure to touch them up and make sure that they dance on down on 2. But now they're getting shot at, so maybe probably not the best time to bust a move.
Why not? It's game 5. If there's a time to get live, it's now. So again, I appreciate the dance moves. Good on you and good elimination. As now you can see we do have our final 5 here in a game 5. And things are getting a little bit more intense. As you can see, it's Matt currently with 3 eliminations, as well as Beams still struggling to stay alive.
And it looked like Beams was probably taking some shots, I believe, from Westbrook. It looked like they were in that general area. Westbrook decided to slow down. Matt is aiming at Westbrook now with Beams trying to recover in the valley on the other side. Matt is trying to take a look at both of these players at the same time, is aware that they're both there, instead running away. I'm not sure why. They had the position, but maybe they're figuring, hey, I can probably get an even better look once the circle closes just a little bit tiny more.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the number 1 spot for a reason. They know there's a method to their madness. They have the best wits about them, as now you can see that storm is beginning to close even further as we get ready to head into round number 6. And Beams still somehow, some way up on their feet and has not been eliminated yet, despite all odds and despite all the damage they have already taken.
Beams has been sweating. Beams, oh my goodness, beams of sweat, beams of liquid. They really are in such precarious situations, still holding on, but without the ability to get more health. I don't know how much longer it'll last. There are mushrooms around, but most of the mushrooms seem to be around where Matt or Westbrook are, so can't really get the health that they would like. But Beams is trying to run away and trying to get it with a car and cannot get there. Matt blowing up the car and making sure that they walk away with the victory, as all 3 of our competitors are right next to each other.
Yep, here we go. The top 3 about to go head to head as Westbrook does get dealt with. They do get a 3rd place finish, so not bad. But now it's all about the 1v1 between Matt and Touch Hope.
Will Matt finally walk away with the victory that's escaped them so many times? Able to get some of Touch Hope's shield. Touch Hope doing a good job. Very accurate. And no, Matt cannot walk away with the victory crown. Instead, all you need is a little love, and all you you need is a little hope to go around it. You better do your dance on the dance floor. As such, Hope walks away with the victory. The aim was true. And even though it looked like Matt might finally walk away with the victory that escaped them this entire time, not today.
Oh, absolutely not. And again, that was an excellent finish coming through for the winner there, getting the victory royale. And it's Matt, unfortunately, didn't get the victory royale, but I don't think they have anything to worry about. They are sitting comfortably in that first place spot. They still had around 4 eliminations to their name and still got second place, which comes with a hefty amount of placement points. But GG's all around to everyone there in that game 5 as we begin to tally the remaining points to see who will be your top 3 finishers.
And as we throw on some of these highlights, I think Matt is a good example of the phrase, even when you're losing, you're still winning. And that's exactly what Matt has been doing. Again, and once we go through these highlights, we're going to be seeing a lot of the moves that they were making, just skills, just moves, just aims, just everything like that. And because of that, they've been able to do a good job. Guys, we are going to be throwing it to interviews very shortly because hey, this is the end of our heat and also to some highlights as well, but we're going to throw it to intermission. Before we do, again, my name is Board McBoard. That's Captain Atsuko. Well, actually that way I have to wonder how, reverse imaging, that's how these cameras work. And I'll see you guys after the break.
That was good.
Good job.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we love what is so we never We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something there.
And welcome back, gamers. We've seen a lot of good tournament action here at this tournament. What's the name of this tournament? Of course, it's McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. I'm Bordy McBoard. That is Captain Adsoka. And honestly, Cap, we've seen a lot of good gamers this time. They've really been blowing our minds with the amount of gameplay that we've seen. We've been seeing third partying. Right? We've been seeing third partying, we've been seeing sniping, we've been seeing sneaky play all around. And we've had a little bit of holiday spirit, whether that be, Halloween, which just passed, but hey, it's a nightmare before Christmas, and we've also seen some Santa hats as well. We had a little bit of everything so far in these matchups.
Yeah, that we have, but mostly we have seen some intense competition all the way from qualifier number 1 a few weeks ago to now as we just wrapped on qualifier number 3. Truly, things are heating up as things are getting exponentially more intense. Keep in mind, when our first qualifier, we didn't have as much of a turnout as we wanted. Now, the word has spread. This is the top tier competition for Fortnite at the moment. As you can see, more and more players coming out leads to more and more competition, which leads to more and more eliminations and action. And we have gotten plenty of that so far from players like Zykai, I'm sorry, like players like It's Matt, and then of course we're talking about Zyk. I can never decide if it's Zyk or Zykai. Regardless, we got ourselves some top competition here today.
Zykai rolls off the tongue a little bit better, but Zyk is still good, okay? And speaking of Zyk, you talked a little bit about the action that we've been seeing so far, the play and everything like that. Now it's time to get a little bit behind the mind of some of these students. Again, this tournament is for HBCU students, and now it's time to interview one of these students to get into their mind. We are going to be interviewing no other than Zyk, our winner, Zyk on Twitch to be exact. Zyk was the winner of our second qualifier, our first one for today, with 129 points. And now it's time to see what they are about. Hey there! How you doing? Oh, it's actually Becklin.
Nice
I forgot.
To meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Becklin, and I'm so sorry for getting your name wrong. I apologize, but it's okay, Becklin, because you still did a good job in the first heat. You got second there with 105 points. How you feeling today, Becklin?
Sorry about the text-to-speech, but I had my tonsils removed.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. It's a-okay because I'm just imagining like a Barry White tone, like my darling, in place. So it's excellent. It's totally fine. Now, Becklin, I'm going to ask you some questions about all the things that you've been doing in this tournament. Question number 1 is, congrats for winning, of course. You got some cash today and are advancing to the finals on November 20th. You already told us your name, but can you tell us where you went to school?
Florida A&M.
Okay, so Florida A&M, Texas speech is a little bit weird. FAMU, of course, go Rattlers. I see. All right, go Rattlers. Okay, and can you tell me what the scholarship means to you, right, and how it will make a difference in your life? And it's okay. Take your time, because I know that text-to speech, you have to think about it. You have to let the speech out and everything like that. So
I'm going to try to talk a little.
So it means the world to me, and it would honestly help me out so much. And it would just, I don't know. I've always been in love with Fortnite, and I practice a lot. I've been doing so many tournaments lately. I've been getting a name for myself out there. People like the Peach Cobbler, who have given me a chance and opportunities to play in more private tournaments. I have been getting up there on the leaderboards too, trying my best. And my friend Araby, who he actually helped coach me today, like with rotation and stuff.
Yeah.
He was so proud of me, and I was so thankful that I could have a great friend like him. And he's actually from Germany. I met him through Fortnite on Discord, and it's just he and I have been doing so many tournaments together, and what else? And I don't know if you guys know who Mustard Plays is. He's Donald Mustard's brother, the person who made Fortnite. And he and I qualified for a $10,000 creative tournament together. And that's actually on November 19th. So that weekend's going to be packed.
Okay, well, I'm wishing you all the luck with that.
Thank you.
You don't mind talking? I was going to say, like, I was also going to say, too, in the middle, if you feel like this is too damaging to your voice, like, it is A-okay. I understand. My voice went out of that 3 weeks ago. So, like, I understand. Keep those vocal cords golden, because you're going to need it for your tournament coming up soon, right?
Yeah. I haven't actually tried talking at all. This is, like, the first time. My voice sounds weird.
No, you sound great. You sound good. And I love that story. You know, people talk all about the time, you know, what's the use of gaming, blah, blah, blah. Not only are you getting money and cash prizes and everything like that that'll help your school, but you also get some very good, cool friends as well. And so I'm happy to hear that you're making friends, and also too, those friends are supporting you. So shout out to the homies who not only you game with, you ride or die with, and also win some money with as well. Before we go, I do have a question. Is there anybody, well, I guess you already kind of shouted them out, but I guess any other shout outs that you want to get to, or maybe double down on the shout outs to your friends?
Double down to Araby.
Double down to Araby. Shout out to them, gaming buddies, and hopefully, like I said, November 19th, right? That's when you're going to be playing in that tournament, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
It's actually
best of luck to you in
creative
that
tournament.
Oh, creative tournament. And creative tournaments are interesting too, because creative mode is interesting in itself. A lot of fun modes for that.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm wishing you the best, and thank you so much. I'm glad that you won that money, and good luck going to the grand finals. I appreciate you, and I'll see you November 20th. Okay?
Alrighty, thank you.
No problem. Rest up those tonsils, okay? All right. We're going to throw it to intermission. Becklin, amazing job. Nice meeting you, and can't wait to see you on the 20th. We'll see you guys after the break.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got one Sprite and one High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did it.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason
Hey guys, welcome back. And after that interview, it's so nice to see a little bit of the lives behind these gamers, right? And Cap, I know you and I both have testaments to some of the amazing people that we've met through the gaming world, but it's also nice to see people like Belkin to also have their testaments and testimonies about how the people that you meet in gaming can honestly help you and support you towards some of your journeys and your goals,
Yeah, not only that, but the true testament that it takes to really go through these intense competitions. I mean, they had their tonsils recently removed and were still able to come through and ignore the pain and play and still qualify. And keep in mind, there was a time where Becklin was top fragging in their respective lobby and ended up finishing third, but still being able to do that after having surgery is quite an act of fortitude there.
Quite the act of fortitude. And of course, I know I'm wishing them all the best, but I know you're also wishing them all the best going forward when it comes to that tournament that they have, and also too coming up on the 20th as well. So that's going to be a busy weekend, like they said. But speaking about getting busy, hey, I think there's somebody else that you need to talk to. Isn't that right, Cap?
Oh, absolutely. Coming up right now is going to be an interview live with our last winner. It's Matt coming up to answer a couple of questions. Well, hello. How are you? How are you feeling, first of all? It's Matt. You just came off of a win. You got yourself in the money. And not only that, but you're qualified for the finals on November 20th. How does it feel?
I'm feeling great. Oh, I was real nervous, but started getting placed pretty well, started shaking off.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we couldn't help but notice that you were the most consistent throughout the entire series. That you never did drop a round. You never did drop a lobby. Even when you were finishing podium second and third place, you were still managing to get a lot of elimination points along the way. And I got to ask, what school are you repping in this tournament?
Of course, FAMU, Florida A&M, #1.
Well, there you have it. Let's go. Repping their school well, of course, being able to take that first place prize. And again, what does the scholarship money, what does it mean to you? How will it make a difference in your life, especially being a student currently, going through college?
I feel like it'll make a great difference because I am actually a major in pharmacy and pharmaceutical sciences. So I'm going to need money to eventually travel because they will put us on rotations later. And they said it's over like 160 hours of free labor. So I need some kind of thing to support myself through that time.
Absolutely. And now I got to ask you, we've already gone through the qualifiers. This was the easy part. Okay. Now you got the finals on the 20th to look forward to. So I got to ask you, what is going to be your preparation between now and November 20th?
I will definitely say playing the game more and working on positioning. Because I feel like with no building, aim and positioning is key. Because I saw throughout the games that I was playing that the aim can be fine, but I need to know where I am and make sure that I am safe enough to where I can escape in any given moment.
Yeah, and speaking of being able to escape, the old in and out, I got to ask you, we're really trying to pinpoint where is the POI, the point of interest for you. We saw that you were definitely going to a lot of places, being able to run the racket and pick up plenty of eliminations. But what is your main focus when you're dropping into Fortnite? Where is your favorite POI?
I would say the Speedway in the desert. That's one of my favorite spots. But other than that, I usually drop to a real secluded area in the top left of the map near there's like a lumberjam something. I don't remember the name of the place. My whole map is like dark still, so.
Well, with that being said, we already know your game plan heading into November 20th, heading into the grand finals. With that, I have to ask one last question. Do you have anybody you want to shout out while you have the time? The spotlight is yours.
Of course. Also, I want to say shout out to my boys back home, Tyler, Ravi, Mir, Alan, and of course the FAMU VGC for showing me and giving me this opportunity to play.
Yeah, well, there you have it. And again, a huge congratulations to It's Matt. Definitely going to be one of the top contenders to look out for at the grand finals. Your first place winner here for qualifiers number 3, taking home a $250 on the day, and will have a chance to compete for $15,000 on November 20th. Thank you for joining me in the booth. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for having me.
Jimmy at Woodstock. Drum me around and go right forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it.
Hey guys, I am Boardy McBoard. That is Captain at Soka. And one thing that we're doing is we're loving all the wonderful Fortnite action that we've been receiving this wonderful Sunday. We've gone through 1, 2, 3 qualifiers, 2 today. And today there's only one more left, and that is our qualifier number 4, right before we get to our lovely grand finals. I'm overwhelmed, honestly, because we just keep on getting more gamers and the action gets better. And guess what, Cap? We have even more gamers this time around.
That we do. Last I heard, we're going to be jumping into this lobby with about 30 players. So again, that's going to be the most packed lobby that we have had all tournament long, from qualifier number 1 all the way now into qualifier number 4. But with that being said, we have already had 10 games of Fortnite today, and now we're about to go 5 more. So I know a lot of the viewers at home, as well as myself, love a good old-fashioned marathon, and that's what we have been having so far here today. So let's keep this train on going.
Let's keep this train on going, or let's get this bus on going, because these players have to hop out the battle bus. You know, I've been licking my chops for all of this wonderful action. We have a new crop of gamers, a new crop of people to fall in love with and to see where their games might go. A new crop of winners. Again, $250 for first, $100 for second, and 50 bones for third. There's a lot of money on the line, a lot of money at stakes here, all for the chance of $15,000 at the end of our grand finales, which are going to be on November 20th. A lot of good things to see so far. And let's see if these gamers, since there's so many more of them, where they might land, because it's inevitable that they're going to end up in a couple of the same spots now.
Yeah, right now it looks like it's heading all towards Rocky Reels. This is where the concentration is, so expect to see a lot of eliminations early as we get ready to go to Codain the Kid, who already is going to be landing here first over at Rocky Reels, trying to get some loot. As you can see, Baby Hunt over there towards the other building across the way, and Young King, of course, going up high along the rocks here. But it's going to be about who can get this loot first, as we are officially well and underway here in game number 1 of qualifier number 4.
And now this is where that strategy comes in, where sometimes now you're going to have at these high points of interest hot drops. Hot drops, the person who gets the guns first, the person who sees people first, well, they usually end up being the person who survives the longest. Right now, you're seeing Codename finding a way to make sure they can survive through all of the chaos as we go all the way around the map to I'm Not the FDA, which is a funny name, by the way. So they're rocking that Gora skin. We'll see what they're doing. It looks like they're upgrading their weapons. Decraft Cream getting some shots right there.
Yeah, and now we make our way back over to Decaf Cream, who, again, looks like they're going with the Catwoman skin. That's what at least it looks like to me. As now, once again, we make our way to Alaziere. There it is! I was able to figure it out. I am positive
there you go.
Being able to pronounce names. Let's go.
Look at you reading. Look at you pronouncing names right. Yeah. I know it's kind of hard in our world, because some of these gamers' names are a little bit all over it. But Alasia Ray, that's a nice name, and Alasia doing a good job getting some loot. You see right there, Young King trying to work on their snipe game. So far, did not end up hitting the person who is in that Dark Vader skin. It looks like Cambot is starting to get hit right there, starting to lose some of their shield as Young King rotates and gets better positioning to try to get that KO.
Well, here we go. Young King already starting out nicely with a decent loadout. They do have the goo gun, and not to mention that purple sniper. If they can land some shots with it, could deal a lot of damage. As you can see, I'm Not the FDA falling off the top of the screen there, and the Young King not choosing to engage. Although they did try and take a couple of shots, they did not hit their mark.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let things play out for themselves, and it looks like Cambot and I'm Not the FDA are really going back at each other. We're trying to find that right now currently because there's some good action that happened. As Westbrook also has a good eye scope of what's happening over there. I'm not the FDA able to get some of their health back, and Young King able to survive as well as they're scrapping against each other. Is this some of the first action we're seeing? Oh, not quite. Westbrook able to escape away. 24 players left and not a single elim from that skirmish.
No, not yet, but there have been 3 eliminations so far, but I think they may have happened off screen, where now we go back to Astro Amori, who is going to be flying up and away from Cloudy Condos and now making their way back and towards the thick of it here, and also making their way over towards Rocky Reels, which is where the concentration of all these players are currently at. Now, we're thinking about hotspots and POI. I did not think as Rocky Reels as being one of them, but come to find out, this seems to be the most popular place to be so far here in game number 1 of qualifier number 4.
Oh no, Rocky is actually one of my favorite sweaty places. Kind of sweaty. It's not as like tilted sweaty, right? But getting a little bit hot, a little bit of parchment. You're beginning sweating the workout right now, Not quite like Key and Peele sweat, that level of sweat, but a little bit to get it going. McLover, appropriate name of this tournament. Well, looks like they're shooting at I'm not the FDA, not quite getting into position, but they are getting closer. As they see, as you talked about, that Bush game, they're utilizing it. The FDA is.
Oh, absolutely. It's all about the Bush tactics. That's a day 1 meta mechanic, is the Bush tactics. And again, we can see, you know what, I got to tell you, Bordy, I'm convinced that is the FDA.
You're convinced that is the FDA? Hey, don't let them hear
That's
that,
gotta
right?
be.
Because they might be after you. Of course, somebody who says that they're not something means that they are something, right? Well, McLover is no more. Alicia coming through with the W. That is in a limb for Alicia. And it looks like McLovin is not McLovin no more.
Nope, McLover is officially down for the count. As you can see, Alicia getting on the board with their first elimination of the day, doing pretty well to start things off here for game number 1. And now we can see that with the storm moving in, a lot of these players are going to have to start making their way away from Rocky Reels, and it looks as though they may be headed to Tilted Towers.
Tilted is another place. Didn't we just say Tilted quite sweaty, but not in this one, not quite yet. Rocky seems to be the place, as you see Chung Lee right there with John Cena's victory belt, or maybe not even John Cena's belt. There's the claim. That's Chung Lee's the claim, as you see right there. Cam Bot 21. Having a nice loadout so far, an Evo rifle with an Evo shotgun, purple suppressor. Trying to get more though, and that lever, I like that lever a lot more than I like that Evo. So very good job getting that. And you have that launch pad to effectively rift your way out of that situation. As you see, Codenan is getting some shots, and Codenan is getting eliminated. I'm not even sure what happened, but Pack's out. They're in the lobby now.
Yep, and now we're back to Alasia Ray, who finds themselves over towards Shiny Sound, trying to find at least someone to take some shots at here, as they still do not have any eliminations on the board, and with the more eliminations that go down, the less opportunity you have to claim your points. But still, they have a decent loadout, not the best, as they continue to scavenge, looking for some better armor, or even not better shields, rather, and maybe even trying to find themselves some better weaponry here, because at the end of the day, when you're going into the late game, sometimes the blue and the greens just don't cut it.
Sometimes they definitely don't. It's still early on, though, so we will give Alasia grace, because Alasia already has escaped a skirmish and been around some skirmishes as well. As we're approaching what is our second storm, there's a lot more left to go, a lot more time, but also a lot more players, as we see Pretty Yaya over here. 6 Chug-a-Lugs, definitely a good spot to be in. And right now they're using that tactic we've seen everybody use so far in that tournament, and that's been just riding those air balloons to the next spot in the next locale, and using it as a way to get some high ground and to figure out where your next opponent might be.
Yeah, not only that, but they got themselves a goo gun and a mythic gold sniper rifle. So if you're going to be playing up on high, playing towards those balloons, that sniper rifle is going to come in handy and should be able to get you a few eliminations at best. But as we have seen so far in this tournament, it's not about having the best weapons. It's about getting your shots with them. As you can see now, down below, there is at least one player in the sights of Pretty Yaya. And it looks as though they may try and take that fight to them. And it's going to be Queen B. Now had an opportunity to get an elimination, but they're going to take off.
Yeah, Queen B to BH. I'm not sure if that's Queen back to back. If it's Queen B, is Queen B2. All I do know is that Queen looked like there was somebody around their corner, around that area that could have potentially done something to them. Luckily, they were able to escape it. And I also want to shout out to the glider that we saw before, that snowboard one. Something about it reminded me of an old game, SSX Tricky. Wonderful, a classic. So I have to go for shout out to that because I know that you mess with it too a lot at Soka.
Oh, what? I'm bald. I'm old enough to know what SSX Tricky is. SG's a rock around, get tricky on the snowboard. So yes, very familiar. Oh yeah, throwing it way back there. But regardless, we're getting back to Alicia now, who now has 3 eliminations on the board. Having a great game number 1, as now there are 16 players remaining and still plenty of heads to hunt here as Alicia continues to try and add upon their score count here with their elimination points. And now look at that. There is a llama. There is a llama in their sights.
And bah to that llama. It doesn't seem like they really want that llama. No animal cruelty from them, at least. I want to have it and to treat it well. I don't want its loot. I just want to ride the llama, please.
I want to boop the snoot.
Boop the snoot of the llama.
Yes, I want to boop
All
the
right,
snoot.
We're going to have to work with the Fortnite crew in order to make sure that we can get a boop snootable llama for us in our own. I demand both each for both of us, but right now Alicia's in some deep trouble, as it seems to be. Somebody from the top of that blimp is firing at them, and it's probably the person that we saw before. Actually, is not. It's somebody called something Daddy. I can't quite see it.
Dre is Daddy.
There you go.
Yeah, well, Dre is Daddy up on high once again, going for the balloon tactics. Much as I do love bush tactics, balloon tactics also come in handy. And right now it's giving them the high ground over Alicia. And Alicia already with 3 limbs to their name could be making a namesake for the lead here. And right now Dre is Daddy is going to try and put an end to that early momentum before it can amass to something even greater. And right now Dre is Daddy has their sights on yet another target.
Dre is Daddy using that Cobra to their advantage and using it well. Unable to get shots, or at least an elimination, I should say, towards those other players who are down below, but getting shots only helps because that puts players like Alicia in precarious situations and makes them use decisions, or maybe makes them camp out so that they can't upgrade their loot. So you can't live as freely as you want to, and it looks like Alicia right now is kind of trapped in a corner.
Yeah, it does seem that way, but you got to ask yourself, what do you do in this situation? Do you try to escape? Because that's my first thought. I'm thinking about getting out of Dodge, because if you try and take that fight head on, they're going to have the advantage. They're there and they're waiting, but you also have an opportunity to escape with the long range, because honestly, I'm not going to count on their sniper shot to be 100% accurate. As you can see, Alicia is going to opt out to try and get out of Dodge, making their way up the mountain, now going right back down as they have not 1 but 2 players in their sights. And look at this, Dre is Daddy managed to come back down off the balloon, nearly getting eliminated here, and we find ourselves in a firefight.
Could have ended up getting revenge on Dre's Daddy for shooting at him before, but instead it looks like their eyesight is on just low, I apologize, over there. Alicia Ray is also eliminated as well. I'm sorry, Alicia Ray, I apologize. So Alicia going against Alicia wins, and now Just Low is in the sights of Alicia as they have their 4th elimination and are vying for more.
Yeah, and you can see Drea's daddy once again just being an absolute nuisance to Alicia. Alicia trying to run away, but yet the sniper shots are raining in, and meanwhile Moonjumper right behind them, and I don't think Alicia knows. Moonjumper right there behind the tree. I don't even know if Moonjumper saw Alicia there. That literally right there is what is Fortnite timing. That is the definition right there.
Yeah. A Moonjumper could have jumped on that opportunity to to eliminate one of the kill leaders. Instead, that does not happen, and Moonjumper does not get that opportunity. Now they're in a disadvantaged state, just like Steel is right now. Alicia chasing for that elimination, gets a lot of bit of that shield, has shot a lot, slid to victory with that. Oh my goodness, Alicia came to play it right now. They are on fire.
Oh, absolutely. They have 5 eliminations to their name so far. Still 9 players left here in game number 1. And right now, Alicia taking on the most of the lobby here. As you can see, Obey the King right across the ridge. And within the distance of Alicia's purple sniper rifle, should be able to come up with a decent fight there. But still, it looks as though Obey the King is going to be sitting in the vehicle, using the car as armor. Not the worst tactic I've ever seen in some fork knife, but still a little bit unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox, to say the least. You have an ability to at least get out of dodge if things get tricky, but unfortunately, you also are a sitting duck in a sense. So we'll see how that works. Right now, Alicia, king or potentially queen of the hill right now, as they're sitting pretty up high, and it looks like they're chasing either after Just Low or Decraft Cream. Either way, it looks like they're on their way to their next victim.
Yeah, it looks like they were going to try and get those shields, and now they're going to get themselves up to 100, because no matter what, if you're going into a firefight, you might as well get the full 100 boost. As now you can see they do have their sights set on 2 players up on top of the hill, trying to get the shot down on Just Low, but it is off target.
Off target. They've been seldomly off target, though, overall. As you see, Alicia is confirmed the kill leader. Obey running right into Alicia's trap. Alicia will be going against Just Low. Just Low might be a little bit over their head. They're chasing towards Alicia, but they're getting shot from behind, getting third-partied. They decide to escape. Will Decraft Cream come and finish the job? No, they won't. They live to die potentially another day, as Just Low thankfully getting out just when they needed to.
Yeah, and again, trying to make themselves scarce here is Moonjumper hiding in the bushes. Is going to jump out of the bushes to surprise Just Low, as they thought they had gotten away safe, but no, you never know where some of these players are hiding. As you can see, Pretty Yaya literally just behind Just Low. This could be an easy sneak right here if they just peek from out of their spot, but Just Low once again coming up with the heels, but turn around, Just Low will be eliminated by Pretty Yaya.
And petty Yaya, baby. It looks like Pretty Yaya got that elim and is in position, honestly, with Moonjumper around the way to potentially get another. Doesn't know where Moonjumper is. And, well, fortunately for us, we do have the cam that can see all. We have God mode. They don't. But they are just around the river bend from another elimination, another potential point. And we'll see if Pretty ends up finding them. They end up kind of in the same area. Moon hiding, Pretty going towards Dre's daddy. Moon right there behind them. I don't think Pretty anticipated it, but Moon still doesn't have a lot of health and gets third-partied.
Again, that was a perfect rotation coming from Pretty Yaya. They ran out in front of Moon, didn't realize Moon was there, and then saw Dre's daddy, and then was able to literally a jettison in the opposite direction, putting Moon there in the crossfire of Dre's daddy, and literally was able to turn that around. And again, that was some quick thinking and quick reaction coming from Pretty Yaya, but it won't be enough to outlive Dre's daddy. Now with 3 eliminations to their name, putting that sniper rifle to good use, and has 2 gold weapons to boot.
And now it's 2 golds, a perp, and some speed and utility And health, oh my gosh, against Alicia, but Alicia has been so accurate all game long, so ruthless and relentless as well. Drea's daddy is trying to get any bit of far away, and it looks like Obey is King ended up knocking off our kill leader. Now, there's only 2 players left. Drea's daddy, Obey the King. Obey the King has no shield left, or is hanging on to a sliver of it, as Dre is daddy is a couple good shots away from taking this away.
And Obey the King taking out the blaster now. Of all weapons right now to go into a 1v1, you're going to bring out the blaster. But oh well, it's get down or lay down. You got to go with what you got. And right now, Obey the King currently out of their vehicle. Keep in mind, this is the player I even mentioned earlier that spent the majority of their time inside of a vehicle using it as armor. And now the 1v1 is coming down to Dre is Daddy and Obey the King, who was pushed out into the storm and somehow was able to recover.
Somehow able to recover for the moment, but that doesn't last so long. Look at that Galaxy Brain moves by none other than them, and that is why they are at the top. You have to play smart in order to get to the top, and that's exactly what they did. That shockwave getting them out into the circle, well, that helped because, hey, that's less HP that they personally have to drain. You let the storm do some of the work, and then you finish them off. Smart move.
Absolutely. Dre is Daddy going to be taking game number 1 of our qualifier number 4. So already off to a fantastic start, but let's get ready to take a look at some of these highlights so that way we can see what exactly went down. Keep in mind, there were a lot of eliminations going on across the board, and Alicia was definitely one of the top fraggers there in game number 1.
Alicia doing a good job. Elimination was their game, and that's all that they did. Chasing. By far, look at that kill by Steel. Ooh, far a highlight. Sliding and still winning and getting that. Just Low, as you saw right there, was doing well, but then got by behind by Petty Yaya, should be the name. And Pretty Yaya doing a good job of rotating out of a precarious situation when the player that they were chasing after ended up getting behind them. They ended up getting out of it regardless, but it didn't last long. Alicia got knocked out, but guess what? Obey the King couldn't last far because Galaxy Brain moves by Dre is Daddy.
Oh, absolutely. And in there, you saw that Obey the King was completely usurped by Dre as Daddy. And again, you know, you could be the king, but Dre is the ace. So I don't know what to tell you. That's going to be a dub for Dre, as once again, they not only take the victory royale, but they will be taking a good amount of elimination points as well. So don't be surprised if we come back after this break and Dre is on top.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves, and there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing up our barrels? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something
More Fortnite, more action. Again, I'm so excited to be alongside Captain Atsoka and Boardy McBoard, and we are going to be going to our game 2 of more Fortnite play. This is our 4th qualifier, game 2, about 30-ish players, and it seems like this crop of players really enjoys starting off hot and finishing just as hot as they did before.
Oh, absolutely. This one, as a friend of mine likes to say, is getting a little bit scrappy here, as again, we are seeing time and time again how aggressive these players are going to be, especially here in the last qualifiers of the day. And again, a last chance opportunity for a lot of these players to try and qualify for those grand finals and try to put themselves within the prize pool for today, which of course first place is going to be $250, second place is $100, and third place is $50. But with that being said, let's get ready to get game number 2 of qualifier number 4 underway.
Be aggressive, BANANAS. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. But after game 1,
now.
here are our point totals. It is. We're making it. Be that now. As after game 1, let's feed into what our point totals are. Dre is daddy with 29 points. Alicia with 26 points. Obey the King with 24, Just Low with 24, and Pretty Yaya with 19. Now, no surprise that Alicia is taking that second spot, even though they got eliminated. They were the third to last to be eliminated. It's those eliminations that got them on top.
Oh, absolutely, and they're not far behind. Only 3 points. That's not much. If I was about to say Dr. Dre, if Dre's daddy goes down early, then that could be all Alicia needs to take that number 1 spot. But keep in mind, Obey the King, the vehicular demon themselves, still in third place, as well as Just Low with 22 points. But look at this, Alicia on Pretty Yaya, but Baby Hunt, I think, came through to get that elimination, but no, it was Pretty Yaya. They ducked underneath the fire and somehow was able to get that elimination. Pretty Yaya starting off early here.
We were talking about scrapping. Those are some boxing moves right there. Ducking and dodging underneath the firepower that Alicia had and getting to that elimination. That's exactly what you want to see. The aim was true, and so were the dodge moves too. And because of that, they are surviving in this matchup. Shy Saw is also eliminated as well. 2 early elims, and we're just getting started, as it looks like Tilted Towers seems to be quite the area right now. Also Greasy Grove as well. Again, we talked about it. Because there are more players, there's going to be more hot points and hot drops. That means more skirmishes early on.
Absolutely. And again, you know how much we love Greasy Grove. It is a fun place to be. And I got to tell you, we have already seen one player utilize that POI to take the dub and take first place. So don't be surprised if we see it again. But now we're also seeing Tilted Towers come back to what we know it as. And that is one of the hottest drops in Fortnite as we make our way back with Steel 2435, who is not going to go for the hot drop. They're going to stay all by their lonesome.
And I don't mind that too. You already are walking away with a mythic burst rifle, but then you also have a green lever as well. Maybe you could have upgraded it, but that's a pretty good starting unit. And as you proceed and go through these storms and these waves, you're going to get in a better space. It looks like Pretty Yaya is only on 2. They had a skirmish with somebody else. I am not sure. It looks like they survived, only holding on to 2 health, and it was none other than Baby Hunt was the recipient of that of that battle.
And now you can see Pretty Yaya with only 1 health remaining was able to recover and still take that elimination. You can't get any closer than that. Absolutely insane. And Pretty Yaya off to a great start, getting 2 early eliminations. As you can see, we are still 20 seconds out from the first storm making its way in, and now we get a chance to look at Neon. We haven't got to see much of them yet, but they already have 1 elimination on the board here in Game 2.
And we wonder if it was either Cambot or the Outcasts who were also eliminated in that short amount of time. Either way, they have that elimination to their name, and Just Slow as well. These gamers got into a skirmish. who they ended up eliminating, we're not sure, but it's one of those two names. And they're trying to get another one as King is eliminated by Just Low. That's 2 eliminations so far, our early lead, but I'm telling you, it's way early. 19 players still left out of 25.
Absolutely, and you got to keep in mind Just Low in that number 4 spot, looking to break podium here, as now they have their sights set yet on another opponent, and it's Queen Bee. We remember Queen Bee from earlier, and out comes the lightsaber. But they're going to opt out to get out of dodge here instead of taking this one on directly. And now out comes the pump shotgun, looking to land at least 1 hit on Queen Bee, but not enough to get the knock.
Not enough to get a knocked. Just enough, though, for Just Low to get their shield replenish. I think they decided against it, or they actually moved a little bit too early. Luckily for them, they don't have anybody quite on their tail yet.
I'm confused. I saw Queen Bee get eliminated. You look in the kill feed, Queen Bee is eliminated, but I don't think it was from what we just saw. Someone else is in there.
Well, I guess somebody else is sneaking up on them. I mean, I guess it's a good thing for Just Low to replenish all their shields, because it looks like they might need it, because somebody else is sneaking around the corner, unless it was an SD. But even so, if it's an SD, I believe that the person that shot you last is the person that ends up with the elimination. So, precarious situation. We'll figure out who's sneaking around. I know it's not Cambrowski. They were from the second round of qualifiers today, 3rd qualifier overall. So, we will see as E-Money gets the whip.
Yeah, and I'm only going to assume that E stands for easy. Easy money, easy dubs, easy wins. Let's see if they can pick up a dub here in game number 2. As they are going to be making their way from the outside in here, and it looks as though they're going to be headed towards Tilted. But meanwhile, let's check back in with Steel 24-35.
Steel 24-35. Look at their equipment so far. As I said, a couple mythics, and we're able to pick up another mythic. That's a bolt action. So that's good, because if you get a heady with that, that is basically packed out. You're going back to the lobby, and that's something that their opponent does not want to see. If Steel is cold with that, it'll be dangerous for everybody else. As you see, Just Low sort of kind of in the same area, but not quite. You also have another player just around the river bend as well. Neon around the corner, it looks like, and also somebody else too. E-Money, Easy Money is what we're thinking their name is. So a lot of players seem to be around Tilted.
Well, here we go. And now this is honestly the place I would break out the goo gun. Not for any type of strategical advantage, just for my own entertainment, because I would be literally destroying every single building right now here in Tilted Towers. I'm exposing everybody. Give me the glue gun, and I'm laying waste to every fortification you think you have. Meanwhile, Astro Mori is going to be looking at E-Money over there, and is just going to allow them to drive away. Not going to go for the exchange here, but hold on. They might take the shot as E-Money now comes out of the car.
E-Money probably trying to get their loot on, doesn't know that they have someone watching their every move. And if I were Astro, I probably would go ahead and blow out those tires for their escape vehicle.
Oh, yeah, I would have destroyed the entire vehicle. I would have made it go boom. You know, I like the explosion, so definitely would have taken that vehicle out. And then I would have went in for the elimination. But that's just me, though. I'm in the booth. They're on the ground. They're going to have to get the job done here as we make our way back to Steel yet again, who is ever so looming in Tilted Towers. All the while, E-Money is literally driving circles around everyone.
Cap, you don't need to tell me that you like the explosives. I remember when the pumpkin rocket launcher was out just a couple weeks ago when he said, guys, make everything go boom. You don't need to tell me. I know you're a hidden pyro. It's okay.
Yeah, and now, easy come, easy go. The pumpkin launcher is gone.
It is, and that's unfortunate. So many weapons laid aside in Fortnite. Unfortunately, as soon as you get a baby, they end up taking it away. That was me with my combat assault. But, you know, you make some new friends along the way. Shout out to the Cobra replacing the old school DMR. I still love the old school DMR, but hey, you know, shout out to that too.
And now you can see Moon Jumper jumping up on top of the balloon here. Again, going for the balloon tactics. Not a bad idea. We've seen it work before, time and time again. Let's see if it will work out for Moon Jumper. who is trying to find anyone here to fall victim to this sniper rifle, but it looks as though they're all stationed right below them. Look at this. And you can see there's at least, it looks as though 4 players within this vicinity of the Chrome Jam Junction, but still Moonjumper can't get a read on anyone.
Can't get a read on anybody. And you know, that's what's unfortunate sometimes. Those airships a little bit too high up. Of course, if you're by a hill, then you could actually see players that are around you that might have taken that high ground. But speaking of players that might be around you, right now, Wavy is going against some players right there. Astro Mori around the corner. And it looks like somebody else that they're chasing after in that blue banana skin is also there as well. That is Cornfather's TV. As you see, they're trying to escape. Wavy right on their tail, right around by Astro Mori. They're walking away with something, and it's looking like they're walking away with the T-Lim on Astro Mori. Now, if Astro has something to say about it, you're down, and Astro ends up getting the elimination. Unfortunate, but that goo is dangerous.
Oh, yeah, I was going to try and be polite, but you know what? No, get wrecked by the goo gun. It's over. You're donezo. That's a wrap. But, again, that was a fantastic play. They were... Oh, yeah, get wrecked. They were able to open things up with the sub. Again, subs get dubs, and then the damage was low enough and shields were depleted to where they could finish them off with the goo gun. And, again, I don't have the pumpkin launcher, but I still got the goo gun. Now we make our way back over to Just Low, who's going to be trying to make their way into some fortifications here. With only 13 players remaining, Just Low with 4 eliminations, having themselves a fantastic game. Currently sitting number 4 in the standings, looking to crack that podium. The top 3 making their way into the prize pool as they are on the hunt and on the prowl, as E-Money is taken to the same trade and looks as though they may still be in their vehicle as well.
Just Low, 2 more eliminations from the last time that we saw them going up that mountain. This time they actually do have the wheels that you need to get to these high spaces. E-Money hot on their trail. E-Money does have that Corvette, but do they have the skills to get away with them? I'm not sure. Right now, we're playing monster cars right here as we do some monster truck racing. These gamers not quite getting each other, unfortunately.
And once again, E-Money will escape somehow. They keep managing to get away from nearly every adversity. As finally, you can see Just Low does wiggle themselves free, but might have just lost E-Money. As E-Money down low is going to be firing upon Just Low. They abandoned their vehicle, which is honestly, I'm surprised because they were going through tooth and nail, keeping that vehicle going. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if E-Money goes out just to try and find another one.
Looks like Yujiro Tenshin is going through a little tense situation right there as they got most of their health right here. That's Codenan, the kid that we're looking at the moment. They are on top of Chrome Jam Junction. Right now, Victory Crown right there. They claimed an elimination, and they're trying to go for more as Wavy is getting shot at by Korn, the father. This is something that we've been seeing for the longest time, and Wavy ends up coming out on top. The shockwave grenade didn't go off on time, and because of that, Wavy is 1 elimination away from also being the elim leader.
Yep, well, Cornfather had the split and had to go back to the lobby after that elimination. As you can see now, it will be Yodrio Tenshi with 2 eliminations to their name so far. Not doing bad. They made their way into the top 10, but if they're going to keep up with the rest of the lobby, they're going to have to get more dirty and get some more eliminations on the board.
And Yojiro, how disrespectful, doing the gritty on somebody that you packed out. You hate to see it. It's always so frustrating when somebody does an emo right on your face because, hey, even when you're queuing up for the next game, you have to just sit there, especially too in the tournament space. All you can do is wait for the next game. It's not like you can get back to lobby. So you just have to live with it. As you're seeing right there, D-Mail trying to live with their situation. Obey the King in the corner of a place. Looks like a workshop. Unknown Gamer right there, still trying to get some more loot. They only have 1 purple weapon. They do have the mythic bolt, but what will that do in a close quarter situation? Well, we're about to find that. Yojiro Tenshin gets the high ground, gets the kills. The aim was more true, and all that purple, well, that probably has something to do with it too.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see the shots have attracted even more players here, as now Just Low will be coming in to get in on the action. And Decaf Cream will be knocked as well. Yudiro Tenchi now on the chase to try and get Just Low. Just Low trying to escape in the pickup, and they will nearly avoid the danger there as Yudiro Tenchi now has an opportunity to get yet another elimination on a Pretty Yaya. But Pretty Yaya does teleport away to get out of dodge.
And now they're rifted up into the sky using that rift portal right now. Now they're hot on their tails. So it looks like everywhere Pretty might go. Yojiro was headed that way, but probably found a new victim as they saw who's that creeping up top. It's none other than Codenan the Kid, and it looks like they're trying to land right on them.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go, leading things off with the shotty, as now Codenan the Kid is going up high. And look at who it is. It's Pretty Yaya now getting involved in the action, as Codenan the Kid is going to give up their spot there. And Yudiro Tenshi knows it. They know that this is now their balloon to hold.
Their balloon to hold, but I'm not sure it's a position they want to hold. They're just trying to chase after the elims, and right now with 3, they're one of the people on top in this lobby. There are 7 more potential elims they got chased after. My goodness, it's a little bit of a back and forth going on here with players rifting out, getting out on top, rifting again, landing, rifting, shooting, rifting. Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm a little bit of a Groundhog Day, Cap.
Yeah, you know, I've heard of Fortnite rotation, but this is rotation in a literal sense. They're literally rotating and taking turns being on top of this balloon, as now you can see Pretty Yaya trying to make their way down. But look at this, Yudiro Tenshi is being able to land their shots, nearly putting it into Pretty Yaya as they try to avoid the danger. They're not going to be going back up top, and Yudiro Tenshi knows it.
And with them, the gritty runs strong, and so does the elim from the middle of the sky. Oh my goodness, Yojiro has been lining that up all game long and finally got it done.
Yep, that they did, and now they are reigning supreme on top of this balloon. Again, balloon tactics coming out strong for Yudiro as they look to get yet another elimination here. And now, here comes Wavy dealing some damage to Tenchi, as Tenchi once again is forced to go up on high, coming right back down to face Wavy. Wavy trying to keep Tenchi at bay, but now here comes the jump, lands a shot with the shotty, but takes a whole mess of damage themselves.
Tenchi in a tense situation right now as they have basically no health. I was going to say earlier that if there's anybody that can beat Tenchi in this game, it's gonna be Wavy, and Wavy almost did just that. Luckily, Yojiro had some smalls in their back pocket, small shields, and because of that, they're able to recover at least part of their health and live another day. Wavy also carrying that keg on them.
Yeah, and I gotta take a moment to address Just Low right now, who has 6 eliminations to their name and a fully stocked vehicle. Plenty of armor to go when you're hiding behind a mobile, literally a mobile shield at this point. Just Low now currently leading the lobby here with those 6 eliminations, playing outside of the fortifications here, waiting for an opportunity to get in and get the advantage, as now they have their sights fixed on Codenan the Kid.
Codenan the Kid in a vehicle? No, on a wolf, as you see right there. Almost got that snipe, did not. His Wavy is around that corner too. Codenan in that goo form. Oh, there's a lot happening in this close quarters, Cap.
Now you see, this is interesting because now you're hunting goo. Codenan the Kid has turned to goo and is now using it to avoid the danger. Not a bad strategy. As you can see now, with the circle moving in even closer as round number 6 is officially underway, I think that goo form is going to be the only thing that can save them.
And it seems to be working so far as Wavy gets another elim. Wavy, just like Alicia, is the elim leader so far, relentlessly going after everybody, as it seems like Just Low, who is also at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to Elam is also thirsting after someone, and that's Conan, that ended up being eliminated. There are 2 players left, and they're both the kill leads. Who will end up on top is the question.
Absolutely. This is going to be the best scenario 1v1. The 2 top fraggers going head-to-head as Justlow takes out the sniper. Not able to land that first shot, but keep in mind, Justlow loves getting in that vehicle, loves using it as a mobile shield. And now, once again, the goo form comes out for Wavy, and they're able to use it to get themselves in better positioning here as the circle continues to move closer and closer inward, getting ready to head into round number 7 in a short 25 seconds.
Justlow using that log so effectively to wipe off some of the cover that Wavy has, and now all Wavy has is that lightsaber, and that lightsaber won't last them that long. Wavy getting it done, and Catwoman is shaking them dreads as you see it right there, getting the victory and doing what they need to do to come out on top. That was excellent strategy, and I loved it from the minute that they used that log to wipe away all of that coverage that I knew, man, this was going to be somebody who's scary to go against.
Absolutely, and Justlow may have just taken that number 1 spot because they were currently in that number 4th spot with a respected 22 points and only 7 points down from that number 1 spot. And now, after not only getting the victory royale, but getting those 8 eliminations on top of it, maybe 7. I would have to go back and check just to be sure because Captain do be capping. But regardless, I especially think Justlow will be taking that number 1 spot as we get ready to tally up the total points after that one. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game number 2.
And you talk about Justlow, also Wavy taking a big stand, was not in the top 10 at all, but now has an opportunity to potentially get up there. As you see right there, you made a good point, Cap. I didn't see any Dre. I didn't see any Alicia. I didn't see any Obey the King. So this was Wavy, and this was Justlow's game as we saw them get plenty of eliminations. Good eliminations though on the way as you saw Tenchi also doing some work. I love this sequence right there. Highlight of the day in the air, just like Duck Hunt, getting them from the sky and getting that elimination. But it was Wavy and Justlow who were the ones on top, and who else but Justlow doing what they needed to, shaking them dreads. 7 eliminations, like you said. You were right, Captain. Was it Captain? You were good.
It was around there, give or take. It was a close one. But regardless, we're going to be taking a short break, but we're going to have more Fortnite coming to you right here at the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Fortnite Tournament. So do not go anywhere. We're going to have game number 3 of Qualifier number 4 coming up right after this.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. That was good.
Good job.
You did it. I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Thank you all for showing up to this UTD Esports Tailgate, the first of its kind. A little round of applause for that.
Hello, UTD! UTD in the house! You guys are awesome! Today is made possible because of you!
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drumming round and go right for it. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it.
Hello, everybody. Again, welcome back to the Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament. Bordy McBoard at Soca. Action all day long. This Sunday, they usually say Sundays are lazy, but this Sunday, anything but.
Oh yeah, this is definitely no lazy Sunday by any means. We're going strong with 15 games of Fortnite in total today, and we're getting ready to head into game number 13. So far in this qualifier, we have already seen 2 games go down. And now we are starting to get somewhat of a layout of what to expect for our final qualifier of the day, qualifier number 4, as it looks as though Justlo may be making somewhat of a comeback to take that number 1 spot.
Somewhat of a comeback, number 1 spot, and we've seen gamers who are good skate around that area and not end up coming away with the victory. We will see. All I do know is that there are points of interest to look out at. One of them is Alicia, one of them is Jay, and one of them is Wavy. There are a lot of good players around this game, and guess what? We've been seeing a lot of them. Hopefully going to see a lot more action going forward as we see these gamers dropping. I wonder which point of interest is going to be the hot drop today. It's looking like Tilted might get a little bit of action. Lagoon as well, as it seems that most of these players not going to the outskirts, but keeping it close.
Yeah, and again, in the previous matchup there in game number 2, Tilted Towers was the hot spot to drop. That's where we saw a lot of the action go down, as well as Greasy Grove. And right now, we only got 2 players over there towards Tilted and only 1 towards Greasy. Keep in mind, Greasy Grove does have those vaults around, so if you're able to get your hands on some keys, you could get your hands on some great loot very early.
And you definitely want early loot if you can, especially if you land by somebody else, because that could be the difference between getting packed out early and not getting any points versus potentially ending with 15, hey, maybe 20 something if you make it the distance. Right now, this person made it the distance. They were J-Lo, getting the victory crown last time around. We're still calculating those scores, but pretty soon we're going to figure out who was on top of these new leaderboards, because we saw a lot of movement that happened in between game 1 and 2.
Okay, this is cool. We got Iron Man now. We just saw Catwoman, so let's break out some Iron Man. Why not? A little Tony Stark action is now. We also get to see Thor, the mighty Thor from Corn Fathers, who previously was the Blue Banana, but I guess now they're feeling the God of Thunder instead.
Hey, thunder, thunder, thunder. Oh, there's a little bit of thunder that can happen. I know Thor doesn't say thunder. I know that's a Thundercat, but hey, thunder is thunder is thunder. And hopefully they can win with lightning accuracy, as we see 23 gamers stepped in, 20 are remaining here. Cambot, one of the 20. We've seen them last till about basically the 15 spot, but they're running into somebody who was just the number 1. That's just low. Getting one shot, I believe, with the Ranger, and it's looking like they're getting some assault rifle action as well. Good job with Cam using that prime. But just low? Oh, man. They'll knock you every time. That's the first elimination, and that Ranger, especially if your aim is true, can do so much damage.
And again, these were all headshots. Again, head clicks galore, just low with the accuracy. Again, like you said, putting the aim on target, making that much of a difference, being able to get the their first elimination here in a game number 3 of Qualifier number 4, as now we make our way to Unknown Gamer. We got to see them get into a couple of skirmishes, but we haven't seen any big results from them just yet. This could be the turnaround game for them. They want to try and make their way into that top 3.
Trying to make their way into top 3. Unknown Gamer getting eliminated by unknown circumstances. I know it was Neon, but I'm not sure what weapon they used. Either way, they're waving goodbye to their competition. Neon rubbing it in the face, teasing, taunting, getting the shot, and flaunting.
Yeah, I think we just saw Captain Caster's Curse live and in action. I was just, hoping, well, not even hoping, I was just even mentioning that Unknown Gamer could possibly make a difference and, come up the leaderboard, and then the next thing you know, they instantly get eliminated. So just know that the Captain's Caster's Curse is very real.
Captain's Caster's Curse. Oh my gosh. Again, another thing that I want you at home, you all, to say 3 times fast. I promise you won't be able to say it. Hey, especially 5. And remember, guys, if you love what you're seeing here, you want to win some prizes like some of these gamers, go ahead. Exclamation point raffle in the chat. You'll have an opportunity to win various prizes, some power banks, some t-shirts, some gift cards. Oh my, go ahead, use it, because you want to make sure you're getting everything that you can, especially if it's free.
Yep, speaking of getting what you can, let's take a look at the leaderboard real quick. The standings of how these games are beginning to shape up after game number 2. We have Just Low in first place with 54 points. In second, it is Obey the King with 40. In the third place spot, it's Pretty Yaya. In the fourth place spot is Decaf Cream with 33 points. And last but not least, in the fifth spot, it will be Yodero Tenchi with 31 points. So we are beginning to see how Just Low is breaking away slightly from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Just Low doing what they need to, and that's good. Sometimes you start off pretty meh, but it's about what you do other times in order to come out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, Wavy was our second place. Wavy, unfortunately, not able to get as many eliminations as they had before. I think that they were going ahead and making sure that they could see somebody, or at least get a view to see if there was anybody around. Instead, they're getting goo and they're flying across the map, just trying to find somebody, anybody to eliminate.
Yeah, and this seems to be Wavy's tactic right now. They always go in goo form, and it's been working out for them. Keep in mind, they did finish second in an earlier game, and not only that, but they were able to get a good bit of elimination points on top of it. So again, maybe there's something to the goo here, whether it's the goo gun or the goo form. There's definitely an advantage for going the way of the goo.
Definitely an advantage. You can slip, you can slide, you could go through walls. There's a lot of advantage and utility to the goo. And look at that, Alicia. We didn't see them a lot last game, but now we're seeing them again. And that's something that Steel doesn't want to see, because Steel has fallen victim to the hands of Alicia. And right now, may do it again. Steel can get away, thank goodness, because Alicia was hot on their trails. But I would look out, because knowing Alicia, they're not going to go easy into the night.
Oh, absolutely not. Now you can see Steel once again trying to get away here. Looks back to make sure they're not being followed, and they're not. I think maybe Alicia may have lost their trail, or is just simply going back to loot the rest of that POI. But regardless, now you can see Steel with a little bit of breathing room there is able to recover and get the heals and shields they need to get back in fighting shape.
Yes, any bit is good. Luckily for them, they were able to escape by their chinny chin chin. You know, one thing about Fortnite, it's just about making sure that you're in the right spaces at the right time, and that was the right time to escape, because they didn't. They would have been packed out in the lobby without a chance to recover. Right now, Yaya in a precarious situation with our former Victory Crown leader right now shooting at them. Yaya has played well at times, but unfortunately has been running into some juggernauts lately, and this is a juggernaut right here.
Yeah, especially sitting at the number 1 spot with only 1 elimination so far. You know Just Low is going to want to correct that. Hunting Pretty Yaya to the ends of the earth here. Well, at least to the ends of this airship, is now they're going to be jumping down to the nearest building here. And they will be able to eat that fall damage thanks to the shock nade, as now you can see Just Low still on the hunt here. And you could tell they're not just a no-build player. That was a force of habit swing immediately. Trying to get those resources. Well, guess what? No building here. But you can tell Just Low definitely has that habit.
Old habits die hard, you know. You're used to doing one thing, and then they introduce a new mode, and you're like, hey, I still think I can win this tournament, even though it's not what I'm used to. Good players adjust for good situations, and right now, Yaya just trying to find their way out this situation just in any way possible. But Just Low so determined, getting that elim, and oh my goodness, y'all they tried to hide out, but a clever play. I didn't even know that you can use that shock grenade to make you an instrument to propel and knock away walls. That's exactly what they did. And 100 level Galaxy Brain move, a lot of those moves that we've seen today.
Yeah, you see, I didn't know that either, and I was actually going to make the same comment. That was, again, a big brain, high IQ level play to use themselves to destruct the fortifications of Yaya. But now, look, Drea's daddy with an amazing glider. This is probably the most impressive glider I think I've seen all day. I don't know what they did or how much they had to pay to get this one, but oh my word, that one is impressive.
Very impressive. You know, I'm still a little salty when they're doing Dragon Ball Z. Unfortunately, I didn't get Shenron just because, hey, I had a lot of work the week before they let go of it. Dre is daddy, unfortunately, taking some fall damage. I still think about that sometimes, though, Cap. I still think, dang, I could have had Shenron.
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of those that I wish I had back as well, but we can't look at the past. We have to look forward, as now Cornfather can look forward to going back to the lobby after Dre is daddy had to discipline Thor. I guess that would make Dre Odin in this scenario, the father of Thor.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, I like this. The mythology going at it, and I like that too. Not FDA. They're definitely not the FDA. That's just what their name says. Alicia getting an elimination. They got so many the first time round. Just Low is somebody that they were competing against in the initial round to get elims, and right now, Just Low, not in the best scenario. Alicia deciding, hey, let me reset, get my bearings right to make sure I know where I am, because sometimes gunfire can come at you and you're not sure if you're getting third-partied, that's coming from one location. If it's not, smart play by Alicia, just getting your bearings right.
Yeah, and right now, you know, Just Low, I think, is doing a fantastic job. They were able to get into that vehicle, and again, it's basically a mobile shield, and they were able to get out of dodge, because if there is one player that can take Just Low head-to-head 1v1, it's going to be Alicia. We saw Alicia pop off in game number 1, but they haven't been able to replicate that success. I'm not sure why, but Alicia definitely has the talent and the skill they need to get the job done, and now they have access to a vault.
Having access to a vault is very crucial. As we stated before, the quality of weapons matters so much. And look at that, already getting a mythic. It is of a Cobra. Let's see if that picked that up. Obey the King, also with the Cobra. Looks like they're camping out in the corner. Neon also camping out on top of an airship. You know what, Cap? We usually see this early in later rounds, right? Round 4, round 5, where players decide to camp it out. Right now, these players are camping it out relatively early, and we're going to see, because as the storm closes on, you can't hide anymore. It's game time. Do it, put up or shut up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? We were talking about Dragon Ball Z earlier with Omega Shenron, but now take a look. We got D-Maul as Goku, the one and only, the Super Saiyan themselves. And I mean, if they're going to be rocking that skin, they got to get the win. You can't beat Goku and not win, because that doesn't happen. That doesn't make any sense. As you can see, Dre is daddy now trying to get away after eliminating Thor. Is going to try and get out of dodge now before they too are eliminated.
Yes, and it looks like they had some fire from an opponent. I'm not sure where, but Alicia trying to get optimum position, trying to fly their way towards the circle. Dre is daddy's getting propelled outside the circle, and this is where those ticks matter so much. Luckily, only 2 ticks for this storm, but if that happened any later in the game, that might be something that they regret.
And you got to keep in mind, after game number 1, Dre is daddy was in that number 1 spot, but after game number 2, they lost it to Just Low, and now they're not even in the top 5. So you know Dre is daddy is going to want to have a breakout game here in game number 3 so they can reclaim their number 1 spot in the standings.
Absolutely, because you want to make sure that you're sitting pretty at top, even if you don't get as many eliminations as you want, even if you don't think that you're doing a great job, just sticking steady and being patient with what you at that gives you good things. Alicia, they were right by Obey the King. They didn't even know that. Skated right by them. Doesn't even matter, because guess what? They didn't know. King didn't know. Nobody knows. So it's as if it didn't exist and it didn't happen.
Well, I don't know. I think Obey the King may be a little the wiser, as that bubble shield, I think, gave Alicia away. As you can see, Obey the King still just going to huddle up here. They're not going to risk it for the biscuit. They're going to stay fortified inside that little shed. It's not the best fortification, but still, some is better than none.
Some is better than none, and I'll tell you who was the wiser. Somebody across the way, but they are sitting packed. All these gamers sitting back. Come on, guys. Boo. Where's the the thirst, the insatiable thirst for eliminations. We saw it earlier. Come on, give it what you got. Go for broke, okay? As we see Just Slow trying to go for broke right now. There you go. There's some action. Neon, the recipient of some firepower right here. Another firepower across the way, perpendicular to them. My goodness, all of these players are going forward now as soon as I ask for it. I appreciate that.
You see, it's almost as if the players know, they just vibe. They get the vibe, they know what the game narrative is and what the flow of the game is, and then they just react perfectly. You gotta love when that happens, especially as a caster, is now you can see D-Maul has a read on Just Low and is going out with the glue gun to try and get rid of that vehicle to deal that damage, but Just Low will be able to avoid the danger and get away, but not without taking a lot of damage from that on their vehicle. And now once again, D-Maul trying to get rid of it entirely, and there it goes!
There it goes, Just Low at top, still in their vehicle, shooting at D, and now you're at that major 5-tick firestorm. All of that happening, there was no way for D to get out of that situation. Just Low on the other side. Oh my goodness, it's very, very contentious so far. After it being quiet, a quiet lull in the middle, all these gamers are now going for broke.
Yeah, not only that, but I saw Just Low making their way to a supply crate, and that is the last player that I think actually needs it. But regardless, they're going to take it, and they're going to make the most of it. As you can see, Alicia now making their way over towards Neon. Neon does peek, but can't land their shot. Now turning around, Alicia trying to get the damage, and does get the knock on a Neon.
Alicia just seeing a peek of Neon, and that peak is all that they needed in order to make sure that they could walk away with the elimination. It's been quiet for Alicia, but at least they are getting closer to that glory zone, which is towards that victory crown. The last couple slots, well, they're now Just Low, they're Alicia, and a couple others. 4 players remaining.
And you can see Alicia now with 2 eliminations here. And Just Low, last I checked, had 3. So again, these 2 Titans battling it out. As you can see, Alicia does have a read on Just Low over towards the ridge. Alicia, though, not going to pull the trigger here as Drea's daddy also going to be taken up on high, trying to find a read on yet another unsuspecting player as Just Low is right behind Alicia.
Everybody with at least 1 elimination. Obey the King is the only one at 1. Everybody else 2, at least 2 each. Alicia outside in the no zone in the storm. That is powerful, but so are the shots from somewhere else. Just Low just escaping that situation altogether. Alicia only has but so many ticks of health left. They're going for broke. Alicia is literally on their last sliver. I believe Obey the King knocked them out. That's a pack out situation. Just Low could only get but so little of their oh my goodness, they're getting hit right now. I'm not sure by who. Obey the King went around the house and decided to get them. They can only get but so much of their keg. And just as quickly as they gained shield, they lost it.
How did Drea's daddy get in that tree? Like, that is the cheekiest spot I think I've seen. And right now, you can see Dre right now literally on top of this tree trying to rain down the damage with that gold sniper rifle. That is the one that has been doing the most damage here, being an absolute nuisance to Just Low. It's Just Low now making their way in. And now once again, you can see Drea's daddy laying down even more damage. And you can see Obey the King now getting involved. Just Low literally 1 hit and they will be eliminated.
Obey the King can jump major barriers with a victory right here. Drea's daddy can solidify a lead. They're trying to use the shockwave grenade to get rid of that cover, but they're trying to use it to harp on them today. Does it work out? I don't know. Drea's daddy cannot get it done, and just like that, Obey the King is the victor of this one.
Oh, absolutely. Game number 3 of qualifier number 4 goes the way of Obey the King. All hail the king, as they not only get the victory royale, but will get 4 elimination points on top of that, solidifying themselves towards the upper standings of the leaderboard. So again, a fantastic game from them and a good game, honestly, all around. There were plenty of eliminations to go around after that one. But let's take a look at some of the highlights and take a look at some of the eliminations that really stood out from among the rest.
And I love this one from the beginning. Just Low using that Ranger so well. You know, there's only one shot, but that's all that you need in order to make sure that you can eliminate their opponent. Good job right there. Again, that Galaxy Brain move, eliminating some of those walls by using their body as a wrecking ball to knock out some of those walls. Smart play by Just Low and Alicia. Excellent job so far. Hasn't walked away with a victory crown, but has had some very impressive plays as well.
Absolutely. And now things are really starting to come down to the wire here as game number 3 is in the books. And now we only have 2 more games remaining of the entire qualifiers. We have played we have played 13 games now with only 2 left to go. And still, we see the standings the way that they are with Just Low on top. But we're going to have to tally all of the points after game number 3 to see if those last 2 survivors, Dre is Daddy, can possibly make their way back up the leaderboard. And as well as we saw that, you know, a lot of these players are still struggling to find their way into that top 3 and into that prize pool.
Yeah, they are struggling to find their way to that, but I'll tell you what we're not struggling to do is enjoy some of our lovely help by our sponsors, including McDonald's, including Coca-Cola. Speaking of which, we're going to throw it to them. We'll be right back after the break for some more Fortnite action.
I told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies.
Oh, look.
I got 1 Sprite and 1 high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did. I have to say.
so many choices that it's hard not to look past what is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing up our barrels? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back, guys. And with only 2 more heats left to go, it's sounding like, it feels like we're coming towards the end, but that's a-okay, because just because we're coming towards the end doesn't mean we're at the end. There's still a lot more gameplay left to go, and Cap, it's been a lot of good content.
It most certainly is. And, you know, the fact that we are not done yet just means that we are not done with the giveaways either. So make sure that you're hitting ! raffle so that way you can enter in those giveaways and get yourself something nice for spending so much time with us, which is already pretty nice.
It's already pretty nice, because I don't know about, I feel like we both cool people, fun people to hang out with. Cap, I enjoy hanging out with you. Hopefully you enjoy hanging out with me, and hopefully the people who are in chat, they also do the same as well. Guys, we are loading up this next game, and as I said before, it has been very contentious, especially too with this last group. You've seen people who, we've seen a lot of rotation going on. We've seen Daddy, though. We've seen Alicia. We've seen Wavy. We've seen a lot of different players be in the pot, and pretty soon we're going to figure out who is on top. And actually, not even pretty soon, right now, we actually know who it is. Just Low with 77 points. Obey the King with 69 points. Nice. Dre is Daddy with 53 points. Alicia with 50. And Yorjiro Tension with 47. Those are our top 5, but there are plenty other players in this contest as well. We'll see where they all pin out at the end of our heats.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to give a shout out to Dre as Daddy for making such a dramatic leap in the standings. Before the previous game here, after game number 2, they weren't even in the top 5. They weren't even in that conversation. And now, all of a sudden, after game 3, they are back within the top 5 and the podium. They are currently sitting 3rd. And if they are able to hold strong here for just 2 more games, they could find themselves in the prize pool. Is now Just Low still looking to reign supreme here, as they are still number 1 currently and are looking to get the first elimination here of a game number 4. And there you have it. There it is. Just Low starting things off early here.
And that's on Shia Shah, but honestly, the way that it's written, I kind of just want to go like Deal Giver. Shah got eliminated. The pocket sand didn't come in handy. And now we're going on the other side. Cornfather's going back to Thor. No more blue banana for them. They're not blue. They're not in need of a dye. Although, looks like they are in quite the blue spot. So hopefully they don't feel melancholy, but instead can keep calm with their blueness. And hopefully get that shield too that they see right to the left. They seem to have neglected to see that, and that could do some wonders for them.
I mean, like literally, you could just pop that real quick and get yourself a 100. But okay, we can use the chug jug. We don't have to go out for the easy half. You can go for the whole thing, I suppose. Now you see me, because I'm a more conservative player when it comes to my shields. I like to get the half shields out of the way, and then whenever it comes to where my entire shields are eliminated, then I'll pop the chug jug. But again, this is why that I'm in the caster's desk and Thor Cornfathers is in the field, because they know something that I don't know.
Nah, I'm gonna actually go and co-sign with my co-host right there. I actually too do like to keep those kegs around me, especially too. You can use it while you're in a corner precarious situation, and also use it while you're in a fight with another player. So I would probably hold on to that if I were them, but hey, no shame in their game. Use it however you use it. And hey, we're gonna go to see who Silent Hooper is and what they're about. I believe this is the first time that we've seen them to living true to their name, being silent. But we'll see if their game is as good as, the Hooper name suggests, as they are trying to find something along the Rave Cave.
Yeah, not much doing so far. As you can see, there has only been 1 elimination thanks to Just Low. But since then, there really hasn't been a lot of action, just a lot of scavenging and trying to find the positions that these players need in order to solidify themselves further in the standings. Because, friendly reminder, this is the 4th out of the 5 in this last qualifier. Everything is on the line. If you do not qual here, or if you do not make it in the top 3, you will not be getting in on that prize pool. So a lot on the line for a lot of these players, as their chances of cracking that top 3 are running out.
Chances, the stakes, everything is on the line, and right now Cornfathers is trying to get their line. They're towing the line actually of the storm, so they don't need to worry about going too far out, but they are going to see what's happening with D right there, as D is just around the river bend right there. Looks like they're trying to load up or kind of play inconspicuous being in that car. I don't think that Cornfathers realized that D was just sitting there, but now they do. And now it's about to get chaotic as they're throwing those fireflies all over the place, like Owl City said. Luckily, D is able to skirt away and fly away, saving themselves from not only getting exploded by that vehicle, but also too from elimination, at least right now, because Wavy's around the corner too. Wavy eliminated right there, and you also see D eliminated as well. A double elimination, including to one of our top performers that we've seen all game.
Oh, well, easy come, easy go. Now those players are no mo, as we are going to be moving on here with Alicia, who is right behind Dre is Daddy in 4th place currently with 50 points. Dre is Daddy with 53. So this could be their opportunity here, their breakout game to crack the top 3 and put themselves back within the prize pool. As you can see, Alicia, I think, suspects that someone may be near.
Alicia doing a great job in the first game, getting all those eliminations. Has been a little up and down since. But one thing that I picked up from that game is that their game is very good. Sometimes Fortnite is good to you, sometimes it isn't. And hopefully, for their sake, they could turn it around, because all you need is just one victory to shoot your way up to the top of the leaderboards. As we see right now, Alicia trying to use that air balloon to rift out of there and get a good move and good pace towards that circle.
Well, there they go. They are officially underway here, trying to make their way into the next circle, but they got a lot of ground to cover. Look how much distance between them and the safe area of that next circle still, with all of the obstacles, not to mention all the other opponents in the way. You can see over there by Grim Gabbles, you have a couple of players making their way out of there, as well as we make our way over to Queen Bee.
King Kyrie and the Outlaw are two eliminations that we didn't see. Will we see another one right there as Queen B to be back to back, going with back to back vehicles and pickup trucks, is able to escape the onslaught and live another day. It is about mobility a lot of times in Fortnite, and also thinking on your feet. Be able to do that and able to make sure that they are going towards the circle. They're in the safe zone, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily safe, as there is a player right beside them.
And it's none other than Justlo. And then up on high by the vault and by the balloon, it's Neon. So again, they have quite the top tier competition surrounding them, and you can see everyone coming in from Chrome Crossroads, making their way into the safety, and eventually we are going to see a lot of these shots start to fire, as already Justlo trying to get one in the air. They've managed to do so before, but now they are coming under fire and are using this truck once again as a shield. And now you can see Justlo trying to get the read on Pretty Yaya. This Pretty Yaya is going to go up high into the balloon, and we see them do this all the time, especially Pretty Yaya. That's the play that they like to make, is now you can see Moon Jumper going back down underneath, trying to get the read as Queen will now also get into the action, and Justlo has no choice but to opt out to go into the balloon to try and avoid the danger.
Justlo playing the same game that they were playing before. That was actually Yurjiro's game, Tenshin, with Pretty Ya. So Pretty Ya always finding themselves in these situations, and right now the situation is doing them no favors like it did before. Pretty Yaya eliminated, just can't get the same luck that they had before, catching so many eliminations the game before, and now unfortunately not getting the same placement or the same number of elims.
Yeah, and now, once again, you can see Justlo leading the way here with 4 eliminations to their name, looking to pick up a 5th. Getting a lot of those head clicks down, but not getting the elimination. Queen still wants to get in on this action. Well, you know what they say, be careful what you wish for. Queen got in on it and got dealt out just as quickly. Justlo now with 5 eliminations here in Game 4 of Qualifier number 4.
The Queen card got trumped by the King card, and that's Justlo picking up a victory crown earlier. Will they pick up another one? That's yet to be determined. All I do know is that 5 elims with 12 players left is looking really pretty, and knowing their luck, they're going to keep on this streak as we go and see Cambot is struggling in that storm. Luckily, it's still the second storm. That is either 1 or 2 ticks, depending on how bad it is. They should be able to get out of that alive as long as they have proper transportation. Guess who's being transported to the lobby? That's unknown, as Steel packing someone out. That's the first elimination of Steel in this game. And I'll tell you what, Steel is very good at making sure they at least have 1 elimination to their name. Justlo, as you see right there, the only player with multiple eliminations so far in this game, or at least active in this lobby. And now Alicia, we go to them, as we see, not quite getting the frag skills that they had before, but as I said, still appreciate their game. And look, they have a golden prime. They get a better assault rifle. They're in good straits.
Yep, that they are. And I got to tell you, I mean, it's not the worst loadout that we have seen Alicia has. She's been able to do more with less. So I'm not worried about Alicia whatsoever. I think she's still going to be able to hold on here, or they, or he. I'm sorry, didn't mean to assume. But regardless, Alicia playing very well here so far, with one elimination on the board, gets a read on Steel. And keep in mind, Steel, last we saw, had the power of the goo on their side, which they used to get an early elimination. And now, once again, Alicia still struggling to find their way back into the top 3. And at this point, they don't have to outfrag everyone in the lobby. They only have to outfrag Dre is Daddy.
Because right now it's going to be pretty hard to outfrag our current elim leader, and that's Just Low, doing what they've done the entire time, which is just make sure that they stack up bodies like Megan Thee Stallion. My goodness, 77 points, and if they stay in on the same pace that they are now, they could make sure that their lead is even higher. As we see Steel right here, Steel at the bottom of the top 10, tied for 9th with Wavy with 36 points. They're gonna need a victory to make sure that they can shoot up these rankings. Dre is Daddy going after, it didn't look like they saw Neon there, so opportunity to get an elim and get on the board when it comes to that. Ruined. As you see Alicia also in the same building as well.
And Drea's Daddy, again, has a pretty good loadout here so far. Again, you can see they do have the golden shotty as well as the purple sniper rifle, and they should be able to deal a little bit of damage, but so far they haven't gotten any eliminations on the board, so no points. And at this rate, if they do not find themselves on the board, Alicia may just take that number 3 spot away from Drea's Daddy.
Yes. We will see what happens, though. As Kevin Garnett says, anything is possible. And right now, Dre is Daddy could potentially get back at the kill leader. Just Low, we just saw Just Low use their body to propel and to knock through some of these walls. Dre is Daddy using that same technique. Just Low being quite the slippery, cheeky fellow, though.
And now, once again, here comes the read from Drea's Daddy, and they are using those Chug-a-Lug-Lugs, those 6-packs, to come in handy, as now Just Low looks as though they may be eliminated, but they're able to turn on Drea's Daddy to get the elimination, not only furthering themselves with that elimination, but now they might not know it, but they have just helped out Alicia a lot.
Dre is Daddy looked like they were going to be in the best spot possible in order to take out the kill leader, the elim leader, and had the height advantage, knew where Just Low was, but Just Low just played the patient game using that ranger to their advantage. And my goodness, if there wasn't a clearer example of just how good Just Low is, well, that one, we're going to need to clip that one, because that, fantastic play by Just Low.
You know, when Boardy Board gives you the chef's kiss, you have to clip it. So yes, make sure you clip that play. Regardless, we're going back the way of Obey the King, who has their eyes on Alicia. Alicia, they are holding up within that fortification. Again, has a real opportunity to put themselves back in the top 3 in the podium and within the prize pool of qualifier number 4. As you see Obey the King once again going back to the fabled bush tactics, waiting ever so patiently to get their drop on Alicia.
You know, I used to do Taekwondo, and one thing my instructor always said, that you have to have patience. And that's exactly what they're doing. Playing the patient game. Cambot also playing the patient game right there. You see that good weapon loadout as well. All of these gamers pretty much good weapon loadout. I'm not the FDA, because they're certainly not, I promise. Doing and using those bush tactics as well. Also having a nice loadout could probably get a better shotty. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. As you see, Just Low on the prowl to make sure that they could get better loot. Cambot not too far from them. It's only a matter of time before these two gamers collide.
Now, you see, I wish my instructor gave me good advice. You know, all I had was coaches, and the only advice they had to give to me was take another lap. So not much doing there. As you can see, Just Low now going low as Cambot will be even lower. And look who's at the very bottom here. It's not the FDA, which I'm not falling for it. That is 100% the FDA. And now Cambot, once again, trying to get a cheeky peek here, as now all of the remaining players, all 7 of them, are beginning to corral on this multi-layered platform in Cloudy Condos.
And it's such an interesting final destination because this place has so many layers like an onion, but not horizontal layers, not like, you know, like those Russian dolls where there's one inside the other inside the other. It's layered like a cake on top of each other and stacked like that. It could be very confusing for some gamers to figure out where opponents are because you hear their footsteps, you might see them on their visualizer, but you may not be able to read if they're above you, below you, or what. So that's going to be interesting to see how things play out because of that. Alicia right there hiding in the corner, Steel being aggressive, getting shot at from above. It's going to be interesting to see how these gamers use that high advantage that you have with that air balloon, as it seems like the air balloon is going to be right on the cusp of the new circle.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it may be the main POI here. Is once again, Steel just flying circles around Neon up top. And now Neon we've seen time and time again, but we haven't seen them have a breakout game just yet. As you can see, Steel, once again, just toying with Neon, going back and forth to the balloon, evading every single bullet. Now will be making landfall, goes in with the shotty, and is able to get the elimination to put an end to Neon.
And it seems that every time we've seen most of those situations, barring 1 or 2, it seems the person who was flying in not to save the day, but to ruin the day of their opponent ends up walking away with the elimination. And we see another example right there, Steel getting a elimination. I'm not the FDA surviving, Alicia surviving, Justlow surviving, a lot of these players surviving, and it's just who is going to make that move first. They will be the ultimate victors because we've seen aggressive play be rewarded. We'll see if that happens in this sequence as well. Steel making a move.
Yeah, honestly, I think the move is just to have fun right now because they are enjoying themselves high in the sky with 2 eliminations. But look at Justlow. More than without a doubt have solidified their #1 spot here. 7 eliminations, game number 4. They are playing absolutely lights out today.
Yeah, 7 elims when you're still near the top. Yeah, no one's going to make sure that you're away from that. Of course, they're still going to have to play the next game, but they don't necessarily have to do that well in it in order to secure that top spot in that 250 moolah, smackaroons, big bucks, bones, whatever you might say. Either way, it's looking like it just might be just close to clinch it as we see all these gamers staying packed. It's so hard when you have so many options of movement because this area is so layered. It doesn't really encourage these players to get real close and real intimate with each other. And right now, none of them are really aggressive in making any moves to change that up.
Yeah, well, right now, I'm not the FDA, who is most definitely the FDA, doing a good job at surviving, making sure they do not put themselves in the line of fire, avoiding the danger. And Alicia is, as a matter of fact, one of those dangers, as well as Justlow, the 2 top fraggers here in game number 4, looking to once again solidify themselves in the standings. Justlow has done just that, and if I'm not mistaken, again, remember, captain do be captain, but it should be the side of what we have already seen from Alicia with their 3 eliminations should be more than enough to surpass Dre is Daddy in the leaderboard and getting themselves back within the top 3, but that remains to be seen from the rest of the players in this lobby.
We will see when we tally up the scores. Things are getting tighter. Things are getting closer, but it doesn't mean that the gamers are necessarily getting closer to each other. Again, a multi-layered area. Even if that circle is small, there are so many layers in which these people can hide. Alicia and not the FDA going against each other. Alicia living another day, but gets eliminated by Obey the King. Obey the King, one of the top 3 players remaining. Now things are getting spicy as we see Steel and Justlow also left on top of the air balloon. Is Steel unwilling to be moved from that area? A junk rift, perfect play to knock them away. Now they have to deal with getting closer to the circle, and I don't know if that's even possible. It's Obey the King left with none other than Justlow, and will Justlow get just another ground? It's looking like they might.
Yeah, well, they're going to try and clear some ways here with the glue gun, hoping to at least create an avenue to where they can spot the other potential player here, but looking to get this final elimination. They are sitting pretty currently, and now raining down with the glue gun, nearly getting that elimination, and finally the king will fall, and Justlow will wrap things up into game number 4 with 9 eliminations, furthering their lead in the number 1 spot.
9 eliminations, the most amount of eliminations that we've seen so far from these gamers, just shy of 10. Oh my goodness, great play that we've seen from Justlow, and I think that we need to put back on these highlights to really show all of the amazing kills and honestly elims that they've got, because Justlow from the very jump was aggressive. I believe the only gamer for a good portion of this game that had any more than 1 or 2 elims. They were on top of almost everybody, including using, again, Galaxy Brain moves in order to make sure that they could get at their opponent.
Yeah, and you gotta love the fact that the first elimination of game number 4 was by J-Lo, and so was the very last. Again, Justlow having a fantastic day and a fantastic game all the way to the bitter end. And then look at Steel holding on top of this balloon for so long, of course, reigning supreme for as long as they could until inevitably they were knocked off. And then Alicia coming through with a 4 elimination game as well, and that should put them in the number 4 spot, but we won't know until we tally up all of these remaining points. But what we do know for sure is that Justlow will be in that number 1 spot after that amazing 9 elimination game.
And Cap, don't be capping, guys. I promise you, those explosives, they really put in work. And you know who else puts in work? Of course, our sponsors, to make sure that games and tournaments like this, the money available to these HBCU students are possible. So we're going to throw it to their words so we can appreciate all the wonderful things that they do. Board Unit Board, Captain Soka, at Soka, I apologize, coming back at you shortly.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah.
Great.
That was good.
Good job.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies.
Oh,
I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
And I've been chillin', watching
beach in the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is view of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark of Which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we love what is throwing up our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
And although we've come towards the end of the road, we have not quite hit it yet because there's still one more heat to go. It's been a heck of a day, but that one is going to be the one that will make our hearts sing, hopefully, with just how much action will happen. Cap, I know that you've been having a blast, but there's only one more left, so hopefully these gamers treat it like it's their last and really take advantage of what they could do, because some of these point totals, man, they are close.
Oh, that they are. This is getting really intense. For those that are just joining us in now, keep in mind, this is all the way Game 5 in Qualifier number 4. If you were joining us at the beginning of the day in Qualifier number 2, Game 1, I had hair then. That's how intense these games have been all the way here in Game number 5, that it's just all falling out at this point.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's how you know it's super intense, because guess what? Look at that. That's smooth right there. Guess what? I also have gained like 18 more grades over here too. So it's been big of a matchup. It's okay, because hopefully Crow's in like a cool like storm streak. That's what we're hoping for. We're also hoping that these gamers go on a storm and have a streak of their own, because right now it seems that Just Low has been on fire right now. 111 points. They are leading the top spot of this third qualifier. You also have Obey the King at 93 points. Alicia with 72 points. Dre is daddy at 67 points, in Steel 2435 at 58 points, doing a great job of working their way all the way from the bottom to the top. Steel overcoming a lot, but a lot of these other gamers could too, because it gets quite contentious towards the bottom.
It most certainly does, and keep in mind, all it's going to take is one good game, and it can turn the entire standings around. So again, even though this is the last game of the evening, it is still an opportunity for a lot of these players to try and come up through the leaderboard and maybe, just maybe, put themselves within contention of the prize pool.
Prize pool is on the line. You know what? I was thinking that Just Low might have solidified that spot, but hey, with a good bit of wins and hey, an early elimination, Obey the King could also leapfrog their way up to the number 1 spot, and Alicia could make up some distance as well if Obey the King gets eliminated, potentially getting the 2nd spot. So remember, their first 3 slots are the first are the ones that get the prize money gift cards. There's $250. There's $100. There's $50. There's a lot of dollars on the line, and overall an opportunity for even more dollars on the line after it's done, because we have a grand finals coming up on the 20th where these gamers have an opportunity to get $15,000 from Thurgood Marshall Fund. So a lot of money on the line for these gamers, short term and long term. Hopefully they come out on top.
Absolutely, and not to mention there's a lot for the folks at home watching in right now. There are plenty of giveaways going on here, so by all means hit exclamation point raffles in the chat to make sure that you are entered in to win some of these awesome giveaways that we have going on right now. You might as well get some free stuff while you're having fun, and we are definitely having fun here at the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Fortnite Tournament, as once again we find ourselves right back in Greasy Grove.
Greasy Grove. It's not named that way for no reason. Greasy can get quite sweaty with all these gamers afoot. But right now it looks like only 2 gamers are really into it. As I hear gunshots on the other side, it looks like Cornfather's right there. An NPC was aggroed by one of those wolfies. So Cambot, luckily, kind of sighing internally, I would imagine, because that means that they don't have to scrap early on, because you know more than anybody, Cap, those early drops, yeah, it could be heated, it could be contentious, but you're not working with the best loadout that you possibly can.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have had to put it into that NPC. Don't be abusing the doggos now, all right? I got a thing for the doggos. If you decide to get scrappy with one of the doggos, I'm gonna get scrappy with you. That's just the way it's gonna go down. But right now, you can see Alicia and Justlo over here at Tilted Towers. Alicia tried to get this early elimination, which would be huge for everyone in the lobby if Justlo gets eliminated here and now. And it looks like Alicia jumped in the truck with Justlo.
They're having a road trip together. I think Justlo just realized what was happening, and Alicia, I'm not sure if they even peeped quite yet. All I know is that they're off the road trucking right now, trying to get into a good spot. It'd be interesting to see if either one of them eliminated the other, because that could shake up the standings in quite the big way. Instead, they're not scrapping against each other, and they both have an opportunity to make sure that they stick at their position on top.
And now, because of that key, you can see Alicia now going to be getting their hands on a purple sniper rifle, which in their hands could be oh so dangerous. As now you can see it is coming together for Alicia, as they have a decent loadout, and now they got some wheels.
They got some wheels, but the wheels are getting shot at, and the tires are getting popped. Who else? Justlo up there at the top kind of started the shots, but then ran away. Alicia, they're not known for backing down. They're probably going to take this battle head on, and when they do, those are 2 juggernauts of this qualifier round going at each other. I don't know, man. It looks like Alicia probably decided, you know what, I'm going to save that fight for another day. Justlo did have that advantage with the height and decided, hey, you know, I'm going to continue on the way that I was going before.
Absolutely, and the thing is that if Alicia does somehow manage to get that elimination on Justlo, then they're going to be doing the entire lobby a favor, because if they get eliminated early, they're not going to get any more placement points, which will give an opportunity for every other person in the lobby to try and catch up to Justlo.
And there is an opportunity right there for Alicia, and they take advantage of it. That is Neon out. Neon was in 9th place, so Neon will probably stay. Well, they're actually on the cusp of 9th place, so they might not stay pat, because other gamers could get up on top of them. 18 players left in the lobby. Not the best elimination if you're Neon, but great for Alicia, because not only do they get a crown, but they get an elim. They get that much closer to potentially leapfrogging Obey the King.
Well, here we go. You can see Alicia getting ready to make the way in towards Justlo, but meanwhile, you have Yodro Tenchi above I'm Not the FDA with the Gara skin. Again, that's my favorite character in Naruto, for those that don't know. Love Gara. Definitely the most OP of all the tail beasts, besides, of course, Naruto themselves. Word to Gara.
Yeah, man.
And now you can see.
The Naruto. The Gara Rock Lee fight. Ooh. Forever will go down in anime infamy, right?
Oh, yes. Without a doubt. And with that being said, I'm Not the FDA has been doing a little bit better these days. I mean, they're, again, not in the top 5, but they are huddling around the 7th spot currently with 50 points. So they're not doing Gara an injustice, but at the same time, you know, they have yet to crack the top 5. So we're going to have to see a little bit more from them, as this may be their, well, it's not maybe, this will be their last opportunity. This will be the last game of qualifier number 4. So now everybody here is going to have to step up their game to make it count.
Step up, put up, or shut up. That has been the motto so far. 18 players, 4 players eliminated in the lobby. Silent Hooper has been silent so far, hasn't cracked the top 10. But hey, this is a better time of any time for this to happen. They just need to rack up some elims. And speaking of racking up elims, Wavy had that run, that tear on game 2, but it since has been up and down as well. They're hoping they could get back onto their streak. As we see all of these gamers spaced out. Circle getting smaller, but not quite yet.
Yeah, you can see this is probably the most divided I think we have seen the lobby so far. Not one centralized POI. You know, not everybody stacking on Greasy, not everybody stacking Tilted Towers. As a matter of fact, it looks as though Cornfathers may be one of the only ones there in Tilted. Meanwhile, we go back to Pretty Yaya, who has been having a decent day for the most part. Hasn't been exactly cracking the top 3, but has been having some fun nonetheless. They currently are not in the top 10 either, but we do find them in the conversation, and they always find themselves to be getting into a fight here and there as we make our way over towards Queen Bee now.
Yeah, they're always in the mix, not quite at the top of the list at that mix, but hey, they make it spicy for everyone else. As you see, Queen B to B back to back. Hasn't gotten anything really back to back. But hopefully they will soon, because they've been doing a decent job as well, but not quite getting to where you would love to see.
Yeah, they have been doing a decent job, but now, once again, we make our way over to Silent Hooper, who is still pretty silent, not getting any eliminations on the board just yet, but still having some fun cruising around in the vehicle with the battering ram, making sure nothing is in their way. And still, as the circle begins to move even closer to the storm, moving ever so closer in onto our next spot here, you can see Herald's Sanctum very well could be the next POI, as well as Chrome Crossroads.
Gamers all over the place. D with the goop making their way to the towers? No, they're actually moving further into the circle. No, now they're decided to make their way downtown, moving fast, not passing many faces. We'll see where they're bound to, as we see Korn is on the other side of them. D lurking in that bush. Are they waiting to attack? Yes, they are. Korn sensed it, though. Korn also shooting at that bush, but they have none other than our favorite gun, the blaster. And that blaster, it's hard to be accurate with it. Good job using that bunker to stop some serious damage. D, I'm not sure if that's what they intended to do with their shock grenade, but it gives Korn an opportunity to regroup, and that's great for them.
Yeah, it also gives the same opportunity for D-Mall as well, but unfortunately for them, they don't have any heals or shields, so they're going to have to sit currently with only those 30 shields while that storm does continue to move in, and that is also going to put Cornfather in a little bit of a conundrum as well. And once again, you can see D-Mall is going to opt out to go in the goo form.
Going to the goo. It's great when you're just outside the edge of the storm, but it's also good when you're chasing as well. That movement is something that you need to have in Fortnite, the ability to get to different places at the blink of an eye. We've seen the shock wave grenade come in handy so many times. And Obey the King is looking at Dre's daddy, and Dre's daddy knows that they're behind that rock. It's about to be a showdown here.
Yep, that it is. You got to keep in mind, Dre is daddy, currently in 4th place, looking to find their way back into the podium and back in the money. But standing in the way is Alicia, who is currently ahead of them by 5 points. That is not a lot of ground to cover. So Dre is daddy is looking to get a couple of eliminations just to put them barely ahead of Alicia and get themselves within that prize pool.
Yeah, they were sandwiched between Dre and King Kyrie. That's an interesting position. I'm sure that they're not exactly the most ecstatic about that, but I believe that Kyrie kind of went about their way. This allows Obey to drive away, and that's exactly what they do. That Dre able to, I think, get 1 tire, but at the end of the day, Obey still is on the way outside of the range of Dre. Clutch moves.
Yeah, Obey the King able to get out of dodge here, and it seems though they might have found themselves some temporary cover and a little bit better positioning here. As you can see, they're trying to decide on which way they want to go. Honestly, at this point, I would say head for the ring, head for the safety, because this next storm is going to hurt. They're going to want to try and avoid this damage, as again, we even said this beforehand, that this POI of Chrome Crossroads could very well be a problem. And as you can see, there are at least several players still within Chrome Crossroads trying to find their way out, but at the same time, not trying to expose themselves as to get shot upon by everyone that is literally lurking around that POI.
OD in cam, scrapping in the bushes. Not even a drone cam could see properly outside of it. D using that goop to get away. They have 4 stacked on top. They always have that get out of jail free card along with those shock waves as well. Using that goop again, making sure that they have it and it doesn't go away. D again surviving, thriving off instinct in that goop is really led them well, and that's another example of the clutchness that comes with it. Queen getting eliminated, but I'm not sure who was none other than Alicia. They've been doing a good job of getting eliminations in this round.
That they have. And whenever you see that Naruto Uzumaki skin, you can't help but think that whenever they goo away, it's just a gujutsu. So now that they've been able to get out of dodge yet again, thanks to that noble gujutsu, they should be able to find themselves in a lot better standing. But keep in mind, Alicia, with that elimination on Queen, is only putting themselves that much further into solidifying their number 3 spot, maybe even trying to make a case for the number 2 spot currently held by Obey the King, who has at least bare minimum a 20-point lead over Alicia.
I'm not sure what we're looking at in that camera, but I do know that Alicia is looking at Obey up in the sky, but no longer Alicia. We gotta clip that. I would clip that if they were them. Another play up into the sky. I swear to goodness that if some of these college students aren't in a discus or aren't in a shoot competition, they better enroll themselves into it, because they've been playing duck hunt all day and it's really paid off for them. Excellent play. And look at that, Alicia, all gold everything, like Trinidad James. You got the hammer, you got the range, you got the bolt action. That's a good spot for them to be in, and they're lining up their shot pretty well. Just around the corner, that's another elimination. Oh my goodness, decaf. That's a bad thing for them, but a lovely play for Alicia.
Alicia literally popping off right now on top of the balloon with everything gold, all gold, including that gold sniper rifle in which they were able to get already 1 elimination with a total of 5 now. Alicia trying to make their case, definitely trying to hold on to that number 3 spot and maybe, just maybe, even try to go for the number 2 spot. But still, plenty of players left, 8 in total, and still we can see Drea's daddy is out there trying to take that number 3 spot away from Alicia. But right now, they only have 1 elimination to work with, as now they try to get another one off of Pretty Yaya.
Pretty Yaya again, always been in the mix. Right now, 7 players remaining, so it's about to get heated. And look at that. Speaking of getting heated, that's exactly what's happening with that player over there. King Kyrie on the other side, 0 eliminations. Really quiet day from King Kyrie. And getting shot from above, I believe it's Alicia who has their sights on Kyrie. I think they're going forward, deciding, hey, I am outside of the circle. Now it's time to show them what you got. But they're landing awful close to Just Low, too. Just Low has had their number all qualifying round long. Kyrie getting eliminated by Alicia, but has to watch out for Justlo because Justlo is just on their tail right now. Oh, speaking of on their tail, Wolf is right there. Justlo seeming to be in their own scrap session of their own with Pretty Yaya. Can they get that elimination? I don't know. Justlo getting away in time. Everybody's scrapping with everybody right now. And oh my God, a headshot! Look at that! Alicia is on fire!
Yep, that they are, and because they were able to eliminate Dre as Daddy, they have all but solidified their spot in the top 3. Now looking to take on the number 1 spot in the lobby. Justlo, Alicia, 1v1, looking to end it here and now. Once again, utilizing that golden sniper to its fullest potential, but Justlo does duck low to avoid the danger and avoid the shots coming from Alicia.
It's the 2 best players of this qualifying round going against each other. The snipe game has been so vicious for Alicia. Can they pull it off and get a victory crown? Something that they have not been able to get because of Justlo. And also potentially too, if they get this victory round, especially with as many eliminations as they have, there's an opportunity to catapult their way in the second. I'm not so sure. We're going to have to tally the totals, but right now, I know that this is a totally good matchup between the 2.
Oh yeah, this is the best way to end it. Out of all the qualifiers all day long, this is the way you want to end things off, with Alicia going up against Justlo in the podium, looking to solidify their spots here and get their prize money. And what very well could be a snipe battle here, but I don't think Justlo can contend. I think they only have the hammer in hand. Meanwhile, Justlo still holding on to that golden sniper rifle.
Either way, 2 heavyweights going against each other. The stump is gone. That's their coverage, especially too. That's their coverage that would be in the circle as well. Alicia has 10 less. Ooh, look at that, getting a shot right there. I was gonna say they had 10 less shields, but after that shot right there, not so fast. Justlo able to use some chug-a-lugs to get some of their shields back, and it looks like they have a keg as well.
Yeah, right now they're going to have to avoid this storm as it's going to push them ever so closer to Justlo. Justlo right now, without a doubt, the best position possible on top of the chrome, avoiding all of the danger and all of the damage, and not to mention that fortification is indestructible. There's nothing you could do about it. So your best option is to get there in on the mix. Make that fortification your own. And now we're going to see a standoff between Justlo and Alicia. Now into the close combat as Justlo still hanging out up high. This golden shotgun looking to connect. Going to take the sniper rifle out again. And you can see that Justlo is already throwing out the emotes in Alicia's face.
Yeah, but they get that Ranger shot, and that Ranger is so powerful. I'd go for broke right here. I'd definitely go and get aggressive and charge through. Can they make it? Justlo didn't get the shot. Alicia is able to get the victory, and although I think that still clutches Justlo's chance at number 1, at least when it comes to number 2, Alicia is able to secure that overall, but get that victory crown at the end. 2 great gamers. They were fantastic this whole qualifying round. Were able to scrap it off, and at the end, Alicia gets the last laugh, but the final laugh might just go to Justlo.
I think it does, because they knew they had secured the win. They knew they were going to be in the number 1 spot. And I think they were giving a little bit of respect to Alicia for coming through and having such a great game. Again, Alicia finished with the victory royale with 8 eliminations on deck, not only solidifying themselves in that number 3 spot, but very well taking the second. Again, I don't want to call it too soon because I would hate to jinx a fantastic player like Alicia. But with that being said, it is going to be close, and we're going to have to tally up all these points before we can say for certain the way the standings are going to shape out.
I can say for certain right now that there's nothing that we can do in order to jinx these players when it comes to the score. Thank goodness. It's all math. It's not to say that we can say, hey, they're not going to perform well, and they don't, thankfully. No more knocking on wood or us fumbling the bag for them. Instead, we'll see how the bags tally out. Look at that play by Alicia. Oh my goodness. An excellent play. I'm not sure if Jay had a better shot or if they had a better shot. Either way, it was excellent play from Alicia this whole game. A heady over there, long shot over there. They had a monopoly on the highlight, and they also had a monopoly on the kills.
They did. That one was Alicia game. Like, I mean, let's be fair. Just Slow was popping off all day long. They had a fantastic day, without a doubt, going to go into the number 1 spot, finishing things up, getting the 200. Again, congratulations. But that game right there, game number 5 of qualifier number 4, that one belonged to Alicia.
One belonged to Alicia, but who does overall this qualifier round belong to? Well, it's time for us to tally up the scores in the back and come back to you. We'll be right back. I apologize. It's Boardy McBoard. It's Captain Ahsoka, and it is time for our word from our sponsors.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You better practice it.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got time to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing up our barriers? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
And Cap, it seems that we've hit officially kind of close to our end of the road, but not quite. Welcome back, guys. If you're just joining us, we've been here at McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola, and we've seen so much action today. You said that your hair is falling out. I said that I'm getting grays. I can only imagine what these guys have been through, but I do know this. We saw a lot of exciting action. The chat probably won some prizes. The gamers also won some prizes. It seems like everybody was winning here.
They most certainly were. Again, it was a fantastic day from start to finish, all the way from qualifier number 2, ending up, of course, on qualifier number 4. 15 total games of Fortnite, which means we have had 15 winners of Fortnite here today. But there is one that has stood out among the rest there in qualifier number 4, and that was none other than Just Low with 139 points, followed by, in the number 2 spot, it was Alicia being able to clutch up to get not only in the top 3, but to finish out second with 109, followed by Obey the King with 105 points. And a friendly reminder to the folks at home yet again, Just Low will be walking away with $250, and then, of course, Alicia with 100, and then Obey the King in third with 50.
And that is a lot of moolah. And I do like the name of the player on first, Obey the King. And right now, I am going to obey the king, praise the king, and that is Just Low. I am going to be throwing to an interview with him so I can figure out just exactly how he feels about winning, getting the $250, and moving on to our grand finals. Hello, Just Low. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Decent.
Feeling decent? Come on now. Congrats. You won some cash today and are advancing to the finals. You got to feel more than just decent now.
Yeah. I'm trying not to show it.
Trying not to show it. It's okay. You know what? You probably have that Kobe mentality, job not finished, but it's okay. My job isn't finished and your job isn't finished, because let's have a little bit of an interview session, because I want you to tell me a little bit about what your name is and what school that you go to.
My name is D'Angelo Edwards. I go to East Central State University, located in Wilberforce, Ohio. I'm a computer science major.
Oh, team computer science. I'm giving you like a virtual fist bump because I was also computer science major. So I love that. What does the scholarship money mean to you, and how will it make a difference in your life?
It lets me know that hard work and dedication pulls off. I don't play the game that much, but when I heard about the tournament, I got on the grind for a little bit and came out on top.
Oh, you said you don't play Fortnite that much. Really? When did you pick it up?
Only on weekends when I'm playing my friends.
Oh, okay. So this is only weekend sessions. So I can't imagine what would happen if you were actually to grind to it, because Just Low, you were doing an excellent job. I can see that you probably are in that shooter game already. So I can see the skills have translated and you've done a great job. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to show some love to for your journey?
I want to shout out my whole support team. Shout out my boy Matthew for playing with me. Kel, Shaky, DJ Devo, Alicia, all of them. My whole team.
Your whole team coming well. And you said Alicia, not the Alicia that was in this tournament, but another Alicia, right?
Another Alicia. That's crazy.
Another
'cause when I was
Alicia.
playing, I texted her. I said, "Are you really in there?"
It would have been funny, right? How much of a coincidence would be, but no, there are much stranger things in life. There's no such thing as a coincidence, as they said. Well, congratulations to you. I know you're trying to temper your expectations, but either way, you're going to get that cash money, $250, and we're going to see you on the 20th, where you have a chance to win it all with a grand finale on the 20th. Good luck to you. Best of luck to you. And keep that grind on, because this is what you're winning on weekends. I can't imagine what you'd get later on.
Appreciate it.
All right. I'm going to throw it back with Cap so we can wrap this thing on up. I mean, Captain, it's so good to see the names behind the faces behind the names, because, you know, we talk about these players for so long, and how ironic too that somebody else was called Alicia that they know that was their support system. But it's so nice to get a little bit more knowledge about these gamers, because, you know, they grind, they work hard, and for them to have some acknowledgement for the amount of hours that they put in, it's always nice to see.
And again, you know, we really get to see what the lengths and the reach of our sponsors go to really put on these events. Again, huge shout out to McDonald's and Coca-Cola just for making this possible, for giving a lot of these students an opportunity to earn scholarship money, doing what they love to do, playing Fortnite, playing the game, and of course, making a chunk of change doing it. So again, a huge thank you to all of them as well, for Bragg House for putting on this production as well. And cannot forget to congratulate all of our winners here today that came out, played, and managed to walk away with a little bit of change in their pocket, and making sure that this was all worthwhile. As a matter of fact, it has been worthwhile for me on the desk, and it has been a fantastic evening from start to finish. And honestly, I cannot wait to see how this all plays out on the 20th for the grand finals. Remember, 3 players will get a chance to earn $15,000, and that is where we're going to see the cream of the crop and the better of the best really come out to play.
And I want to give a special shout out to McDonald's to also bring us together too. Cap and Bordy going at it against each other. Well, not against each other, working with each other. I like that too. A little bit of a fist right there. A little bit of a fist right there. But either way, let's throw it to these graphics. Boop. Let's throw it to these graphics so we can remind you what we're doing this for. Because remember, McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola, is all for these gamers to have a chance at $15,000. This is from the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, a scholarship that allows them to alleviate some of the student loan debt that they might have. So this is going to our 3 winners of our grand finals tournament. And when is that finals tournament going to happen? Well, that is going to happen on the 20th. Of course, we've seen all the qualifiers. We had 3 today, 2 the 3rd, the 4th, and the first one was before spooky season on the 23rd. We're all wrapping up for the grand finale on November 20th, where these students have not only a chance of winning that prize money, that cashola, but they also have an opportunity to go to the Celebration Bowl, which is the day before Cap's birthday. So I know that we're all going to have a good time. We're all having a good time in Atlanta and just enjoying and celebrating not only those scholarships, but also good times and merriment together. Cap, it's been a wonderful day. A very wonderful day there.
Oh, it has been a wonderful day, but it has also been a very long day. Once again, it has been nonstop Fortnite from start to finish, a good marathon for the Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, of course, presented by Coca-Cola. Andrea, Bordy McBoard. If anything, we were anything but bored today. Please do us the honor of wrapping us up so that way we can finally put these qualifiers to bed.
Yes, before I go, I want to know, where can we find you, Cap?
Oh, well, you can find me on Twitter at Captain@Soka. I mean, it's right there. It's down It's down there somewhere, I'm sure.
It's down
But
there somewhere and
regardless,
also
yes, down there somewhere, and I'm all over esports, so you'll be able to see this bald, beautiful face of mine in literally every aspect of the esports community. I love supporting it, and as a matter of fact, I also too support my local university that I attend at the University of New Orleans in their esports program. So again, you can follow me at Captain Atsoka to keep up to date on all things esports. So again, it's been just a fantastic time sharing the booth with you.
Yes, a fantastic time. It's always a fun time with Captain Atsoka. Bold, beautiful face, indeed. I am Bordy McBoard. You can find me, Bordy McBoard. That's my Twitter. My link tree is somewhere on that Twitter too. If you would like to find information, if you want to find more information about McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Tournament and other things related to it, be sure to follow We Are Golden on Instagram and to stay in loop with these Golden Gamers. Also, make sure to download the McDonald's app so you can earn free items at participating McDonald's. My name has been Bordy McBoard. That is Captain Atsoka. You can follow us in the meantime. You can see us November 20th for these grand finals. And without further ado, may I close at least the qualifying round for the McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Gamers Tournament featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. See you all on the 20th. Ta-ta.
Told her I wasn't gonna do it.
Here you go, ladies.
Oh.
I got one Sprite and one high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
But you